What is going on, everyone? My name is Steady. This is Trav right next to me, and today we have our second day of the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. Trav, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely amazing, and I must say, very excited to see some of the games we've got today. Finished off the round of 16 yesterday with some really exciting games in a very well-seeded bracket, I will say as well. So, expecting some very strong teams to face as the bracket does start to collapse down today.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like yesterday we had, as you said, some very well-seeded matches, which meant that we had quite a couple of stomps, but those teams that had quite an easy time in the round of 16, well, they're going to be facing each other in the quarterfinals, semis, and so far. So, yeah, I'm super excited to see how they start playing when they have a bit more of a challenge. Here is our bracket from yesterday. As you can see, Extra Mirrors and Final Stand is going to be our first quarterfinal. We'll also have AQM against FA, Escobar versus 7W Gaming, and then finally Navi against 09 Gang. So we already said goodbye to half of the teams. We're going to say goodbye to a couple more today. But obviously, you know, this has been already quite an event. 5,000 euros on the line, as you guys can see right about now. And yeah, this is how it's spread as well. Can you run us through it, Trav?
Yeah, you know, looking at these cash prizes, we've got first place securing that 1,600 euros, which is a huge amount. Second, we're going to be having 800 euros. Three and four go home with 400. 5 to 8th go home with 200. And we saw the rest of the teams go out yesterday who did take home 100 euros, so didn't go home empty-handed. Also, you got those Titan points on top of that too, which really does secure, you know, a bit more of a prize.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see on the bottom as well as a bonus, we have the solo showdown with the casters, myself and Travis, for your guys' chance to make a bit of money. Yesterday, Travis and I both won one round, which means that the next round is going to be 150 euros. You guys, to get that money, all you need to do is win one solo showdown match against us. That seems like a very feasible challenge, but obviously we're going to be fighting our best as well. So super excited about that one later on. This does slowly get us towards our first match of the evening. I don't know, man. I feel like overall we've already had some pretty decent teams play yesterday. There was a couple of closer matches, but for the most part, it was pretty convincing affairs. Coming down to our quarterfinals, do you have any particular teams where you feel like, oh my, this is going to be a very complicated matchup?
Well, I mean, all the matchups still look slightly one-sided. We saw yesterday Clash, who were the team we expected to absolutely stomp their matchup the most, who were taken to the double match point. So, you know, you've always got to be looking towards them for another upset. You've still got the likes of Final Stand, Clash, Escobar, as well as Navi, all in, and separate parts of the bracket too as well. So, got some absolutely amazing semi-finals, could be closing down. But first of all, we're going to be kicking off with that Extra Mirrors versus Final Stand game, which does promise to be a really good one at that.
Yeah, I agree. I think Extra Mirrors were maybe slightly less convincing in the quarterfinals. A couple more mistakes, a bit less consistent from one game to the other. We had some pretty dominant games where they played pretty flawlessly, but then some others where, sure, they did still win, but it wasn't too clear if it was them playing really well or their opponents being a lot less good. So I'm really curious to see how they play against a team like Final Stand that obviously, you know, has quite a bit of competitive experience behind them. That, sure, you know, isn't quite a top team in the region, but they are climbing their way up. And this event is their chance to maybe shine a bit more than usual and really get started with their esports careers, you know, with a big E. So I'm excited to see how they can perform today. They are one of the underdog teams, but, you know, that we know can win it all. They just need to play well enough today.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament's a perfect place for all competitors to start out their esports career. You know, it's open to all players, and it really does show us. We've seen quite a lot of teams who we really hadn't seen before making it to the round of 16 yesterday. Yeah, but we have got the referral code as well. That is going to be such a huge part of getting you started up streaming. So, yeah, if we go over to that just now, yeah, so here is the referral code for the casters. It's going to be 150 euros reward for the winner of the solo showdown. So yeah, it's a huge place for you guys to earn money. And that's just off one solo showdown game as well. So, you know, that seems like a really good deal to me.
I mean, you know, especially playing against us washed casters, what could happen wrong for you guys? You know what I mean? Like, is there any ways you guys will lose? Perhaps yesterday you guys lost twice against us, but you know, maybe today is your chance and you'll go home with triple the money. For that, we'll have 2 solo showdown games later on. The reason it's 150 is because every time a caster wins, it adds up. So at the end of the day, it could even be 200 just for the one game. If someone wins the 150, then the next one is going to be 50 anyway. So you guys got 2 chances at going home with quite a bit of money. This is our referral code as well, because, you know, as any esports player, branding is super important. So you want to get started creating content on, you know, the Trovo, for example. If you want to start streaming, great way to build some more content for yourself, improve your brand and all that kind of stuff. And our referral code is going to help you for that. So Trovo Titans, make sure you use it. You get some sweet rewards, some money for, you know, having some good results as a streamer. It doesn't really cost you anything. All that it costs you is, you know, a bit of time and the opportunity to get quite a bit of extra money for just streaming. So I feel like that's a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, just got to press that one button and go live to earn yourself some sweet money with those referral codes. Obviously, the higher level you are, the more money you're going to guarantee. And those gems do translate to real life money too, as you saw at the bottom of that screen. So yeah, I mean, just press the live button, go live on Trovo, and you can earn that money with quite a lot of ease.
Yeah, exactly that. Getting back towards the event of today, yeah, as we talked about a couple of times already, I feel like yesterday it was, you know, a lot of one-sided matches, and I love it, man, when those teams, they weren't really challenged so far, but as we get further and further in the bracket, as we get closer and closer to the end of the event, it's gonna get just more complicated, because those teams that haven't really been challenged yet, they start facing other teams that were in the same scenario where they had some nice stomps, they had some pretty convincing wins, but how do they adapt? How do they hold up once they start facing some teams that actually really know what they're doing and really give them a run for their money? So yeah, that's where we see, you know, the emotions come in, and the mind games and the deeper levels of the game. But talking about the game, we are getting ready for the first one. This is going to be the maps and modes for our first match. Double swoosh and gem grab, nuts and bolts in siege, parallel plays for hot zone, triple dribble in Brawl, and then finally Canal Grande in Bounty. So yeah, best of 5 sets, best of 3 games, which means that, you know, we might only see 3 sets, but we can go all the way to 5. So triple dribble and Canal Grande are not 100% guaranteed. It's only if we need to go all the way.
Yeah, it does seem like with a few of these matchups, it is quite likely to see them. You know, this first one I expect to go a bit further than the 3 sets. So Triple Dribble and Canal Grande could very much be on the cards. And I will say 2 very good and competitive maps at that too. So yeah, it'd be really, really nice to see those in between this game versus Extra Maze and Final Stand. And I must say, you know, I kind of am expecting it.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. I think that for me, the real question is, have Extremers been able to close some of the gaps and solve some of the problems that we saw them have yesterday? They had a pretty convincing win, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean everything, because it can. There's so many factors getting in play, and then making some mistakes that didn't really cost them any games yesterday doesn't mean that a team like Final Stand, I mean, they're going to capitalize. If they make the same kind of mistake we saw them do yesterday, they are going to abuse that and make sure they punish them for any, you know, over peaks or any positional mistakes. So that's all stuff they need to take into account. Against Final Stand, they can't afford to leave such big holes and gaps in their defense and play as aggressive as they were yesterday. So I'm really curious to see how they hold up now that, you know, it is going to be quite a challenging team ahead of them. If you had to go for a bit of a prediction, which team would you favor and which team would you, you know, call the underdogs of this one?
You know, just based off what we saw yesterday, I'm going to say Final Stand probably are going to be the favourites heading into this one. I'm not saying Extra Maze aren't a good team, but we did see a lot more mistakes coming out on that kind of part, with a few missed Gene Supers, a few missed positions. And Final Stand are a team who are really going to take advantage of that, as you did say earlier. They've got a lot of experience at this kind of level of competitive, and they will take advantage of the mistakes that players make.
Yeah, I agree. I'm totally with you. So I also think that Final Stand should have a bit of an advantage getting into this one. As you said, yesterday they played better as well. They made a lot less mistakes. And yeah, I feel like overall that can be something that can come at play. And for consistency's sake, I feel like I have to go for Final Stand. And even in the longer term, Extremeers, it's a team I don't know very well. Whereas Final Stand, I've seen them play countless times, and they have been quite consistent every time. Our bans, guys, for this first match, let's give them a quick look. It seems like we have Stu and Poco for the side of Extremeers. Final Stand going also for the Stu, but also Bell. So removing a couple of heavy hitters. I mean, I don't even think we need to talk about Stu and Bell. They are getting banned constantly. Pretty sure they have the highest ban rate of the event so far, but also just in competitive in general. Poco is where it's a bit more interesting, not because it's a bad ban. Poco is a super strong brawler at the moment. What are your thoughts on those bans, Trav?
Yeah, well, as you said, Stu and Bell kind of what's really expected in competitive Brawl Stars at this point. But Poco, it is banned fairly frequently, but, you know, usually by the teams who are quite scared of it and, you know, are usually the higher rated team, just because they don't want to be like surprised by a team going Poco double tank. And, you know, playing against that kind of comp really can surprise a team, and it's really easy to walk over a team when you do play that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, Poco is one of the brawlers that involves the most mind games because it is basically a hard counter brawler, right? When you run Poco, you're not just going to run Poco most of the time. You're going to go for Poco double tanks or something along those lines, or maybe bring in a Mortis. And basically, you're going to be hoping that you have a good counter against your opponents. And that just means that, you know, with some blind picks, there's going to be tons of mind games. And you know, it's just a bit of a pain to handle. And if you feel like you want to remove that option for yourself and take it away from your opponents as well, simplify the game a little bit, I mean, why not? It's just going to make things a bit more straightforward, a bit less about the comps, and it opens up a bit more versatility as well, because if you have Poco in play, you know that any game on pretty much any mode and map, you're going to have to be ready to be facing a Poco double tank. And that means, you know, that you need to adapt your comp accordingly. Maybe bring in an Ems or a B or some sort of a brawler that can deal with those situations. So now they have a bit more space regarding that as well, and that they don't need to constantly think like, oh my, is our comp Poco double tank ready? Because it's not going to be a problem this game.
Yeah, you've always got to take in some kind of account if it is in play, just because it opens up that rock, paper, scissors kind of meta where the Poco double tank beats a certain comp, that comp beats the counter comp, and, you know, so on from there, and it just goes on and on. But yeah, having Poco banned, it really does kind of close down the meta a lot, and with both Max and Gene open, you really do expect to see quite a lot of those comps, especially in the maps we are going to be seeing. And, you know, the likes of Sandy and Carl still in play too can really come into effect.
Yeah, I really agree. I think that's going to be a very strong trio. You know, Sandy did take a bit of a nerf recently, but I still think he is rather a very strong brawler. Obviously, Max and Gene, absolutely powerhouses of brawlers. So I think we can expect quite a bit of that. Maybe a bit of Byron here and there as well. Carl, very solid choice as well that has not been banned. We might see some Barley also if the map you know, adapts to it. I feel like that's already a couple of brawlers that we're pretty sure to see, but we could see plenty of other stuff as well. Just the fact that they removed the Poco kind of removes some of those worries that your comp is not going to hold up if there's a Poco double tank situation. So I like that approach. As you said earlier, it is usually a bit of a confidence ban. Like, you are going to ban Poco if you feel like you have the upper hand, because that's when you want to simplify the game. You just want it to go down mostly to skill and not really to comps. And it's an interesting decision that Extremeers are the ones to go for something like that, because personally, I would say that Final Stand should be rather comfortable in the matchup. Doesn't mean they're going to get a trio sweep, but you know, they are the favorites coming into this match. So it's interesting to see Extremeers going for the Poco ban. But at the same time, some teams, they just don't want to bother about the Poco. And I respect that, because honestly, I think it can be quite a bit of a pain.
Yeah, you know, as you've just said, and I said before, the confidence pick in a ban, but it can also mean they just really, really don't like the comp, as you've just said. And a lot of people have that kind of mindset. They're like, no, I really, really don't want to play against the tanks because, you know, you've got to account for it. And not only just dislike playing against them, but they might not be too comfortable on the brawlers that do counter them too, which kind of can open a huge amount of possibilities in terms of comps. And you can just get walked over by the counter comp.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you know, it's all about simplifying the game, removing some of those heavy hitters, and as you know, it's very well known that if you ban Poco, you also ban all the tanks that go with it. You just ban entire comps, whereas some other brawlers a bit less. You know, I think it's a bit similar to banning Max, for example. Banning Max, like sure, you're not going to see Max, but you might see a bit less Jean as well. You might see a bit less Sandy, just because they are, you know, very strong with the Max. So banning according to those affinities is super strong as well. Just like, you know, a bit less nowadays, but if you look a couple of weeks back, if you would go and ban, for example, an 8-bit, you would see less Byrons, because it's, you know, brawlers that combine well together. If one of them is not available, then it removes some comps on some maps completely, just because there's no point going just for the Byron in some situations. You might as well go for something different in that case. We are ready to hop in, guys. This is our first game of the first match, Extremiers against Final Stand, and we kick things off on double swoosh. So far, I see a Sandy versus Amber on the left-hand side, 2 Jeans and 2 Taras as well. We'll see how that is going to go, as so far Tom has picked up the first kill and Cannon the second, actually. So far, everything going the way of Final Stand.
Yeah, Final Stand on that far side looking really, really strong on the surface start, and trolling. Just really not having much luck over this right-hand side versus Kanan, just having the bush to cover him, and Tom over the other side is doing the opposite. And he really is doing an amazing pull from Kanan there, picking up the double kill, allowing G-Gem to come over and pinch the other side too. And they have got 7-0 Gem lead now, and some fire down in that spawn too.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid start for Final Stand. 8 gems now secured, only need 2 more to start that countdown. The Shadow is going to be revealing some positions here and there. Nice pull from Kanan, picks up yet another kill. But Alvaro has a pull of his own, so G-Gem needs to be a bit more careful. 8 gems on him, and that's going to be the countdown, actually, as Kanan is holding onto 1 as well, and they have just about enough. Kill from Kanan to clear up the right-hand side, and this is going to be game number 1, going the way of Final Stand already.
Yeah, very, very convincing game. I must say, Kanan did an absolutely phenomenal play, and, you know, G-Gem being able to stay up, even with the pressure of Trovo Alvaro SG having that super on that left-hand side. It just seems so strong to be able to keep his position, and he hit that pull as well, kind of deflating the push out when they did have the countdown. But I must say, all eyes on Kanan over that right-hand side with that Tare. He was hitting pull after pull, even hit a double pull at one point, which really got Final Stand all the control they needed to be able to win the game.
Yeah, so far, I mean, it's as convincing as it gets, right? Extremiers really didn't have any opportunities to do anything in that first game. A bit of a stomp. I mean, you know, on the left-hand side, sure, I feel like Amber had a bit of an advantage comp-wise facing a Sandy, especially with that range. The Sandy was just never really in range. So she would just get melted down from afar. Those bushes were destroyed immediately, which means that she couldn't really have any element of surprise either, have any mind games regarding her position. So that was an outcome. But on the other lanes, I mean, they were winning quite easily as well, despite it being a mirror matchup. So that's where it kind of starts in a dangerous way for Final Stand. Sorry, for Extremiers. It's not really like you can say like they got completely outcomped. If they play something different, it's going to go just fine. This is those kind of moments where, well, not really. You did lose those mirror matchup lanes as well. So you're going to need to play a bit more around the comps. And that's, you know, when you start thinking, okay, they banned Poco, so they don't really want to play around those comps. They want to play it more about like just skill. But if they don't have it, it's going to be complicated to make it work against Final Stand.
Yeah, it's worrying start from Extremiers, and, you know, a 10-0 loss in Gem Grab can really deflate your mentality off the start. And, you know, Final Stand, we had said they were going to be a very, very dominant team in this game, but I didn't really think to that kind of extent, as they did take that game by absolute storm. Just, you know, winning every single lane over and over again, and it just seemed like Extremiers were just coming out of the spawn multiple times that game, and it really just isn't too good for their mentality at all.
Yeah, I think that could be a bit of a difference of experience as well, right? The more experienced teams are going to have usually a bit of an easier start getting, you know, in the mindset as soon as the game starts. Whereas some others, they will need a bit more time to really get warmed up and get ready to play at their fullest potential. We are in game number 2 so far. The start is fairly even. We have some good control on the left-hand side, but G-Gem is gonna be getting some couple more gems, some nice stacks as well, which will normally give him a bit of an advantage super-wise compared to Fur, meaning that he should have his a bit sooner. Cannon also opened things up, was the first kill to, I think it was Antolin or Alvaro, I'm not too sure anymore, but yeah, so far so good for Final Stand. We'll see how Extremiers are able to catch up.
Kanan of this right-hand side just providing all the control that they need to be able to pick up these gems, and that was the exact thing he did last game too. Pull has been acquired by G-Gem, and thirding over this right-hand side is not looking too good. Antolin just going to be getting a bit of control back eventually, taking control of this right-hand side grass, but on the other side of things, Amber's doing a very, very good job too, and now you're seeing thirding just being able to pick a lot more of these gems up. A gadget from Kanan to prevent the pull though, and G-Gem just doesn't have any signs of pull. Look at the fire though, bringing them both down extremely low. Tom looking to come and clean up here, and a good pinch from G-Gem to pick up that kill on the pinch.
Yeah, the trade is there, but it does mean that Final Stand will keep that control for just a bit longer, getting themselves to 7 gems. First still hasn't used this pool. He's had it for quite a while, and at some point he's going to need to capitalize on it. Otherwise, it's just a bit of a missed opportunity. I think he is waiting for the juicy pull onto G-Gem. We'll see if he's able to get that one. No, it's going to be a miss, but oh my, that was a close one.
Yeah, really, really close. So Kanan get his super now as well as G-Gem. Going to be very different. Good pull from G-Gem. That's going to deflate all of the mid control that Extremiers have managed to get. And Kanan with this pull as well, just going to be preventing everybody from pushing up, as you see. G-Gem kind of rotating over their right-hand side and scanning out the spikers. That's really not the biggest threat. You've got to be looking over towards these Jeans and Taras who have those game-changing supers. And Final Stand going to be taking the first set in a very convincing first one at that.
Yeah, that was some great stuff from Final Stand. Better from Extremiers than game number 1, but still, it wasn't quite enough. I feel like, you know, the turning point was the missed pull from Fur. Like, I don't want to be blaming things like on a single player, because honestly, it was quite a pull. He almost had it. It was so close, but it just didn't hit. I think that if it hit, it would have turned things around quite significantly. That could have been the kill. All the gems brought straight up to their side of the map. And unfortunately, they were not able to get that going their way. So that means that Siege is going to be up next. Obviously, now since it's the quarterfinals, it's a best of 5 instead of a best of 3 like in the round of 16. So teams do have a bit more room to breathe, a bit more room to work with. But yeah, it's not a very convincing start from Extremiers. They are going to have to, you know, stand up a bit better and give a bit more of a fight to Final Stand in the next couple of games. Otherwise, it's going to be a quick affair.
Yeah, I totally agree with you in that sense. And I think Siege is the perfect mode to do so. Very, very unpredictable in terms of how fast a game can turn around. You can lose control over the first 2 pushes. Just getting that lash push, though, can really, really change the tides. And you might be able to see that as Extremiers did seem to be quite strong yesterday in these game modes that really don't require too much mid-control. But, you know, just these one-push capabilities. Carl going to be coming in early, and I believe BB might even be able to get this first bolt here, which is unusual against the Carl lane. And he does just that, but he falls just as fast as he picks the bolt up. And already, Final Stand with some absolutely phenomenal control.
Yeah, this is pretty decent from Final Stand. They're gonna get this first Siege bot, level 4 maybe even? Yup, level 4 Siege bot. That's the biggest Siege bot you can get for the first Siege. So, pretty convincing stuff. G-Gem almost committing suicide in the Ike, but he's gonna make it work anyways. And now we get a bit of damage on that blue Ike. It's actually some pretty decent damage, getting it all the way to 69%. I mean, not bad for a first Siege bot from Final Stand.
Yeah, I will say, it kind of just seems like Extremiers are neglecting these really strong synergizations, and in the first one too, they didn't play the Amber. Maybe this is just not the best comp to be playing, and this is why they might be falling behind. But regardless of that fact, Final Stand looking really, really good as they pick up 2 kills, and all of the bolts go in their favor too. Looking at a 6-1 still, heading on into this last push after this one does come in, and it's looking very, very good as they're going to be evening it out and taking the lead, even going on into this last push.
Yeah, this is very good because, you know, sure, the bolt count is tied up, but there is a level 8 Siege bot heading their way, which means they will get to keep quite a bit of control of the center, buy some more time, and have the advantage of being on the more defensive side of things. Alvaro quite low HP, so is Fur. This is gonna diffuse the situation quite a bit as GGEM gets a nice tank down onto Antolin, but Antolin is able to heal up a little bit with that gadget nevertheless. And we do have a push from Extremirs. It's all over the place. It does seem like they might get a couple of bolts, but I think it might already be too late because Final Stand, they're on 7. And look at that, only Alvaro left alive. He's gonna bank, yeah, he did bank another bolt, but it's still a 4-bolt difference. Final Stand get all 3 siege bots this game. And so far, pretty much a similar story to what we've seen in Gem Grab.
Too little, too late from Extremirs. I must say they did show some signs of life towards the latter of this game, but you know it's just not enough. And having to pull in someone in with Gene Pull and not picking up the kill can really, really affect your levels of control because that is the main thing that's going to maintain the control or get you it back in Extremirs kind of way there. But you know they just didn't manage to pick it up, and the Carl managed to just spin and just get away, and it just delayed it long enough for them to be able to maintain the mid control and get the bolts banked.
Yeah, so far it's a pretty convincing story on the side of Final Stand. It does seem like, you know, they are the better team thus far, at least. Extremirs, I don't know. I feel like there's multiple holes in their team right now. You know, the comms are not exactly always on point, and then also just, you know, in their playstyle, they're struggling a bit. I feel like they're very chaotic, very spread across the map, just going for 1v1s, which against players like Final Stand that are quite talented at this game, it's going to be a challenge, but Alvaro is going to make it work on the right-hand side. This is looking like a potential first siege bot for Extremirs. I think they got this one. Yep, they certainly do.
Yeah, really nice first push from them, and Tom's over-aggressed here too, and that's going to be Alvaro SG banking another bolt and evening this out now. It's going to be requiring a very good defense from Final Stand as they finally... Extremirs have decided to play a decent comp now, and it is a very good defense of that as GGEM using those magic puffs to heal his teammates and push out nice and early here with a good amount of health. Tom over the right-hand side looking to try and get this control back with a pinch over. But some really good holding from Extremirs so far.
Yeah, this is much better. The best stuff we've seen from Extremirs so far in this entire match. They're going to get this siege bot. That's not a question anymore. The question is how many bolts can Final Stand pick up. Kanan is able to pick up a couple, which is going to help. But if you look at it overall, I mean, level 7 siege bot is already not bad. But bolt-wise, it's only a 2-bolt lead for Final Stand, which is not that massive. GGEM with a pretty clutch kill might be able to stall them for a bit longer, but that does mean that he's not going to be present for the defense. And we are going to have some connection damage-wise on that Ike. 28% farm, that's not a whole lot. It's retake time for Final Stand.
Yep, and do seem to be showing some lines of it as the pull comes in from GGEM. I mean, good knockback from Ferding to stay alive here, and he is banking a couple more bolts, but just seems like Final Stand have got too many in the bank and too much mid-control for them to be able to last this one out. They're going to require this bolt, though. Oh, Ferding should have definitely pulled there just to secure them not banking it, but it looks like they're going to be getting the push now. And Final Stand still do need to do some damage. And with this low amount of HP, I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah, level 9 siege bot, though, that is going to be possible. I mean, it seems pretty likely, actually, right? They only need 28%. They could dive on that and get that amount of damage. We'll see if they make it work, as GGEM and Tom are going to have to tank a couple shots. I think that's going to be just fine for Final Stand as they secure set number 2 and widen up that lead furthermore. I mean, this was the best game we've seen from Extremirs, that's for sure. They had control of the center for the 2 first preparation phases and the 2 first siege bots. In siege bot number 3, it kind of did fall apart, and I feel like they kind of went back to their old routines of just going for some duels here and there and very chaotic fights that didn't really make the most sense. Maybe also sometimes engaging in fights they shouldn't really go for, at least not really try to engage them themselves and, you know, overextend for it. So it did seem like it did fall apart towards the end, and Final Stand were able to close it out. Nevertheless, I think this was the best we've seen Extremirs so far. If they can show this kind of level of play in a hot zone, I do feel like they have a chance at picking up a game or two and maybe push things to at least another set.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you know, Final Stand looking very, very good so far, but some signs, as I've said before, some signs of life do come out from Extremirs in the times that matter, but just not able to get the kind of plays required to be able to take the games all the way. With Hozum coming up next, another really unpredictable game mode depending on the map. But you can't really rule them out yet as they have shown some good plays overall. But Final Stand just seems to be so dominant right now.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're looking strong, and I expect it to keep going this way. I mean, I do feel like Extra Mirrors, they're getting better and better game by game, which is a good sign. The problem is, are they going to be good enough, once it's already too late? And I feel like we're slowly getting there, because at Final Stand, they just need one more set, and it's closed out. So I don't know. I feel like we still got to definitely go for Final Stand, just because, they've won 4 games in a row so far. Haven't really left too many chances for Extra Mirrors. But we have to keep it into account that Extra Mirrors, they've been looking better game after game. Is this going to be the set where they're actually capable of closing out an entire game? Well, we'll find out as we are hopping in for some hot zone action. Parallel plays as well. It is a hard map to play. So I'm really interested to see how Extra Mirrors are going to approach this one. I like Gale, but so far Tom has been doing a pretty fantastic job on that BB.
Kanan coming in with the heals now, and Antolin just not being able to get a good enough knockback to prevent them long enough for his teammates to respawn. And it's looking very good yet again for Final Stand, as the shots do come in from Kanan and some heals too. Tom's just been able to maintain the zone for so long, and a double hit coming in there too. The ball does go in, Gadget being popped, healing him all the way back up, and he's still in an aggressive position waiting for the Byrons to come and heal him he does.
Yeah, this is pretty good for Final Stand. Only 28% away from securing this game and getting to match point. Antolin finally able to clean up Kanan on the left-hand side. But we still have some more aggression from Final Stand. Look at that, Extra Mirrors. They're not really able to get anywhere close that zone as they are focusing so heavily on defense. Tom low HP does eventually fall. This is a chance for Extra Mirrors. They're not that far behind, but GGem with a nice knockback takes down Fur.
Yeah, really nice from him. And turret in a good position from Alvaro though, but the sneak down the left-hand side just not going to be allowing him to use that slow. Tom in a very good position. Heals pop from the Gadget. Knockback comes in from GGem. Really good synergization there as the kills do come in, and this looking like it's all over for Extra Mirrors in this game. And it looks like it's going to be going to match point to Final Stand if they can maintain this control, and it looks like they are going to be.
Yeah, the synergy is so good on Final Stand. It's just a different level of play, isn't it? Honestly, it just feels like night and day when you watch them face each other. The team play is so solid on the side of Final Stand. They're just able to really get everything working together, get the knockback at the same time as the BB was getting in danger, getting some really good positions as well. Man, Tom on the BB was absolutely cracked as well, able to find so much damage, so much value. But also, with the assistance from Kanan on the Byron, just able to heal him up so much and give them the bit of sustain that he needs to get into that 1v2 position. So far so good from Final Stand. It's going to be match point coming up, and this is the moment where Extra Mirrors, they've been playing better and better, but they actually need to play at their best, because otherwise it's going to be the end of their journey in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash.
Match point coming up right now, and Tom using that really aggressive flying hook off the start. We are going to be seeing an Ems coming in from Extra Mirrors, which I kind of do like the look of, just because of that knockback that he can use when Tom goes aggressive with his super. But triple defense just really isn't the way to go, and you're seeing that now as a bit more supercharge coming in from Final Stand, and the speed is popped instantly. GGem still maintaining the zone on the backhand of things, and no pressure's been made so far. Little percentage advantage for Extra Mirrors going into this game.
Yeah, Alvaro is going to be a bit of a problem for Final Stand early on that Ems. We'll see how they decide to deal with that, but both teams are going to be about to cap their own zones, and this is the moment where they start invading enemy territory, looking for opportunities. GGem with the pull. This is going to be the first opportunity as he picks up a kill. Antolin does have the knockback, but Alvaro doesn't quite have his super just yet, and look at that. Gets melted down. Final Stand able to start to get some percentages on the enemy side of the map. Alvaro going in with the super as well, but he's not able to find too many connections. He's going to push them back for a little bit, but he should be going down, or at least he's moving backwards, because look at that final stand. They just keep getting kill after kill.
Yeah, it's looking like it's all over here as the Magic Puffs are going to be providing that HP needed to maintain the zone for the rest of the time. Ferding coming in aggressively, but taken down instantly by Tom. Antolin has got this knockback, but it's whether or not he can get good value of that. Alvaro does come in, and the shots as well. GGM knocked back off the zone, but Kanan comes in to help, and it's looking like they might be able to force them off now with a really nice pickup from Ferding. But look at this aggressive play yet again from Tom, just trying to get the control back in their favor.
Yeah, Tom was a nice super, able to pick up the kill. Only 8% left for final stand to close this one out and move on to the semifinals for last member in defense, but I don't think he can do anything at this point. Final stand, take down Extremiers 3-0, not dropping a single game. And honestly, a strong performance. We expected this one to be, favoring final stand. I don't think we expected them to be that convincing and not to drop a single game in this match.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect it to that extent. I was expecting Extremiers to maybe get a set or two, but really just didn't seem to be that close in the end of things, and a 6-0 win coming in is going to be closing it off, and final stand are heading to the semifinals.
All right, guys, we are going to head towards a very short break before we move on to our next quarterfinal. So far, this has been really exciting. You guys don't want to miss the next couple of matches. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. Welcome, everyone. That was match number 1 of today, the first quarterfinal. We got 3 more to go. My name is Teddy. This is Trav right next to me. And yeah, honestly, I think we are going to be in for a treat for a couple of those matches, a couple of those teams that are going to be absolutely thrilling to watch. Yeah, are you looking forward to this next match here, Trav?
Any game with Clash in is a favorite of mine. I really like watching them play recently, been playing so well in quite a lot of competitions. And honestly, you kind of got to be expecting them to dominate their opponents in near enough any team in this tournament. We said the exact same yesterday, I will say, and they did almost lose, but I've still got my faith firmly placed in their hands. And yeah, let's have a quick look at the bracket.
All right. Well, maps and modes first. Safe zone in Heist. We'll have Minecart Madness for some gem grab action. Backyard Bowl in Brawl Bowl. Parallel plays for Hot Zone and Nuts and Bolts for Siege. The two latter only gonna matter if we get all the way there, which it's very much possible we don't, just because, you know, of how strong Clash is at the moment. As you said earlier, Clash, you know, they're a team that has been dominating throughout EU. I feel like their only, like, you know, big threat is SK Gaming. The rest, they've been able to win quite consistently. They've lost a couple of times, you know, to Tribe, to Totem as well. Oddly enough, they seem to be losing very often to Totem. I don't know if you've noticed that, Trav, but every single time I've watched Totem versus Clash, I'm pretty sure every time it was Totem that somehow won. So don't know what's going on there, but Totem is not there tonight, which, you know, does leave things open for a Clash to dominate through the rest of the bracket. I think they might be our favorites to win it all today, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely so. Clash, you've really got to keep your eyes on them throughout the majority of this tournament, and no matter who they face, they've been the upper dog in a lot of different matchups in a vast array of tournaments. So, you know, they've got the experience, they've got the scrims, they've got the practice to go along with it. Their understanding of the meta is going to be absolutely flawless, and I really do expect them to at least get to the finals, and if not, win this tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that, you know, realistically, they are going to be the favorites of the event, which is going to put them as a favorite of this matchup as well. You know, it's definitely possible that things get a bit crazy here and there. We saw yesterday as well that, you know, it was a best of 3, but they did lose a set in there, which is not something you really expect from them. But we have our bans ready. Let's give them a quick look. It seems like we have Stu and Jesse from ACML and Clash, pretty much their go-to bands, no matter the match. And then on FA, we have Bell and Poco. This is interesting from FA, to be honest. I wouldn't really expect them to be the ones to remove the Poco in such a type of a matchup.
Yeah, well, you know, I will say Clash are hugely big fans of Poco, and boy, will I ever not get bored of this Jesse ban. It just seems like such a waste, and the small amount of maps you can really play Jesse on in this meta is so minimal, and it's just surprising to see them ban it, but obviously just really scared of that brawler. Stu being banned by them too, really good ban. Don't have to really say much about that just because of the fact that it's so strong. And then Bell on the side of FA, obviously the exact same reasoning behind that. Just literally good on every single map, on every single mode.
Yeah, honestly, what I really like with the Jesse ban is that it doesn't really feel like they're super scared of Jesse to me. It feels more like they're just so happy to play anything in the meta. Like, I feel like, you know, besides for Stu, they're just all right with everything. Sure, show us some Bell, show us whatever brawler. We're ready to take you on that matchup because we're confident that we can win it. And, you know, then they can start to think, all right, which brawlers are we not going to play for sure? And then we can just ban that, and it's just a better ban because, you know, when you ban a brawler, both teams can't play it. So sure, it's nice to remove some heavy hitters, but if you think you are the best team, you know, even if you have to play with something like a Bell, then by no means just go for it. If you think you're going to win that matchup, there's no reason to ban it. So I like that approach, and I feel like more teams should look into that sort of approach as well, where, you know, banning the strongest brawler seems to be maybe a bit too much of the go-to, and you should go for more targeted bans or just, you know, bans of brawlers that you're not going to be playing anyway, so it doesn't hurt you whatsoever. When you ban a Bell, you know, I mean, you could still have played her, and you know that if you didn't ban her, you would play her. So I don't know, a bit of an interesting dynamic that I think more teams are going to be picking up. We see already more and more targeted bans now that we have a double bans, but I think that this is maybe the extra level that some teams haven't quite reached yet.
Yeah, you know, just something to add to that as well. You know, the team like FA, who aren't going to be too familiar with Clash's playstyle if they don't follow the competitive scene as closely as a lot of others, you know, they're going to be shaken by a ban like Jesse. Like, they're going to be thinking, oh, why are they banning Jesse? What are they going to play because of the fact they've done that? And that can really shake up the mindset. And I will say they've done the exact same to me before. When I was playing, I actually played Jesse against them when it was banned. You know, who knows, that might be their strategy. But yeah, you know, it's just really surprising to a lot of teams to see that ban, and it can shake up the mindset quite heavily.
Yeah, well, we are ready to go. This is going to be some safe zone action, just fresh into the competitive map pool as well. So I'm curious to see how this one plays out. So far, Trevor able to hit quite a couple of shots towards the mid, a couple on Sordelka as well, and Lena to open things up. It's going to be a team wipe, actually, and already a bit of damage going on that red save. So far, pretty convincing start from Clash.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that they're going to be able to connect these shots due to the fact that they probably are better players, but just look at the movement they have as well. And I will say, very few shots do hit them. I say that and then they get absolutely melted. Caster's Curse coming into effect yet again, but Trevor manages to hold this mid really nicely. Regardless of that Colette Super coming in, he does connect a couple of shots onto the Byron. Chaos just chilling at the back of the map, shooting a few walls. And Sordelka looking extremely low, and the pinch is going to start to come in now as Trevor and Chaos are there to provide the shots.
Yeah, good stuff. Trick is able to take down Chaos, but will get tagged with himself. Trevor able to clean up that kill. And honestly, it's not an amount of damage right now that FA can't come back from, but they will need some solid mid control if they want to stand a chance to find some more damage. The Colette is definitely going to be one of those X factors that can help out so much. Did the Colette here on Nash use her super right before dying to Trevor?
I believe so, and Linane, look at Linane over this side. How is he still alive? I don't know, but he picks up the trade, and that is a very nice play to make. Chaos does have this super, and honestly, with the amount of control Clash have had, the damage isn't looking too much in their favor. Regardless of that fact, now the damage does start to rain in as Linane is going to be coming back up the right-hand side. Chaos over the left-hand side too, and it's really looking good for them now as the super comes in from both Trevor and Chaos. Going to be forcing that splash out of them, and Chaos does waste a nice little super there. So Delta with a very nice pickup, and the Colt is going to get quite a bit of damage now.
Yeah, they are still quite far behind, and they will need to catch up for sure. It's not an amount of damage that they can't come back from, but they need to start getting some more damage across the board. Chaos is going to get the finishing blow, and that's going to be AC Milan Clash was the first game secured. Man, I love how with Clash, whenever we say something, the opposite happens right after. Like, we were saying, like, nice control, they lose control. Right after, like, you know, it was like that every single time. Like, they're going to get the kill. No, they don't. And Clash just playing with our hands. Yeah, but so far, honestly, it's as convincing as it gets. It was, you know, it took a bit of time before they could close it out. But once again, it's one of those games that, sure, it wasn't like an insane stomp, but at the same time, there was no danger for Clash. There was not a point where I felt like, okay, the game is turning around right now, where it could turn around if this happens. It was just constantly like, okay, we win most fights more consistently. We don't do any mistakes that cost us a game. And, you know, that's just how they should be playing, because they are going to be confident getting into this matchup. Game number 2 starting right now.
Yeah, same comp coming in again, and FA have decided to mirror that. Sword Delta coming out on the Colt, getting some heavy shots on Chaos over this left-hand side nice and early on. Trick taking some heavy fire too, though, and Chaos now using those jukes to his advantage. Going to be missing that gadget, and the shots are coming in from Sodelka now. Look at this play from the Colt, absolutely incredible to get the damage required. Silver Bullet going to be breaking up those walls, the homemade recipe connecting from Trick, but no further shots as Linane is going to survive and come back up this right-hand side once healed.
Sordelka looking for some shots on left-hand side. Super from Nash connects on to the blue safe and is going to give a bit of a damage lead so far in favor of FA. Nothing too significant yet, but it is nice for them to actually take the lead. Chaos was a nice super. He's going to get tagged down by Trick. Homemade recipe connects and secures the kill as FA are looking to get some better mid control and prepare for a push of their own.
FA in a very good position right now, got the slight lead and some decent mid control. Trovo getting tapped quite heavily. So Delka doing a really good job of avoiding these gadget shots coming in from Chaos, which are going to be dealing that in a decent amount of damage. Chaos does have his super to hand now, and Nash doesn't on the other side of things, which is going to be keeping him back as he can't really go too aggressive for that push. Chaos going to be using it directly onto Sodelka there, bringing him low. Trovo with a nice pickup too. All supers in hand from Clash, and Chaos uses his on the safe. Trovo shots on two, and this is looking like it's a very good amount of damage for Clash.
Yeah, they are winding up that lead a bit more, but Nash with a super should be able to close the gap just a little bit. Trevor gonna get sniped off by Trick. Trick has been quite on point on that Piper. I just want to point it out. Like, he's gotten quite a couple of shots to connect so far and quite a lot of kills. Chaos with the kill onto Trick. It's only a 20% difference right now, but Clash are the ones in a favorable position to push up. Lena low HP does still pick up the kill. Super connects on to the safe, and slowly the saves are melting down on both sides. 16% difference. So Delka and Trick able to take down that Chaos. They could still come back, but they need some shots in the next couple of seconds on that safe. Is it gonna happen? 5 more seconds, 12% difference. Nash can't get his super, and I think that's gonna be it. AC Milan Clash to pick up set number 1 against FA.
Really unusual not to see Nash pick up his super there. I was really expecting a nice little turnaround as 3 people in front of him and able to pick up a super in that kind of position is just not really the play you want to be making. And that should have definitely gone in their favor if he had connected a few more shots and managed to pick that up. But in the end, Clash take it, not by much, but it still doesn't matter as they have collected that set. Moving on to Gemgrab next, and I will say Clash going to be a very, very aggressive team. Gemgrab probably not one of their favored modes, but they're still going to be extremely good at it, as being a top-tier team like Clash really has to have those kind of good amount of gameplay on each mode.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, one of their weaker mode for sure. But the thing is, you know, a weak mode for Clash is probably still better than a good mode for most of the teams in the world. So that is the kind of level of play we expect from AQM. It's not going to be any easier for FA, because honestly, Heist is not really the best game mode either for Clash. Where what they're really looking at is going to be, you know, Brawl Ball and Bounty. Which is where they absolutely shine. Well, luckily for FA, Bounty is not going to be played whatsoever in this match, but I don't think that's going to make it much easier for them, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. You know, Clash is just going to be so good. And no matter what the map is, I can't really remember at this point anyway, but, you know, Clash are always going to have an upper hand in terms of knowledge of the meta. And you saw that in that last game, as they have played the same comp twice. Didn't decide to go for a mirror comp, but, I mean, they did decide to go for a mirror comp and not the counter comp on the side of FA. So clearly, they don't really have the best understanding, as they weren't able to kind of mold their comp around what Clash played. And they decided to just play the same, and you see, and, you know, Clash with a very nice comp here, really like the Crow, as well as the Max instead of the Amber, I quite like as well. Just being able to provide those speeds to Chaos and get these advantageous pulls when it is eventually picked up.
Yeah, I really like that point. I feel like overall, Amber might have a bit of an easier time against the Max, just purely in a 1v1, but where the Max could struggle in that 1v1, she will be able to assist her team with the Max movement speed. So it's just a bit more utility for the entire team, whereas Amber is a bit more like, you know, an individual duelist that just focuses on her own stuff. So that might make the difference in the end.
Yeah, you know, if Lene can pick up a speed in a position like this, and that is where it does really go wrong. Nash being taken down after popping that gadget, and, you know, Trick not having that speed could have really made a different effect in his decision of pulling there. So Delka does have his super over Trevor and that peak advantage too, as he's got a good amount of HP and their magic puff's going to be healing him up. Trick with a good pinch now, and Lene put in a bit of a precarious position, but always got that trusty phase shift to hand. Regardless of the fact he is set on fire here, the magic puffs are still going to be doing work. So Delka with a jump in. Nash can make something happen, but the auto aim is going to be failing him. Oh, I take it back. He does get the double kill, but still in Clash's spawn and very much in their favor.
Yeah, nice super from Trevor. That is going to slow things down just a little bit. Nash is going to get pulled before he can lie down his super, and this is going to be the win here for AC Milan Clash. FA, I mean, they had a good attempt towards the end. They could actually have gotten the double kill, but they weren't really able to go anywhere with the gems, even if the Amber did survive. So good stuff from Clash. Pretty convincing win after all. And so far, 3 games, 3 wins for Clash. I'm expecting some more of that sort of thing from this match. FA, they need to step up big time, and honestly, that's the kind of moments where I feel like they maybe should not have banned the Poco, to be completely honest, because it is also, you know, an asset that they could have used to try to surprise and outcomp. Because at this point, we've seen some mirror matchup, on lanes, but even in an entire game, and every single time it went the way of Clash. That's the moment where you start thinking maybe they should actually go for some riskier picks, riskier comps, and try to at least hope they can get an outcome, because that seems like the only way to win a game for FA right now.
Yeah, definitely so. But you know, you might have said the Poco maybe could work. You know, it can in sense, but you know, with Clash being able to just use this Max and Gene to such a good standard, it's really difficult for a Pogo to maintain the mid control with his shortened range. But in a game like Brawl Ball, it could come in very, very viable, no matter who's playing it and what team. But yeah, I will say, you know, Amber seems to be providing a lot of individual lane capabilities. But we saw, you know, with the Max and Gene, it's just such a good combination. And FA going to be mirror comping the previous comp of Clash again. But Trevor has decided to pull out Colt.
Yeah, I feel like Colt is pretty much just to bring in a bit of a fun element. I don't feel like it's, you know, a highly tactical decision or anything along those... that way. Oh, the pull onto Sordelka. He can't quite close it out. He's gonna miss the pull onto Lena. Rather, Lena is gonna dodge that pull. Sordelka is still low HP around the mid. He's able to make it out alive. And I don't even dislike the Colt all that much on this map, but honestly, I feel like it's just for some extra style points for AQM.
Yeah, you can't deny the fact that Trevor's just going to be playing this for the style points, as you've just said. But, you know, it doesn't seem to be working too well, as FA, I think, had that first lead of the entire game in terms of both percentage on safe and gems. And a nice jump from Nash there, getting some good value on both Chaos and Lenane. And they are in spawn very heavily now, but the pickup does come in on Trick. Lenane doesn't trickle down to the Crow damage, and this could be a really good turning point for Clash if they can get the control back in this 3v2 situation.
Yeah, I think they do need some sort of a pull to make something happen. The pull onto Chaos, though, will be opening things up for FA. They don't need a lot more bolts to close this one out. Lena is going to get slowed by Nash, and now he's in a bit of a troublesome position as Nash jumps straight up onto his face, but he's going to get pulled. That's going to be 7 gems brought back to Clash, and now suddenly we're all tied up.
Yeah, that's the kind of decision-making that you've really got to watch out for, because they had positioning on the mid, and that was really not a necessary jump at all to make from the Crow. It might have given him an advantageous position for a second, but looking towards it now, it's not looking too good for them, as Chaos has got his health back. It's tagged up by that Crow now and bringing him back down, but Sordelka does need to connect this pull if they're going to make something happen, as Trevor hits a decent amount of that super. Chaos healing up again, but kept low for a 3rd time, and now, FA with the countdown.
Oh my, FA, it seems like they might be able to run away with this one. They need a kill here, Clash, and they actually need 2 no matter what. It doesn't seem very likely at this point, and that's going to be FA taking this win. Now, I don't want to be complaining too much, but to be fair, the 3 last gems that FA needed did spawn all on their side, which I don't want to say they didn't deserve the win here, because I do think they played a lot better than what we've seen them do before, and I feel like they had all the cards in front of them to actually, you know, pick up a I don't want to say a fair win, but you know, the 3 gems spawning their side is going to be, you know, skewing the chances of victory a bit towards them. So honestly, at that point, just holding on for so long against a team like Clash, I feel like they deserved it anyway. So well played to them. They'll take that game, and now Clash are going to be defending so that they don't give away this whole set.
Yep, Clash going to be neglecting the Crow this time, which seems like a bit of a weird play for me to see. 2 games in a row not going to be playing Crow now. Sordelka gets that connection onto Trevor. 3 gems in Crow's hands isn't really where you want them to be out of anybody on that team, as when he does get that jump, he's going to be wanting to go aggressive, and this is going to prevent that. But, you know, Lenane falling extremely low in a good position still for FA.
And good kill from Trevor, though, but he's going to be poisoned himself and will create a bit more space for FA. They have a 5 gem lead so far. Lena is able to juke that pull away from Serdelka, but even then, it's a bit of a complicated position for Clash. They are able to get a bit more center control. We'll be getting a couple of bolts out of that one, but they need to be careful here. Otherwise, this game could slip away. I mean, they have a lot more control now, so it's looking better, but even then, still a pretty decent performance from FA this game.
Yeah, you know, control all in favor of Clash now, but the counter pull comes in and the phase shifter back might be able to pick up the kill now. Chaos going to be going down and the jump back from Nash just in case. The slow did come in, but counteracted by Lenane's speed. Going to be getting them out, and it's 6-6 now, and Clash aren't looking too healthy at all, heading on into the second portion of the game.
Yeah, this is a bit scary for Clash, although they do get some better positioning right now. The slow from Nash, absolutely massive, but look at the pull from Ikeos. That's going to be the countdown, and Ikeos celebrating it with a spin, and now just going for some extra gems just for fun. Chaos going to be sacrificing himself to the minecart, just, you know, to pay its respects to one of the stronger brawlers on this map, and oh, that is not going exactly as planned for Clash.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what's happening half the time. Clash, you can't tell if they're joking around or playing seriously, but it looks like they're going to be taking this game no matter what. And that is going to be 2 sets up for Clash now, heading on into this third one, possibly the third and final set, as that's a very dominant performance. Well, I can't say dominant, but overall, over the 2 sets to 0, it's going to be a dominant lead, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, FA, I do feel like they gave Clash a run for their money and this set, but I also did feel like Clash was giving themselves a bit of an extra challenge by maybe outcomping like themselves. Like they had the best comp in game number 1, and then they decided to just like, yeah, that's too easy. We should bring in a Colt. We should go for the Ember. I mean, it's not like they're like terrible brawlers, you know? It's not like they decided to bring in a Primo, but even then, I do feel like maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe they just wanted to have a bit more fun. Maybe they wanted to experiment a bit, or for the Ember especially, like it was a decent pick. I would feel like overall the Crow is better, especially when you have a Gene on the other side. Just the anti-heal is just an extra nice bonus to make things a bit more complicated. But they're still able to pick up this set. It was closer than it had to be, in my opinion. I feel like if they just stick with the first comp, it would probably have been a 2-0 sweep once more. But this is going to lead us to Brawl Ball. And honestly, you don't want to face AC Milan Clash on Brawl Ball when they are about to get to match point. It's just the worst scenario possible for you.
Yeah, bad timing to have Clash's best mode in this series for FA. You know, having the absolute phenomenal goal scorers in, you know, Lenane as the top one, you've always got to be looking out for his plays as Mortis and as Crow, and a vast array of other brawlers too. But, you know, having this synergy as well in front of goal allows so many good passing plays to happen. And we see that happen so often from Clash. But FA, you know, they might be able to make something happen if it really does play well for them. Chaos going to be going with the Surge, which seems like a bit of an unusual pick. Yet again, neglecting the Crow.
Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe they just don't really feel like playing Crow today. It is going to lead to FA having some better positioning early on, at least some more aggressive positioning. Some good bounces from Ikeos as well, able to maximize the value of a couple of shots. But for the most part, early on, he's going to be out of range of pretty much anyone. So I don't know. I'm not entirely sure why the Surge is coming in here. Maybe they have something special planned for us, but it's a bit of an odd pick so far.
Yeah, you know, he's got to be using those TPs really, really well in this game to get that level up and then maintain the level as well. He's going to eventually pick up level 2 in this game now, and that's going to be really, really strong for him. So Delka just not being able to take out Trevor, and I think that's exactly what Trevor was going for then, just trying to get that that super wasted from Sadelka, and I believe Chaos just picked up his level 3 too, which is going to be so influential, giving him the range and speed buff. Missed pull from Lenane, bit of a weird time to use it as Trevor has just popped his speed just afterwards. Well, Chaos, level 3 now, should be providing some very good map control.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an opportunity here for FA. Oh, he's going to miss the pool there, Serdelka. That is going to be a costly mistake and give some chances to Clash. Lena has his own pool available now. Doesn't quite go for it just yet. They still managed to pick up the kill on Trick. Nice kill from Ikeos as well. Trevor pushing up on the max, and that is going to be the trick shot. No, it doesn't go in!
I don't know what's happening. He should have just walked that, but the pull coming in too. He's going to fall as well, and Sodelka gets that two-piece as he's pulled in. Trick in a very good position now as he has just popped his speed onto Nash, looking to try and get the pinch onto Chaos. Level 4 collected now. Trevor with speed 2. Going to be waiting to get good value on both of them as he runs into their range with that super. Sodelka missing the pull for, I must say, like the 4th time in this game. Going to be hit by the split of the Gene Shot 2, bringing him extremely low now. But still, good jump coming in from Nash, takedown in. And, you know, it's not looking bad for FA at all.
Oh my, Chaos taking a bit of a risk here. I feel like he could have played that one at a bit more range, but overtime is going to be kicking in. And I feel like that level 4 surge, that's the moment where he can start absolutely shining. And look at that, the damage on Nash is absolutely ridiculous from afar. They have quite a couple of supers available as well here on Clash, so they should be able to close this one out. Yup, the pull from the Nile to close things out as Trevor scores it in. Match point coming up for Clash. Once again, I feel like Clash are challenging them a bit more, like themselves, a bit more than they should have, just because of some of the odd brawler they decide to play for. But at least I do like their approach of playing 2 regular, strong meta brawlers and then going for something very weird and interesting on the 3rd brawler. Like, I'd rather have that than then suddenly have like a Shelly, Dynamite, and Primo. You know what I mean? Like, at least they have a comp where it's likely they will still win, but they just make it just a bit more fair for their opponents.
Yeah, you know, let's not forget about that trick shot as well from Trevor. That was slightly worrying, and I must say, in that final goal there, the amount of trust Trevor had in Linane hitting that pull, otherwise it would have been defended, and he did connect with it, and the ball went in. And this is going to be match point for Clash now, and hopefully they're not going to play a troll comp, which I think they probably will do. I'd like to see them just wrap it up here. You know, Clash being such a good Brawl Ball team, it's expected for them to do so, but you never know if they do pull out something a bit more questionable.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Clashers going for full-on troll comp this time around, you know? Like, just go absolutely nuts. Honestly, I'm expecting the Mortis on the no. I feel like very often when he's in a situation, or when Clash is in a situation where they're about to close out a match against, I don't want to say an easy opponent, but a very convincing match so far, he goes for the Mortis in Brawl Ball. Nope, no Mortis. He's going to go for the Piper instead. So still an interesting decision was the Brock as well. This feels like the meta from a couple of months ago when this was, you know, standard on this map. It hasn't been in a while, but obviously, you know, was the kind of aim that we expect from those Clash players. They could absolutely shine here against FA.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be very, very difficult when this match starts to cycle its speed, though. You know, hitting shots with B, Piper, and Brock when you've got a speeded Gene and Max coming at you, it's going to be so, so difficult. But so far, so good for Clash. Going to be picking up a couple of supers, and Chaos obviously having these rocket fuels being able to break up the map is going to be very, very advantageous for the range in this Clash comp.
Yeah, this is looking pretty solid for Clash as they pick up a nice kill over there. Sodelka is also low HP. Lena could open up the wall. Oh my, what a team play from Clash. You love to see it. A super from IKELS. He was hiding behind the Trovo banner, so I didn't even see him use the super at first. But yeah, opening up the walls, Lena just ready to get the shot through. There's nothing FA could have done there, but they are going to get a nice double kill. This could be the goal, actually. Nash was an open goal in front of him. Going to go for the shot and tie things up.
Yeah, you know, really nice plays from those guys, and it's all due to the fact that just the amount of control they're able to get early on. It's so difficult for these range balls to push out of that position. Trick going to be using another phase shifter out the way of a Chaos shot. And now the speed coming in, this is where it gets difficult for Clash, but not without that pickup coming in. I say that, and yet again, Clash do the opposite of what I say. Getting really annoying as the ball is passed back to Linane, and this should be a shot coming in. Oh, the trick shot almost finds its way into that right-hand side, but it doesn't quite. Trevor with some absolutely amazing positioning up the map now. Not going to place that honey pot, but the slow does come in, and it's going to trickle down with that crow damage.
Yeah, super from IKELS doesn't really find any connections over there. Trick going for a close range fight against IKELS, which he is going to win. And now we're getting closer and closer towards overtime, and FA, they have a better positioning. Can Clash push out of there before overtime kicks in? I mean, overtime is honestly pretty good for Clash with their comp, so they're looking to slow things down a little bit and make sure that FA doesn't have too good of a positioning, because if it comes down to a fair fight in overtime, Clash definitely stand a solid chance with that comp.
Definitely so. Really nice super coming in from Chaos, though, just zoning them out, and he's run directly back into that super. The Chaos with the Rocket Rain coming in, going to be taking him down. Another kill on Sodelka as well. Nash needs to do it all on his own now, and the 3 supers from Clash is really going to prevent that as the passing plays come in, and the ball goes in the right-hand side. That is what you can do with 3 supers. Clash making use of them, and going on to the semi-finals in a very decisive win.
Man, that was a fun way to close out the match with the 3 super shots in a row, just, you know, passing to each other from across the map and closing it out. That's going to be Clash moving on to the semifinals. That means that they will be facing Final Stand next. That is going to be an interesting and fun match for sure. But before that, we will have 2 more quarterfinals we need to run through. So far, honestly, we've had 2 pretty one-sided affairs in the quarterfinals. I think it might get a bit different for the other side of the bracket. I mean, we'll find out soon enough, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you know, still some very strong teams on the right-hand side, but, you know, you've still got those 2 fairly dominant teams in probably Escobar and Navi, but they don't face each other in the first round, so still some good semi-finals to come up, and that's one of the main reasons why you should be sticking around watching the whole tournament. Obviously, the teams that have just been knocked out are going to be going home with a bit of money still. We've still got another 2 teams to be knocked out in these quarterfinal rounds, and we'll be seeing who they will be.
Yeah, we'll see that soon enough. But yeah, man, so far Clash, they're living up to their expectations. I think that, especially taking into account that for like 3/4 of the games, they decided to go for some troll comms. They're looking like a super solid contestant at winning the entire Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. But with that being said, guys, we're going to head towards a short break so our players can get ready for the next match. Welcome back, everyone. We had our first couple of quarterfinals, but we still got 2 more to go, and the whole rest, right? The semis, the grand finals, all the good stuff. My name is Teddy. I'm joined by Trav Talks, and we got the bracket ready for you guys. So let's give it a look. Let's see where the teams are at right now. Trav, run us through it.
Yeah, we're looking at Escobar and 7W coming up next. It's going to be a very, very close game, I will say. You know, 7W were looking like quite a good team yesterday, regardless of them dropping that one set. I think it maybe was down to a bit of a troll pick that backfired. Escobar, very convincing at that, I will say. They played some troll picks, and it did actually work. And then after that, Navi versus 09 Gang coming up a bit later on. Should be a very good game too. Got to be looking towards Escobar and Navi over this side of the bracket, though, and, you know, they're the teams that I'm really going to be watching out for.
Yeah, it seems like they are going to be the favorites moving on towards the semifinals. Obviously, we still got those 2 quarters to go through. Escobar versus 7W Gaming. I mean, I haven't seen enough from 7W Gaming to, you know, feel like they could be a favorite coming into this match. So I do feel like Escobar are going to be slight favorite just because of the extra international experience that they have and that we know them for. So I feel like that's enough to just give them a little bit of an edge. Obviously, it's going to come down to the games and how they play in the day. As our friend Spen likes to say as well, Brawl Stars, it really does depend on the day. You can't just look at, you know, everything in the past and be there like, this team is going to win against this one, because we've had so many upsets in Brawl esports, and honestly, this could be a good day as any other to see some of that sort of action. So I wouldn't run them out of the competition just yet. I do feel like 7W, they got quite a bit of stuff to show to us. Hopefully for them, they're able to show up and perform because they're going to need that against Escobar that has been looking quite strong.
Yeah, fingers crossed. They were holding back yesterday. We did see a couple of mistakes coming in from the Piper as well. But, you know, you've always got to be looking towards Escobar to take these kind of games with the experience that Carol and Sugar, and both young as well, do provide to the competitive, you know, the competitive game sense is going to be there for those.
Yeah, we got our maps and modes ready for you guys. Let's give them a quick look. It's going to be Canal Grande in Bounty, some assembly required for Siege, split in Hot Zone. And for sets 4 and 5, if it comes down to it, it's going to be Kaboom Canyon in Heist and Super Stadium in Brawl Ball. So we got quite a bit of variety. The mode that we won't be seeing here is Gem Grab, which is going to be quite interesting because it is one of the classic game modes that everyone knows the best. So I don't know. I'm not so sure how that's going to be impacting things just yet. Canal Grande to open things up. Definitely a tough map, to be honest. I feel like meta-wise, there are quite a couple of options, and it is one of those maps where you can quite easily get out-comped. What are your thoughts on this map, Trav?
Yeah, definitely. So I'm not the biggest fan of it at all. It really does favor some heavy throwers. And, you know, even tanks can come out as well in this kind of sense. And, you know, having these 3 modes first that are first, if it does result in a sweep, and they might be the only ones we're seeing, you know, it's really not going to be too, like, the least favored modes and the least practiced modes, I will say that as well. Not really too favored by any professional team at all, I don't think, in terms of just the bounty, the hot zone, as well as the siege. It kind of just seems to be a bit of a poor map pool for this this round between these 2 teams, and, you know, that might be the reason why it does go quite far. In some of these modes can go either way very, very easily.
Yeah, I think so too. We do have our bans ready. It is gonna be Stu and Barley on the side of Escobar, Bella and Ruffs. Is that Ruffs or Rico? We will probably find that out in game, but it's gonna be either one for 7W Gaming. I'm supposing it's Ruffs that they banned. So it does make sense. I feel like Ruffs is also more likely to be banned than Rico. But yeah, bans wise, this is one of the more interesting matches we've had so far in the event. I mean, Stu and Bell, they make a lot of sense, but at least we do have 2 other brawlers that are quite interesting. Barley, it's a strong brawler. I don't think it would be like my go-to ban at the moment. You know, starting off on Canal Grande, I feel like it is a really strong brawler on that map, so maybe a bit targeted towards that map to just open things up with a lot of strength on their side. And then Ruffs, I'm not so sure. What would be your reasoning for here, Trav?
I mean, we've seen quite a lot of roughs on the likes of Canal Grande to just provide that field promotion to two throwers, and that can be one of the most annoying comps to deal with ever. Having two throwers that can just launch stuff over the walls with a huge amount of HP and not being able to be taken down easily. And then in that little bit of split too that we are going to be seeing in the third set, you know, with Surge coming heavily back into the meta, rough sandbags have been so good as a preventive measure against that. And that's really why you're probably seeing that rough spam just for those two maps. And, you know, who knows? 7W might be a huge advocate for Surge.
Yeah, that could definitely be possible. I mean, as you rightly said, what you can do with refs as well on maps like Canal Grande is just open up the map, right? Remove some of those possibilities from the brawlers. Plus, obviously, the power-ups are just so strong as well for your team. It does make sense that they decide to just get it out of the picture here. Still a bit of an interesting decision, in my opinion. I feel like there's some other heavy hitters that could have been removed, but I respect it. I respect it. We'll have to see how it goes down in game. If we have to go for a prediction, Trav, how do you feel about this matchup? Who is going to be your favorite?
I'm going to go for Escobar just because the fact I know the players a lot better and I know the types of plays they're capable of making. They do tend to go for a bit of a troll now and again, so hopefully they won't and just close out this match as soon as they can. If they are going to close out at that, I should say as well, you know, the likes of Carol and Sugar, two really, really strong Dutch players, going to have some good synergy in that sense, having played together in some stuff before. Really not too familiar with one or two of the players on 7W, and that's why I'm going to give in the favor to Escobar at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you. I feel like so far we've been very much on par, but maybe that just shows, you know, how well synced our minds are. I mean, to be honest, we've been right on every prediction so far as well. So it's not like, you know, we're just like guessing whatsoever. I do agree. I feel like Escobar are going to be, you know, the favorites coming into this one. That doesn't mean that 7W doesn't stand any chances of winning it. We've had so many upsets in the past in Brawl Stars events. This could definitely be one of those, as, you know, I feel like Escobar, they're definitely better, but also they are not the most consistent team either. So we might see some problems there where, you know, it's an off day or there's some games in here and there that kind of fall apart. We'll see. Honestly, I think they are favorites, but it is a bit less of a margin as some of the other matches we've had today.
Yeah, you know, I'll 100% agree with you at that point. You know, the margin has been closed down quite a lot. For teams like Clash, should be dominating any team in this competition. Final Stand, obviously quite a bit of a tier 2 team, but we really didn't know too much about their opponents, which is why we favored those. But in this kind of sense, we have heard of a couple of the players from 7W alongside, you know, Escobar being a fairly recently formed team. So they're not going to have that practice together that really does synergize well. Not too familiar with whether 7W are a new team or not. I haven't really heard the name too much before, but the players I do know.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so far, I mean, I think we just got to see in game how it goes down, right? It could absolutely go either way. With, you know, us siding a bit more for Escobar to take this one home. We'll find out as we are ready to hop in. We have a Carl, which I haven't seen in Bounty in a hot minute, but it does make a lot of sense. It's the kind of brawlers that I don't really think about right now for Bounty, but it just works pretty well. It's an easy blue star, and it's a really strong brawler at the moment.
Yeah, if Carol can get in the face of this Piper as well as the Brock, and also the Tick as well, if he does bait out a few of those last hurrahs, it can provide so useful in the long run. If he can get this instant pressure on them and get the pickaxe bouncing off the walls to get the damage done fast and easily. One lead in favor of Escobar, just due to the fact that they did get that star from the car. That's another factor, as he just mentioned, that makes him so viable. Sight has been broken by that rocket fuel, though, which does kind of favor the Piper and the Brock at this range at the moment, but who knows? Anything can happen.
Absolutely. So far, it's a very slim difference in stars, as Escobar just got that blue star from the center, and that's what is making the entire difference right now. The throwers on the side of Escobar, I mean, as the map opens up, it's going to get a bit more complicated for them, but they can also just stay very defensive, and they're going to be just fine, especially with Scarrow, that if there's any mistakes from 7W, if they take a bit too much damage, he's just going to be swooping in with a flying hook, trying to take down those players from 7W. So far, isn't going for it just yet. He's going to get tagged up quite a bit, but once again, 7W not able to capitalize on any of that damage and get some tangible stars going their way just yet.
Carol's got to look out now, but the kill does just come in from Young in time. Really was looking towards Carol to possibly go down there, but good pickup from Young to prevent that. One of them can stay in aggressive position now, as the blue star is in their favor as well as a 3-star lead. Young looking like he might go down here, but a really nicely timed last hurrah. Seen multiple of those from him in this game. And this is looking like it's going to be going in favor of Escobar, as all 3 kills do eventually come in and they take this game.
Yeah, pretty convincing stuff from Escobar. And sure, you know, it wasn't like a massive star difference or an absolute stomp. But once again, it's one of those situations where they were in control of the match the entire time. There was not a second where they were in danger, not a second where they could have lost that match. And honestly, I mean, I don't want to say it's all because of the comp, but the Carl getting that blue star made such a big difference in the whole dynamic of that game. Like, immediately off the bat, they have the lead, and it was 7W that needed to engage and that needed to pick up a kill, and they were just never really able to do that. And you know, when you are the team that has to attack, you are going to be the one overextending. You're the one that is going to be peaking a bit more, and that resulted in the first couple of kills going the way of Escobar, just being able to punish them for getting a bit too aggressive. And it's just a very smart way to approach things right here.
Yeah, from my experiences of playing the comp that 7W and were playing there, you usually are going to be sending that pick to the other lane to try and get a nice pinch on, get them low, and then the homemade recipes and rocket fuels can come in and finish them off nice and easily once they are a bit low, but just not enough damage coming in off that sense. And we're seeing 7W go the exact same comp that was played last game, and really not working out well for them off the start, as Carol is going to be picking up 1 kill and Young the other. However, we did see Thomas fall there. Young getting another kill with that head and full control now in favor of Escobar, and it's looking very, very nice for them.
Yeah, especially if Carol can maybe take down George. Will do just that. Was a nice shot. And Escobar was a 7-star lead. Right now, 7W Gaming just not really able to get anywhere up close. Young was a bit of a miss super there, miss gadget, sorry, on that last hurrah. Carol low HP, does make it out alive. George is going to get pulled as well. Doesn't quite go down just yet, but still, oh, look at that, actually. We have some kills going the way of 7W. They found just one. The second one now, it's only a 3-star difference. That was a close fight there. They could even have found Carol. He just survived that off with like 200 HP.
Yeah, it's the name of the game in Bounty. If you do get this early lead, you've got to maintain it, otherwise kills will start to come in and the lead does lessen. And Thomas does have this pull here, unable to connect it onto anybody, though, as nobody's really over-aggressing enough for him to be able to do so, as they know they've got this huge, vast amounts of control. Carol with a nice play there, though. Garden Mulcher being played by George H. Going to be staying up, though, and Young picking up that kill, which is probably going to be quite good in the long run, as you don't want too many stars on an aggressive brawler like Carol when he does need to go on these aggressive plays.
Yeah, right now it is once again in a good situation for Escobar. For a while, 7W, they started coming back, but now it is a pretty big difference. They will need the kill onto Carol no matter what, but look at that. That's already 1 kill going the other way around. Carol does go down, but it's not going to be quite enough as Escobar pick up the first set against 7W Gaming.
Yep. The kills did start to come in from the Carl there, and a nice preventive pull from Thomas to delay it a little bit longer so he couldn't get the pinch onto Young and almost finish that game off in their favor. Almost a really, really good comeback, but, you know, they did manage to hold on, and it did look very, very close at quite a lot of points in that game. You know, when Escobar did start to feel slightly overconfident in going for a few of these pickups, and I believe that probably was Carol in that sense, going really aggressive with like 6 stars or something doesn't seem to pay off quite a lot of the time. But did manage to come in with the win, and moving on to Siege, they're going to be feeling very good about it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And honestly, Siege is going to be a bit of a challenge for 7W as well. I think that Siege is the most punishing game mode in the game right now. Like, you make any very small mistakes, even if in the moment it feels like, yeah, it's going to be all right, somehow it's going to be impacting the entire match, because, you know, the bolts that you pick up early on or in the mid game, they are going to matter for the third Siege, but as well, any bolt leaking here and there. So if you want to be consistent in Siege, you need to have like a flawless level of skill, which is definitely going to make things interesting here, as Escobar is not one of those teams that is, absolutely flawless, especially since they are playing with quite a couple of players that don't typically play with them. I'm thinking about Thomas particularly, that is kind of just, playing for the event. I'm not sure if they have any long-term plans together. But yeah, 7W Gaming, the kind of mistakes that we're doing here in Bounty, they're going to be punished really hard in Siege. We have a mirror comp, I believe, off the bat, so no outcomping anywhere here. It's going to be a fair matchup, and so far 7W with a pretty decent bolt lead. They're going to get that first Siege bot.
Yeah, 3 bolt lead coming in now. Going to be securing that 1 bot on the side of Escobar, but a push is going to be coming in from 7W now. And, Siege is the mode where you really need to watch out, and the one you've got to really think about your surroundings the most. Because if you're going to get these early bots, you've got to think about getting the last bot, and that's why bolt management is so valuable in these kind of moments. Good defense now from Escobar, and they do need to be looking to push out. You'd expect a little bit of healing before the speed is pop, but just decides to go for it early, and I don't know how much value Young's going to get out of this.
So far, Escobar do have a couple of bolts from the previous preparation phase, but they'll be wanting for more. I don't think it's very likely that they will get that Siege bot, but if they can get a couple more bolts for the next one, that could be absolutely huge. But look at that team wipe, and 7W Gaming, they're getting quite a healthy Siege bot right now, and they might even have the bolt lead coming into Siege number 3.
Yeah, we're really seeing, the lack of synergy coming from Thomas and Young here. He did probably speed a bit too early for Young to be able to connect the pull with anybody at all. He's trying to get another pull now as he does shoot at opposing players instead of the boss. Good amount of damage going to be coming in as the Carl does pierce through, and 2 pushes for 57% isn't going to secure anything as the speed is available from Thomas and no pull available on Shoxu. Young does need to try and get his really early on into his rounding hit here though.
Yeah, it's not looking all that good so far, is it? He does pick up an important kill onto George. Both Genes have their pools. Carol is going to fall to Crack. Crack survives 44 HP, and the couple of bolts they bank now as well are going to be enough to secure that final Siege bot. 7W Gaming, they're going to get every single Siege bot in this one, and therefore they will be getting the automatic win in this game just because they already have the damage leader anyway. So good stuff from 7W, much better than what we've seen in Bounty. What do you think was the problem so far for Escobar?
I mean, it's always just got to be the start, hasn't it? And I did say a bit earlier on in the game, the lack of synergy between Thomas and Young on these speeds and pull plays just really wasn't there, in my opinion. And, it can always just boil down to the fact that they're a very good Bounty team, but, that doesn't count for anything when you move on to a game mode like Siege. It's a lot more, got a lot more depth to the game mode in terms of bolt management and, decision making when it really boils down to these plays. And, that's maybe why it went in favor of 7W, who do have a bit more experience as a team and are going to be communicating a lot better on terms of these pushes.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the experience as a team was the key factor, and I really like that you pointed that out. Escobar, they're first of all a very recent team, but also they've been quite unstable player-wise. Like, I think they played with Fish in the monthly qualifiers. Right now they're playing with Stomas. Not entirely sure, what their long-term plans are, but yeah, so far we did see some problems around there with some supers not really syncing up together, not finding the most value out of them, and 7W were just able to much more consistently apply that, and in the mirror matchup that's going to make the difference for sure. 100%.
Yeah, a lot of Siege does come down to whoever can get this first bot as well, and that did provide a lot of control for the majority of the game. Well, for the whole game, I should say, as they did manage to pick up all 3 bots. But, a lot of it does come down to who can get this first one guaranteed and get the game firmly in their hands alongside some bolts for the next rounds.
Yeah, ready to hop in, and once again, it does seem like we had a draw for the first Siege. We tuned in a bit late to that game, but 7W, they've been building up quite a healthy bolt count, are going to lose center control, and this is where it's going to be interesting because Escobar, they still got time to catch up, but if they do, if they get that Siege bot, it's not exactly good news as 7W already have 8 bolts secured, so it could be a dangerous position ahead of them. Young is going to get pulled, that's going to be the easy kill for 7W. It seems like they might still get that siege bot 7W, but Escobar are going to get so many bolts for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, you could see in Thomas's mind there how he was thinking as he did hesitate to pick up that bolt just in case it was going to draw it out. Waited a little bit longer, and that is why they're able to get 10 bolts in the bank for the next push. We're going to be seeing an extremely big push coming in now from 7W, and this might be it, as the defense is completely depleted. The spin comes in, damage all round, and I don't know if they're going to be able to finish it, but it's going to be a lot of damage regardless.
Yeah, that's some very solid damage. It was a very strong push from 7W. I really like how they just took down 2 players instantly, even before the eye got in range, to make things a bit, more easy on that push. Weren't quite able to close it down all the way, but not far off. Nice kill from Young. Craig is going to go for the dive, but Carol is able to pull him out of that position. And we are looking at a huge, absolute massive unit of a siege bot for Escobar, level 16 coming up. It seems likely that they would be able to find enough damage, but honestly, you're never too sure. There is a pretty decent defense so far already. And look at that, Shoksu has the pull available as well. He's going to go for it, but he's going to get pulled himself. He goes down. Do they have enough time? Do they have enough damage to take the win? It's so close. Oh, 13-13. It's a tie.
Well, you literally never see ties in this game, and I will say, really wasn't expecting to even get that much damages. They just had no control over the center pushing up, and that's why the boss was so low pushing in. They had the speed available, and the health wasn't bad. They didn't speed up the map, and that is why the Gene was able to get that pull out, and I'm not sure about the pull, the counter pull of the Gene either, because, it kind of pulled it even further out of the zone than it would have been regardless, but really nice plays anyway, and seeing the siege game end in a draw is very, very uncommon, and it's only seen a couple of times in competitive.
Yeah, it's quite a rare event. I mean, you see it once in a while, right? But especially in the way it happened right here, that was absolutely epic. Yeah, that was a close call, man. One more shot from either side would have made the difference, but we are ready for the next one. Young this time around is going to get the first ball. That's a bit of a different dynamic, as it seemed like 7W were a bit more consistent on those starts, and this siege bot is going to go the way of Escobar, so we'll see how good 7W's retake is going to be, because so far we've seen them pretty much only attacking. Different dynamic in this game.
Yeah, this could be the perfect demonstration of my theory. We saw 7W winning that first one in the first, and they won. Drawing in the second, and they drew. If Escobar win this game, it's going to prove my theory perfectly, in that the first bot can really affect the gameplay of literally, if you get the first bot, you win on this map.
Yeah, that is very much possible. Nice pull there from Thomas, taking down George. Shoksu has his own pull available. Going to get it onto Thomas. Will secure the kill, but Crag is low HP as well. Carol picking up that nice kill, and the pull is just enough to make sure that no one goes for that bolt on the left-hand side. If someone does, he's gonna get pulled instantly, and they respect that. George getting pulled anyways. Young and Crag dueling it out. I feel like Young would have won that if he committed to the fight, but he's not, and we do have a couple of bolts on the side of 7W for the next siege bot. Nice kill. The bolt not picked up by anyone, but Thomas is able to snag it away, and it's quite a big one, because now it goes from a potential 5 to only 3 bolt difference. So yeah, it's quite significant, as they are going to be going for the retake there. Carol going to get pulled. Nice opening from Shoksu. This is a really solid opportunity for 7W to get this final siege bot, but they need to keep it up in the middle. George low HP, doesn't quite fall. He's going to stay alive, and bolt-wise, it's going to be so close.
Yeah, Carol really needs to hit this pull and get this bolt here. Needs to drag him through it, but on the other side of things, Young gets dragged through it instead, and they're going to need an absolutely amazing defense here, as they're going to be put in a defensive position by this boss. Carol looking very low and not really any mid control at all. Shoksu going to be healing up Crag as well now, giving him a good amount of HP for him to be able to pierce through this defense, and it's not looking good for them at all. And this could possibly be a set loss.
Oh, look at the pool, though. They are going to be the ones tanking instead, but there's no one left to defend, and it's looking like they will get enough damage. This is going to be set going the way of 7W Gaming, and what a set do we have behind us here.
Yeah, I must say, very, very, very nice place from 7W to be able to get that back there. And the pull in, Carol's mispositioning really did cost them there, as just having a gene pull on that whilst holding the mid control is very difficult to pull into, but he over-aggressed a little bit to try and get his. Ended up getting pulled into the opponent's Ike zone. getting hit by that a lot, and he does go down, leaving it a 3v2, and they're just able to get so much control back off that, and with the lead they already had as well, just securing that last push. And honestly, it looked like there was a possible defense there, but nobody left to tank the Ike when the boss got pulled out.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt. It just wasn't like perfectly lined up, right? They needed at least one guy to really capitalize on that, and they lost everyone on that defense. So, yeah, maybe a bit mistimed. It was a tough situation, because the further away he was running, and the better the pool would be, the more time it would cost just to get to that position. And during that time, well, he lost his two teammates, and they weren't really able to capitalize on it anymore. It was a bit of a gamble to run that far away and really go on the edge of his pool, but it didn't pay off. And that's how gambles go. Sometimes it works out, sometimes not quite as much. And this time around, it is going to be 7W picking up that set. We're all tied up, which means that for the first time today, we are going to go at least all the way to set number 4. But honestly, so far with how back and forth those teams have been playing, I wouldn't be surprised to go all the way on this match.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Hot Zone coming up next, and you've got to wonder whether they're going to bring Sugar in to try and secure this win. Do have a bit more synergy on that part, and I think he's got a bit more of experience at this kind of level than Thomas had. Anyway, I'm not saying they should sub Thomas out, but in that kind of sense, Sugar's a very, very good competitive player at this point, and bringing him might make the difference. But Hot Zone coming up next, and this could be a really decisive set to see who is going to win this one.
Yeah, I think so too. It's going to be an important set for sure. I always feel like, when it's tied up, the third set is the most important because it just gives you momentum going towards your match point, and it's just a good position to be in, and to get a point that actually gets you really close to victory, where you can start tasting the victory. And especially with teams like that usually the less experienced a team is, which those are two teams that aren't like massive titans and competitive just yet. The more emotions and momentum are going to be extremely important in those matches. So I'm really looking to this set, especially with Hot Zone, which just has constant battles for those zones. It's going to be very heated, and the team that comes up out on top, they're going to be ready to just take the next one back and forth. So yeah, I'm excited for this one. I feel like it's been quite a match already, and honestly, the first match today where it's so close and both teams absolutely have a shot at winning, even after a couple of sets already played.
Yep. Definitely so. I mean, you've got to be looking forward to that split set. And with the Ruffs band, should be seeing this Surge Pam comp, as well as Tick maybe coming in as well. Can be very, very advantageous to play that comp. Definitely with the Ruff band as well. It's going to be so much more advantageous for both Surge and Pam to be able to pierce through a brawler rather than get tanked by some sandbags.
Yeah, it seems like we have a bit of a sub in, and that's why we are taking things a bit slower until we get into our next set. As Young is going to be stepping out for Escobar, getting replaced by Sugar. We saw quite a bit of Sugar action yesterday, I believe, in their round of 16 match. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see him at play. Really nice guy, and also really solid player. Yeah, usually playing the mid, I believe. So I'm curious to see how that's gonna work out for Escobar against 7W. I don't feel like there's any like particular advantage like synergy wise, because as far as I know, all those guys haven't really played together all that much before this month. So I wouldn't say they're gonna be more prepared. You know what I mean? With Sugar coming in play. I'm just looking forward to see a bit of more freshness. We don't really know too much either because the team is quite new. Maybe he's a bit more comfortable for Hot Zone. Maybe he wasn't really feeling like playing the two first modes. We'll find out soon enough, anyways. But yeah, this could absolutely go either way. Trev, do you feel like one team of the two has been standing out a bit more in that final set?
Well, it kind of seemed like Escobar were a bit more dominant in the bounty set than 7W were in the siege that they've both won on opposite hands of the opposite sides of the game. It's like they won 2-0 and it was very dominant, and then on the opposing side 2-0 in terms of siege as well. So feeling they're very, very similar, but I'm excited to see what kind of changes Sugar's going to be making, whether it's if he's going to be brought in to play a certain brawler that he can play very, very well, or as you've said, if he's just more comfortable in Hot Zone than Young is.
Yeah, that is very much possible. I mean, it's going to be the case always, you know, for players to be just a bit more comfortable in certain game modes, certain maps, all that kind of stuff. We have the Carl, Colt, and B. We've seen that comp getting played a bit more recently on this map. You used to see it, let me think, what was the third brawler before? 8-bit was usually the one that was getting played with the Colt and the B. 8-bit did fall off quite a bit with his recent nerf, so Carl is a very valid option to replace him. So far, a bit of a lead in favor of 7W Gaming, but with both zones under control, well, never mind, Tom is just about to fall right now, and suddenly 7W, they're going to capitalize on that lead furthermore as they have control of both lanes. Just as I say that, they lose control of the left side.
Yep, Carol coming in with some extremely amazing taps there. On this B, he's a very, very comfortable B player and a very good one at that, I will say. Sugar does need to start connecting a few more shots, as we really haven't seen him hitting too much, and, you know, this is starting to prove the fact as, you know, 7W have a huge advantage now, but a massive charge shot coming from Carol there, securing that kill, and as long as they can hold this left side for a little amount of time, it's going to near enough equal it out.
Yeah, right now 7W still was a bit of a lead, but it is slowly closing down as Escobar are capturing 2 percentages by 2 as they have both sides. They're only 5% behind. Nice beam from Sugar. Gonna super him down through the wall. And this is now looking like Escobar. They have a bit of a lead. Sugar gonna get pushed by all 3 players. They go down, and now suddenly 7W, they are catching up. They are getting into a pretty good position. Thomas did manage to swoop into the right side just in time to keep that lead up. And right now, it just looks like they're going to run away with this one. I'm not sure what the move was from 7W here. Why did they overcommit to the left zone when they needed the kills on the right side no matter what? I don't know. It feels like a bit of a mistake there.
Yep, huge heads-up play from Thomas there. I didn't even see that as well, with the flying hook being able to just get that zone and keep the percentage advantage. And it just seemed like Shoxu, even when it happened, didn't even see it happen, as he didn't focus that right-hand side at all when he needed to. Because, you know, if you don't, then you're going to lose regardless of the fact you're not capturing that left-hand side zone as well. So, you know, hugely big heads-up play from Thomas there, and a heads-down play from Shoxu as he doesn't pinch across. Going to be allowing Escobar to get that win, and I honestly thought it was very, very difficult to do so towards the end of that game.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, that was a clutch win for sure. I think that 7W overall played better in that game, but Escobar, they just, you know, managed to get that clutch factor in and close it out towards the end. So well played to both teams. I feel like this one could have absolutely have gone either way, but just a bit more of a clutch on the side of Escobar, and particularly Thomas. Man, that flying hook into the zone, you had to catch it, and being able to just spot that opportunity, really good stuff for Escobar. And it also shows, you know, that you can be in a disadvantageous position if you're able to clutch up and have those cold nerves, just like Escobar did in that occasion. You can absolutely come back, and it was very well played.
Yep, ice in the veins from Escobar there, just being able to bring it back and clutch that game up. Really good play from Thomas, as I will repeat that again. Very, very good play from him. And, you know, 7W have got to make something change. Not sure about the comp. You know, I feel like it was quite solid with that surge in there. I feel like it's a bit better than, you know, it's got a good advantageous matchup against the Carl on that left and on the right hand side, should I say, as the TPN really just doesn't allow Carl to sit on that zone. Susceptible to a 3-shot and a jump on top of him. So he's really got to play it passive, and it just seemed like Surge wasn't putting enough pressure on that right hand side off the start to be able to take as much of a lead as they'd like to. Although they had a huge lead off the start, you know, he really did need to secure that right.
Yeah, now we do have the Tick and the Sprout double thrower from Escobar. That's going to be interesting for the least, especially facing a Surge that does pretty all right against those throwers, but we'll find out as Carol does pick up a nice kill. Escobar was a bit of a lead so far, but nothing too big, as on the left-hand side, it is not going to be an easy task for Escobar to deal with the Carl. They do pick up a one-on-one trade, but Shoxu is still in control of the left side. George able to get to some right side control. He is quite low HP, does ultimately fall, and 7W, they already passed the 50% threshold, in a nice position to take some early lead into this game.
Yep, not sure about this play from Sugar here. He's walling it off, but he's just not able to push up due to that fact. And, you know, look at both of these sides here. Left side already secured from Shoxu and only right needed by George H. And he's got a large amount of it now, more than 50% of that side done. So Carroll going to be getting heavily pushed by Crag as he knows he's got this HP lead here, and he does miss a couple of shots. Spin is activated, not picked up. And this is looking very, very bad for Escobar in this game.
Yeah, I don't know what that comp was about from Escobar, to be completely honest. Like, I don't really see the potential all that much. I mean, maybe there's something that they weren't really able to execute correctly so far, but it just does seem like a bit of a comp that just didn't work whatsoever. So I'm not sure. I don't know whose idea that was, but it didn't really feel like the best idea to me, as of course you're going to struggle to take control because you're going to need to push up. You know that Carl is very much going to be an option, and Carl does pretty well against those brawlers. Just flying hook into your face or a super right next to you, you are going to be in a ton of trouble. So I don't know, it felt like a bit of an odd decision from Escobar, as the previous comp seemed to work better, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be switching off that double thrower comp coming into game number 3 in the set.
Yep, no, I think so too. This map heavily depends on an aggro brawler, at least one, if not two, such as like 7W's comp with the Surge and the Carl being 2 aggro comps and just having tick for that passiveness. Thereas, you know, you've got the double throw on the side of Escobar. It's really not going to pay off at all. There's just nobody to get on those zones. Clearly shown by Sugar on that left-hand side, just walling himself off and not being able to get on the zone at all. So, you know, regardless of that fact, they still managed to get a decent amount of percentage on the right, but still nothing that Carl can do against the Surge.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough matchup there for Escobar. One of those scenarios where you're just outcomped. There wasn't really much they could have done. I would have been very shocked if they won that game. So, I don't know. I think the comps need to be just a bit more on point. I do feel like overall they tended to have the better comps so far. So it's a bit odd that suddenly here they just go for something that crazy. And oh, well, look at that. We are going to be seeing some Frank Rosa Gill action. It is a comp that used to be really strong on this map, a bit less at the moment, but it could absolutely work out against a team, against a comp like what 7W is playing right now.
Yep, Sugar's really got to take advantage of this grass on the right-hand side now, though, that he has placed, and it doesn't look like he's doing so. Can see that he's on the zone due to the fact that it's ticking up, and eventually Thomas is going to take control of the side. Good gadget from him, I will say, as that damage would have come in and knocked him back into some more tick shots. Carroll able to continue this, getting this side now. Does have his knockback too, not going to opt to use it just yet, as he maybe can get a really nice combo play with Thomas. Good gadget from in there, and he does break up that mid as well, which is going to be hugely advantageous. Oh, Thomas. Wow. Well played from him. Good TPs in. Good jump in from Carroll there as well to just keep the pressure up. And this is looking very, very good for Escobar. Full capture of the left, right-hand side. And now a full focus on the left with supers. That is going to be the game, and Escobar takes it there.
Yeah, that was a really good comp. We've seen them take some risks comp-wise, go for some a bit more unorthodox comps, and it does absolutely pay off this time around. The first game they did it, yeah, maybe not exactly the best idea, but this time around they made it work, and that means that they take the lead now 2-1 in sets. This means that they could close it out in this set. Heist is going to be the game mode as well, so I feel like Heist is a pretty good game mode to close it out for them. They did seem a bit better at getting some control and at winning those team fights. So I feel like this could work out for Escobar to go for a 3-1, but I'm not ruling out 7W Gaming just yet. They've shown us some pretty impressive stuff. I didn't know those guys all that well before, this, I don't want to say weekend, but the last couple of days. So I'm looking forward to see if they can actually catch up. I do feel like they have the potential to make it happen. The question for me is going to be how well can they execute it? How well can they play against Escobar in that high set? Because they're going to need their top-notch performance if they want to stay in this match.
Clearly, that substitution of bringing Sugar in did kind of pay off there. Had a really nice job of the right-hand side, managing to keep it for the near enough the whole game in that last one we saw. But as you say, can't rule 7W out. They did take a set dominantly over Escobar, and then on the other hand of things, have managed to pick up a game in that set too. So you kind of got to think they're not out for count yet, but Escobar are definitely going to be the favoured team going into this one, as they have shown some really, really promising plays, as well as us being a bit more familiar with the players and knowing what they're capable of if they do decide to turn up really, really well.
Yeah, I think so too. By the way, I have a bit of insider information. It did seem like Young, we were thinking like maybe there's some strategies behind him subbing out for Sugar. No, it seemed like he was having some connectivity issues. So that seems to be as easy as that. We were maybe overthinking things a little bit, but ultimately it doesn't matter all that much. As Escobar, they kick things off with a bit more control. I do like the Crow a whole lot on the side of 7W Gaming. Actually, on both sides, they have the mirror matchup, right? Or almost. The Byron instead of the Poco is going to be interesting for sure. But the Crow with the anti-heal is going to be so good against those healers.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming in with the jump as well there. Jump from Sugar now trying to get the double slow off, does connect with it, but you've got to realise, why are they playing Poco instead of a Byron when Byron is available here? That is 100% going to be the more superior healer. And you've just got the range to be able to hit brawlers as well as get those heals from a range too when your teammates are going into a more aggressive position, which is very, very expected. And an amazing triple slowing Toxin from Sugar there, just maintaining this control long enough. Still are a bit on the back foot, but Carol, super in hand, got the connection on George H2. Going to be very close to cycling, and you've got to look towards Sugar with another jump here.
Yeah, he does take quite a bit of damage. He's going to fall, and Crag gets taken out. I mean, I guess the good thing with Spoko is that he's going to be so good at holding the middle, because despite him not having the most range, Poco is so good in like 1v2, 1v3s. He gets his super so fast. He is going to get jumped on by Crag, which will secure the kill. Sugar able to get the trade, but there's no more Poco to heal him up, so he's gonna go down. Damage-wise, it's such a close affair. Carol gonna get his super down, giving the lead to, oh no, George is gonna miss his super. That's a big mistake, because now the lead is in favor of Escobar. That could have been their ticket to pick up the lead.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas coming in with the heal now as well. Carol has got his super in hand again. Sugar as well, and, one jump from Sugar here could be very, very dangerous, but all three pushing down the right-hand side. It looks like they're just going to ignore it, which really isn't the best play to make. Colette going to be on safe now too, and it's just on the opposing side. It's only the Colette, and it's looking like the damage might come in, but the damage from the super is going to be close, and 7W are going to take it by the 3%. In a very, very close push. Seemed very, very weird that they decided to push with the one as three people flooded the safe from 7W.
Yeah, and honestly, like, right now it's easy to think like that it was a close call, that it was the right decision, but it wasn't, because that relied on the Colette missing 2 supers that game. I just want to point that out. She missed 2 supers on the save. One of them was earlier, so that doesn't really matter too much for the base rush, because they probably wouldn't have if they were behind in damage that much. But towards the end, she missed a super on save again, which if she had hit, it would have been like 20% left on the red save. So it's not really like it would have been anywhere near being a close situation where you can kind of like gamble it. So yeah, definitely the wrong decision from Escobar. I feel like they should have gone for the fight, especially with a Poco, because you can win those team fights quite easier than with a Byron, just because if everyone is grouped up like that, if you manage to hit 2-3 people per attack, you're gonna get your super in no time and just spam it out, deal tons of damage across the board, and heal your teammates up just constantly. So I feel like that could have been the way to go for Escobar, but they decided to do it differently. And this means that 7W Gaming, they're at set point. If they win this next game, we're all tied up and we're going to set 5.
Yep, Thomas is going to be bringing out the Colette now, and Carol on the Poco. I don't know why they're not going Byron yet again, and a slow coming on Thomas early on. Heals using that tuning fork from Carol as well, and Sugar going to be falling to George H if he can't get that shot off. Does pick up super too, and the heals are going to be there from Shoxu, and a good early lead now coming in from 7W, especially with Crag with this jump too, going to be dealing a bit of damage, and it's only Sugar defending. They're not focusing on defense or attack on the side of Escobar, just rather sitting in the mid.
Yeah, just chilling right now. And I just want to point out as well, I think that Thomas was the Poco in the previous game, and he's going for the Colette now, and Carol going for the Poco. Not 100% sure, but I think That's what I remember. Good supers from Thomas, to be honest, able to catch up damage-wise. They're only 14% behind. That's not the biggest difference. We'll see how the middle retake is from 7W Gaming, as they need to retake control, otherwise they're going to keep getting damage heading towards their save.
Yep, Sugar looking a bit low. Heal does come in, though, and he just gets tapped up yet again by the Crow, and a nice slow there. Look at the value from Carol. This is what you've been talking about, Teddy, with the value of the Poco. Another super connected from Thomas as well, and they're only 2% behind now. Huge deficit being closed down by Escobar here, and it's looking very, very good for them as they maintain this control for a long period now.
Yeah, the Poco putting in some solid work here for Escobar. They're still a bit behind, but that super is going to give the lead back to Escobar. And thing is, right now, 7W, they need to be really careful, because if they overextend, then Sugar can just jump over the wall and get onto the save. Crag is actually going to do that. And just as I said, Sugar jumps in, and that's going to be some massive damage. They just close it out now, I think, Sugar?
What's happening? Yet, I don't know.
Yep, here we go.
Eventually finished off by Thomas. The shots don't come in from Sugar, but must say Carol on that Poker was so good over that left-hand side when all three of them clumped up. And you did say that earlier. That is exactly what you were predicting the Poco to be so valuable at doing. Picking up those shots that when they clumped up, and it really did affect it hugely in that game, as Sugar being able to connect a lot of shots to him as well and slow him down. The pairing of that is just so phenomenal.
Yeah, it was very well played. I love the slow from the Crow, man. Like, it's so strong, and you can combine it with so much stuff. And with a Poco, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Like, because Poco doesn't deal a whole lot of damage with one shot, right? But if you can hit 3 people, that's 3,000 damage total. That's quite an amount. Plus, you're getting that super insanely fast. And if your teammates are around, they're getting healed up as well. Like, value-wise, it's just unbelievable how much you can get out of that. This does lead us to match point in favor of Escobar. It is still set point for 7W Gaming, so if 7W win this one, we're going to set 5, and we get a full-on reset. But Escobar, if they win this one, then it's the end of the match, and they pick up the victory. They pick up their spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, you know, Escobar feeling a bit sketchy about this one, I will imagine. 7W did get that first game quite, very close ending. This one was a bit more in Escobar's favor, but 7W did provide a very good start, and Escobar just looked really confused as to what was happening, just sitting in the mid. Did manage to eventually get that back, though, and that mid control did pay back in their favor as they managed to maintain it for the remainder of the game. But, you know, just seemed like they were very indecisive, and that's something 7W might be able to, you know, capitalize on.
Yeah, we'll see if we have any changes. I feel like Escobar kind of set on the Poco. Maybe we'll see them switch over to a Byron. 7W Gaming, on the other hand, I don't know, man. I feel like their comp was pretty alright. I mean, we have to remember both teams played the exact same comps in both games, and one went each way. So they could just keep playing the same. It could just be the execution that was a bit off in this one. And we are going to see the same stuff from Escobar, but 7W Gaming, they are going to be matching up that Poco now.
Clearly loving the Poco, which I found quite hard to believe off the start, but it has proven me wrong. Carol with some good heals onto Thomas, and an early super from George H, but Shotzu left all alone, going to be taken down eventually. I should hope so, at least. The kill does eventually come in, and now Crag over this left-hand side does have jump directly onto Carol. Doesn't finish him off, though, as the tuning fork is providing some good heals. Another one pop now. Good heal from Shotzu on the other side of things, though, but still stalemate in mid.
Yeah, Carol taking a bit of damage. Crag gonna jump on the save, and that's gonna be some decent damage, especially as he picks up a kill onto Carol now as well. George with the super. Good stuff from 7W Gaming, taking 25% lead right now. Thomas with a nice super. It gets the quadruple tag, actually, as he just reloads his next super immediately. Good stuff from him, but I don't even think he's gonna get towards using that super just yet. George was another one to connect, and Escobar safe, already below 50%.
Yep, good start for 7W here, I will say. And another jump, like, guaranteed by Crag, and he does use it on that safe. Shots coming in all round now, and this is looking a very good game for 7W. As the pressure still remains, it's looking like Escobar are going to be dropping this one. We might be heading to this last set.
Yeah, 10% left. It's looking more and more like we're going to the final set, and that Colette super from George seals the deal for 7W Gaming. We're going to set number 5 as they tie things up and push things to our final set. That's going to be some Brawl action. I don't think I remember the map, Trav. Do you maybe happen to have it?
I don't know, but they all seem to be fairly similar in terms of comps at the moment. Anyway, so I think you can just talk in general, because I think we did just watch Backyard Bowl, so it should be either Super Stadium or Triple Dribble, and I believe it is going to be Super Stadium, as we've just been told. Super Stadium, very, very good map at the moment. You're looking towards the Carl picks, as well as, Max Jean's still in play, so very, very good comp.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, just Max in general absolutely shines in Brawl Ball. With Max, you can definitely expect that Jean, but even just on its own, Jean is a really solid brawler in Brawl Ball to open things up a bit more, especially since at the moment we do tend to see a bit more stalemates early on, where teams are kind of just looking to get towards that first super to, open things up a bit more and get an advantage. And getting a Jean pool, that's just massive. If you hit it, it's a free kill. So that's the way to get a nice opening, get the man advantage, and seize that opportunity to push up, get more control, and get a build up towards a goal. So yeah, I'm definitely expecting some of that. Crow has been really solid in Brawl Ball lately as well, in a couple of different maps, but also some Troers can make some appearances as well. That's very much possible. I believe Barley was a ban, so I guess we won't be seeing that, and he is one of the favorite Troers for Brawl Ball. On this map, being mid is also a pretty solid option. You could also go for some crazier options, such as like Mortis on the lane, that can work, and we see it quite a bit. Nita has been making quite a couple of appearances here, and Jesse for the middle area works out pretty well too.
Not to forget about that Ems as well. We've seen SK play it quite a few times. I believe like that Ems and Max comp is so good on this map now. Playing that Ems to counter the Carl out when he does use that flying hook and spin on you, you can just knock him directly back out of it. And Ems seems to be a very, very strong brawler that's clawing back in at the moment, just due to the fact that Carl is available in the meta. That is the kind of indirect buffs that you get from balance changes. Carl being brought back prominently brings back Ems, and then Max Ems becomes an absolute massive force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think so too. Ems overall just a pretty a solid brawler at the moment. One of the more balanced brawlers, to be completely honest. When you think about it, it's the type of brawler that is gonna shine in some counter situations. It's still pretty decent across the board against any matchup, but it does also have some weaknesses. So a brawler that I think is a really, really healthy spot in the meta. Just not too strong, not too weak. It's playable here and there, but it's not one of those go-to picks that we've seen on a couple of other brawlers. So I really like where Ems is right now, and I would actually enjoy seeing it, although I don't feel like it's really the go-to for this map either. Like, SK do pull it off really well, but not anyone is SK either.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. SK are SK, and there's no taking that away from them. They are the ones who are going to be able to play these comps to an absolutely amazing standard. The teams who, these top teams who do create the metas and do bring out these brawlers, and, it might not be a prominent pick for other teams. And 7W are believing they can pull it off here, and I believe in them too, as the Carl is pulled out from Carol. Getting those matchups right early off the start, as they do an early swap. And now, very big stalemate in the mid. Crag trying to take advantage of this lane now, and it does seem like he's almost able to do so, and the speed coming through can affect that as well.
Well, you were right. We do have the Max. We also have a Carl, which I kind of forgot about, to be completely honest, just because I'm not used to it being in the meta just yet. But obviously, a really solid brawler right now. 7W was a bit more aggressivity early on, able to get a bit more control as well. Sugar is going to get taken out by Crag. This is a nice opening. Crag does get pushed up by Thomas. Thomas and Crag dueling it out, but it is going to be Crag to ultimately win that fight and just keep that continuous man advantage, going for some spawn cycling. But the pool connects onto George, and that's going to be opening things up a bit more for Escobar to get out of their spawn.
That is exactly what Escobar needed in that instance. Just being able to hit that pull has opened up so much, and you're seeing the push out now. Sugar being caught out hugely, though. George H just trying to look for this speed now, as both of his teammates have got super, and benefit hugely off it. Just trying to clip a few shots, but Thomas provides it early, and a nice pull yet again from Sugar, who seems to be connecting pull after pull, and it's really influencing his team.
Yeah, we got a nice team wipe for Escobar. They do survive with 2 players. This does mean that they can get a bit more space, but Shoksu has that pull available, and that is going to be quite dangerous for Escobar to work around with. We'll see how they deal with that situation. Thomas has super as well. The pull connects onto Sugar. Sugar is able to knock them back. He's gonna fall, but he is gonna respawn with a super, whereas Shoksu doesn't have his anymore. And 7W, they couldn't quite capitalize too much on that pull, so that could give a pretty good situation to Escobar, but we'll see how Sugar's pull is gonna be. It doesn't go for it just yet. They're slowing things down a little bit, but we're getting closer and closer to overtime. Things could get dangerous soon.
Yep, and there is Crag getting pulled in, and the super and the gadget wasted at that as well. And this could be a huge opening for Escobar if they make something happen. Leaving the ball in the corner, though, seems like a very weird play to make, because that is what is going to make the positioning actually, you know, viable. Just having control of this ball is such a big strategy to have, and Shoksu with an amazing pull onto Carol, opening up a lot of things for 7W. Ball control heavily in their favor now as the pass is going to come through a bit further up the map, just waiting to get some supers, and the shot maybe can come in. But Escobar back with the ball in their control and some supers in hand.
Yeah, they got 2 supers on each side. That could be huge. The pulls especially. Pull connects onto Carol. He's gonna go down. Sugar does have a pull of his own, and he's gonna use it to connect it, but Crag dodges it. The super shot from George. That's gonna be 7W Gaming at match point as they take that game.
Worrying times for Escobar here. I will say this might be our first wrong prediction of, I think, the whole tournament, including yesterday. And, you know, Escobar just need to try and get some of this team play down. There's a few instances where the speeds aren't being provided to Carol, and he's just resulted in getting pulled over and over and over. Flying Hook really not making too much of a prominent, like, really bringing out too much of any worries for 7W there either. And I didn't even see it being played to one good standard, I will say, in that game as well. And, you know, being able to keep them for the situations that you really do need them is a huge value to have in a player.
Yeah, I feel like there were some missed opportunities from Escobar as well. Right before overtime, as you rightly said, the ball not picking it up and then going back to pick it up, which kind of killed any opportunities because the timing was just gone. Like, they had the timing to be on the aggressive side as overtime kicks in. They decided to not go for it, which I mean, I don't understand, but I guess then you got to stick with it, because going back meant that he was in a position where he was at a disadvantage, and he just got pulled right after. Like, it was just everything falling apart and hesitating between some decisions. A missed pull from Sugar towards the end that would have knocked the ball out of the hands from the M's and potentially stomp that push. So some mistakes here and there. I think what worries me more about Escobar is that it's not like one weakness. There were a bunch, some miscommunication, some mechanical mistakes, missed pulls, missed opportunities. It's just a lot across the board, and I feel like they can do better than that. So match point for 7W Gaming. Escobar are going to need to step up in this next game. Otherwise, they are going to go home in this top 8.
Got to think if they're going to stay faithful to their comp or not either, because I said before the game, both Carl and Ems are viable, but Carl's going to be viable when Ems isn't in play, and Ems was, so that really made a huge difference as well. And, you know, this is where the comp changes can come into play. If the Ems is going to be played, you've got to change Carl, and if Ems isn't going to be played, Carl's going to be the best pick. So, rock, paper, scissors inbound.
Yeah, that is very much possible. Some mind games coming up in this next game. And it is going to be the mirror matchup actually coming up here. Both teams going for the exact same brawlers. Escobar going for a bit of a copy-paste.
Yep, deciding to copy up the 7W team's comp. Going to be not really looking to a good standard off the start, as they are kind of pinned in spawn very early on. Good shots across from the left from Carol, though, preventing them from pushing up. As there's nobody on his lane, he can really focus that mid and try to force the control of it. But Sugar eventually picking up pull is going to rely heavily on Thomas, whether he can get his super, and he does. And this could be a really good chance for Escobar.
Yeah, the pull on Sugar. How is he going to use that one? He finds the connection on Shoksu. That's going to be the kill. Crank is low HP, but he's holding on for so long. Carol pushing up. Can he make this happen? Yup, he is going to shoot it straight through George. And that's going to be Escobar scoring early on. Good stuff from them. They really needed that. But can they hold on for another minute and a half? And 7W Gaming are going to try to score.
you know, a pull in hand and the speed as well, and that is going to be all is needed, as Crag does pop his super as well, getting some good value over the map. All supers in hand now from Escobar, and they've really got to watch out, as Carol with his speed is going to come in as a massive force with this super. Super in hands of Sugar too, and the speed comes through from 7W beforehand. Thomas really needs to get his hands on another one if they're going to make something happen, but an amazing pull from Sugar might just make that happen, as Thomas is going to get a lot of shots off when the brawler starts to be reined in.
Yeah, Carol hasn't used his super just yet. We'll see when he decides to go for it. Cornered bull for 7W Gaming. The pull from Sugar, that was an insane pull as he takes down Shocksu and gives the man advantage, but it is a bit of a stalemate still. Supers available on both sides for those Amps. Carol gonna get pulled. That is gonna be the kill, and that should be enough to defuse the situation a little bit for 7W Gaming, but the pull from Sugar just doesn't want to let George go anywhere. Once again, the ball around the corner. 7W Gaming playing it very defensive until overtime.
Yep, just going to be changing the corner of the ball, and Carol just neglecting to use this super at all, even if it is on one. Crag decides to run into him now, and that might be a bad decision as he does fall. Carol uses his super as well, gets that pickup. Sugar in a very good spot to slot this in, and the auto-aim pull is not going to assist them in defending it at all. Sugar is able to walk it in as Shocksu pulls Thomas.
Double match points coming up. Whoever wins this next game is going to take the entire match with them and move on to the semifinals. Man, this has been quite a match. I expected this one to be along the closer ones in the quarterfinals, but honestly, so far, I mean, this has been way past my expectations. Super happy with what we've seen so far here between Escobar and 7W Gaming. But this next game here, the next best of one, is going to decide it all, as the winner is going to win the whole thing. So, yeah, man, a lot of nerves, I think, to be expected from both teams. As you know, when you are about to lose 3-0, it's kind of like you've had some time to, you know, make up your mind and be there like, okay, well, I accept the decision. You know, we've just lost 5 games in a row. It doesn't seem likely for us to win the 6th one. In this sort of a scenario, it's been so much work from both teams, so much effort and energy and insane plays that it is tough to lose at this point, and both teams are going to give it their all to take this one home and stay in the competition.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of expecting one of the teams at least to play that same comp again, and it's just whether a team wants to attempt to counter. I'm not sure what really can at this point, but you're going to be looking at something to change up on that M side to try and take it on. Maybe something like a Nita, who does have that really good peak ability over M's, but you know, you've really got to worry that M's are just going to be able to reign superior over every single lane, and you see both teams going back with the same comp, and we're going to see who it's going to work out for in this one.
Yeah, Carol was a nice gadget. Just gets an extra shot off from it. Crag seems to have a bit of a problem there. And look at that. That could even turn into a goal. Sugar trying to walk it in. Will make it happen. Not sure what happened for 7W Gaming, but it seemed like they were having some issues here. And it's going to cost them a goal. Escobar, 1 goal away from winning this quarterfinal. The pull from Sugar, I think it connected, but George managed to dash out of it. Carol once again going to win his lane against Crag, and that's a nice way to open things up for Escobar.
Yep, Carol over this right-hand side now in a very advantageous position. And see, even a little thing like that where Thomas just doesn't provide speed to Carol, he only needed to be 1 tile over to the right, is something that can really mess a team up. Pull available from Shocksu, and Carol in a position where he can be snagged up if Shocksu wants to go for it. Doesn't want to, as he feels he can get something maybe a bit more revolutionary in this match, but Pull's speed's being picked up, and the pull is hit from Sugar. Carol needs to try to get his positioning absolutely perfect to use the super, and this might be the end of the game right here if he does so.
Yeah, and this is going to be his chance. You're using it against George. He's actually going to go for the shot. The pass, oh my god, what a messy find, but they're able to close it out. Escobar take down 7W Gaming. It took us 5 sets in the last game of the final set to close things out, but Escobar make it happen and take down 7W Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say I predicted it because, it's a bit early to say that because, I feel really, really bad for 7W. A really, really, really nice performance from those over the whole series. And, Escobar just managed to edge it after a few good plays there and just being able to use their supers a lot more valuably than they have done in previous game modes. Allowing them to take that game and, man, you've really got to feel for 7W after that performance.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a bit of a heartbreaking way to leave the tournament, but they can be proud. They know they fought all the way until the end. And honestly, it's a team I'm going to be looking an eye on. I didn't really know them that well before today or before this event, and I think they really impressed me. So I'm looking forward to see some more from them. But with that being said, guys, we're heading towards a short break before we head on to our fourth and final quarterfinal. Welcome back, everyone. We've had 3 quarterfinals behind us. That leaves us with 1 more, and later on, of course, the semifinals and the grand finals. My name is Steady. I am joined by Trav. Trav, what do you expect from our 4th and final quarterfinal here?
I mean, you know, Navi, very, very strong team, I will say at that. And we are taking a quick look at the bracket. Navi versus 09 Gang. Not too familiar at all with the 09 Gang team. So, honestly, all eyes have got to be on Navi here. And, you know, Navi versus Escobar is going to be an exciting matchup if it does come down to that in the semi-finals. Still going to be having around 4 games remaining, including this one. So, make sure you stick around for those, as I reckon that final is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, man. So far, I feel like the bracket has gone pretty much to our expectations. We had some really close matches that could have been upset. I'm thinking about Knackers versus AC Milan Clash, Escobar versus 7W Gaming. Navi is the last favorite that has yet to make it to a semi-final. So we'll see if that's going to be maybe a bit of an outlier if they go down to 09, or if it's just going to be what we expected. But here are our maps and modes for this match here. Double Swoosh, Shooting Star Split, Triple Dribble, and Hot Potato are going to be the maps. Honestly, quite a bit of variety. Some very different playstyles can definitely be approached here. Not, you know, a specific playstyle or like, you know, long range maps, or not one team like you tend to see once in a while. Very balanced out overall. We got a couple of the newer maps into competitive as well, or actually just Double Swoosh. But guys, we have something. If you guys watched yesterday, you would already know about it. We had some solo showdown viewer games where you guys can face us, the casters, and each other for some prize pool. $50 for a win, 50 euros rather. But yesterday, because I won the first game and Trav won the second one, it just adds up to the money for the next victor, which means that whoever wins this next game here is going to go home with 150 euros. So make sure you guys stick around a bit longer if you want to participate, because any of you guys can join up. We just have to go through this 4th and final quarterfinal, and then we will be playing the viewer games with you guys, and you can take your shot at getting that money. So yeah, quite a bit of money on the line, even for you guys at home. It's 200 euros total, 150 for this next game. But if we were to win it, then you can even win 200 in the next one after that. If one of you guys wins it, there's still 50 euros for the 4th and final game of Solo Showdown. So yeah, quite excited. I am definitely looking forward to playing that one. It was an absolute challenge in the first day. So yeah, looking forward to that one. Getting back to our match, Trav. We have our bands ready. Just run us through it.
Yeah, we take a quick look at those right here and right now. We're going to have Gene and Poco coming in as bans from Navi. I have seen them ban Gene a small amount fairly recently in past games that I have seen them play. So clearly quite a common ban from them. Bell and Stu going to be coming out from 09 Gang. So we're seeing stereotypical bans in Bell and Stu from 09. And Navi probably going for a bit more targeted bans. Probably not against the team that they're playing, because I don't think they or we are too familiar with them. But clearly just 2 brawlers that they really aren't too comfortable with.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit similar to what we saw from Clash earlier. It's bans where they don't really care too much if they're playing Bell or Stu. They're happy to leave them in play. They also know that most likely their opponents will go for those bans, at least one of them. So then they might as well just go for some bans that are very specific to their own team and think like, okay, we don't really like facing a Poco. We know that it adds a bit more strength to the comms, a bit less skill. So let's just remove Poco. They know that, you know, maybe they don't want another specific brawler, in this case Gene. Gene is also a brawler that does really change the game around. It's so strong at the moment, and it also requires a certain playstyle, and if it's not really something that fits too well to your team, just remove it. It's going to remove some of the clutch factor, and as a favorite, I mean, you don't mind making the game a bit less clutch-based, because you're supposed to be the one dominating throughout the entire series anyway, so you just make it a bit easier for yourself.
Yeah, you see, the thing is, Double Swoosh being the first map with Gene not in play, I don't think I've ever seen that before, or at least since the map came back into the competitive pool, so that's really going to shake it up quite a bit as well. And Poco out of the mix too also would have been a really good pick to play with possibly some tanks there. So, you know, you got to be looking towards the likes of probably like a Sprout or maybe something like a Mr. P that can really work well in the mid. And also it's kind of got to synergize alongside the Tara and the Amber. So I'm maybe thinking people might just be playing max mid and using that phase shifter to go in, pick up the gems and get out nice and safely.
Yeah, that is definitely possible. I mean, it wasn't meta. We had a couple of months back where we would see Max just dominate in mid on a lot of different maps, especially for gem grab. I think it's a bit less now, especially since Jean has come back in the meta, and that combines well with Max. But the Jean you will typically see towards the mid area, and the Max go for a lane. So that is what typically is expected. Obviously, with Jean out of the picture, it is going to be turning things around quite a bit. And if you look at the last time where Jean was not playable, it wasn't because he was banned, but just because he wasn't really strong at the time. We would have the max mid. So I really like your analysis on that one, actually. I hadn't thought of that, but it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, no, I do think so too. And I mean, you know, something like a Sprout with that wall that can probably block off near enough one of the sides, or at least block some serious pathways through into the mid. It can be a really good pick as well, and you can't go wrong with a Mr. P with those porters coming in one after another for the near enough the entire game if that porters are placed correctly. So, you know, I'd say probably one of those three brawlers playing in mid if I'm not missing a very crucial mid that is still in the game and in play. But yeah, with Jean out of play, you've kind of got to be expecting something like that. But, you know, still sticking faithful with maybe the Tara and Amber lanes.
Yeah, I think so too. I was just about to say it. You know, earlier we saw Tara and Amber being played in lane very successfully. We saw some Sandy too, but wasn't quite as successful. I feel like Sandy is going to provide a bit more utility for the team rather than Amber that just focuses on you know, herself and her own lane. And actually, Amber, I guess, does have a bit of utility, but particular to this map, because burning down the bushes is going to help the entire team to have a bit more information on the whereabouts of the different players. Not that suddenly, you know, you're just spamming your lane and then your teammate is going to get pushed by like 3 people at once out of the bush. That kind of stuff doesn't happen if you have an Amber available on your side of things, because you can just, you know, remove those bushes and make the choke points a bit more obvious and yeah, just have a bit more information. So I feel like Amber is a pretty solid choice. Tara does have that clutch factor, and I feel like right now that Jean is out of the picture, Tara could shine just a bit more, just because, you know, she is the only brawler that will have those pulls that can completely turn around a game. So I'm definitely expecting Tara to have a big impact in this first set.
Yeah, those pulls are going to be the most influential super in this game now, and you know, you can't rule out Carl either, because I really have been thinking, you know, I've played Carl in the past on this map, not just on lane, but, you know, a couple of times in mid as well, and with the flying hook, he can be so good at getting out of those situations, such as if a Tara's coming quite aggressive with a pull. You know, that flying hook can get you out of a really rough situation, but still looking towards the max, to be honest. But, you know, Carl's not going to be a bad lane, all things considered, just due to the fact that he's not awful against Amber with that flying hook and spin. And, you know, when Tara doesn't have that super, it can still win that lane as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, there are definitely options, Compoise, and I feel like Jean being banned is one of the reasons why we can expect so many different brawlers to be played. I love how there's many different approaches as well, because something like a Sprout is going to be completely different than you know, some of the other brawlers we could expect. If you look at Sprout lane, for example, it's very different to, you know, like how you would play an Amber or a Sandy or a Tara. Yeah, I think there are a couple more options mid. I think Jessie could be quite viable, actually, just because it is a map with quite a bit of walls, so she can get some turrets nicely either in the bush or behind cover and make them a bit complicated to be removed. Elsewise, I'm not so sure for the middle area. I think that Spike is, you know, we saw it earlier being played here and not working out, but I do think that in the right matchup, it can work out all right, especially if you have some nice curveballs from a range. You can just constantly get some value of your shots, get a nice super on some of the choke points, and make it a bit easier for your gem carrier to have a safe route to those gems. I think it's playable. I wouldn't quite call it like a great pick, but with the right comp, it could work out. But yeah, Spike is just not in the best spot right now in the meta. We've been seeing it more and more if you compare it to the last couple of months where he was just completely gone. He's coming back, but I don't think he's quite there yet to be like, you know, a big nuisance in this kind of a map.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can really consider him like a dangerous brawler, as you've just said. You've kind of got to think along the lines of as well, you know, Sandy, Carl, Tara with the support from Beyond Gadget, as well as, you know, literally near enough every single mid that can be played on this map. It's going to be a decent matchup against him. I will say, SK, as the meta makers they are, Surge was played lane against them here as well. I'm not sure if that's just because Carl's a very, very prominent pick, and it's quite good to, you know, get it out of that super and get your levels up quick. But that can be quite a good brawler to pick as well with that teleport. Gets the positioning nice and early. But, you know, it's just so difficult to predict what this is going to be. That Gene man just ruffles up the meta so much.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, there's just a couple of brawlers like that if you take them out on certain maps, it's going to completely just change things around. You know, it's like in Snake Prairie, if you decide to go for like a bow ban or a Tara ban, and then suddenly like you have to change all the comps because some brawlers that were super viable are just not anymore because they don't have a totem, for example. So this is the kind of interesting mechanics and how impactful the bans can be if you look at individual games and maps, where it just completely turns around how the map is played, because Jean is the go-to mid here. You know, if you know there were no bans whatsoever, you could maybe see some Bell being played here as well in mid, some Stu on the lanes, but right now those are not options either, so it just makes things a lot more complicated because there's just no better option than Jean mid here, or at least those that could be played are banned as well, like Bell. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to be played out. Poco double tank could have been an option as well now that Jean is out of the picture. The thing is, Poco is also a ban, so it seems like the bans are just working together to make this a complicated process for us.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, even with, you know, a hugely competitive mindset like the players will have, it's still going to be very, very difficult to decide around these kind of things. You know, a team like Navi, who are going to have this support from coaches and analysts and stuff like that, as well as a huge organization, they've got, you know, a lot of matchups that players will have played from top teams. You know, the only reason an analyst not just to, you know, get comps off your opponents, but also they're going to have compositions from hugely good teams, and a few teams have been banning Jean recently, so it might be a good shout to, you know, take a look at what kind of analytics you have over these top teams and use those against, you know, lesser well-known opponents.
Yeah, if we can go maybe for a bit of a prediction. By the way, guys, we have a bit of delay right now before our next match starts here, as the teams are getting ready, but they are running into some issues, so we're waiting for them to get ready to start. With that being said, Trav, if you have to go for prediction here, which team would you favor?
Yeah, I'm going to try and keep up our streak of predicting right, and I'm going to go with Navi, just because of how much of a prominent pick they are. You know, like, they're just such a good team.
Yeah, I am going to have to follow you once more. And look at that, just as I said, they get a nice double kill. Protic is in a tough position as well. Does ultimately win that fight, but he's going to be quite low HP. MMA looking to finish him off. Does get the kill ultimately, and that is going to be a nice 4-gem lead early on for Navi.
Yep, really nice place from them, and a side break for Jason's going to prove so useful against his Amber, and you can see they're all retreating away from his lane. I would be scared of that. I'm sure anybody would be scared of a Piper with a completely open map, but look at this now from Bogdan coming in and getting some nice shots on MMA, bringing him low, and Brankek still in a good position to put some more pressure on.
Now BBGs has the super. He's going to jump straight onto Protic's face, and that means that he's able to pick up the kill and the 2 gems that he was holding on to as well. Brankek is going to fall to BBG's poison. 1 gem picked up by MMA, starting that countdown. And now O9 Gang have 15 seconds to take down any players from Navi.
Yep, honestly, Tara's probably just got to tank one of these Sprout shots that is checking the side and just go for a very ambitious pull, but the slowing Toxin is going to prevent that, as he just can't get into the range close enough. And that is going to be the first game going to Navi, and I must say, I really didn't think Crow was going to work there, just because the fact that support from Beyond Gadget from Tara can just literally wipe him out in such a small amount of time due to the fact that he's just got no splash damage, or he can't shoot through them, so you can't connect with the Tara to slow it.
Yeah, I agree. I would not have expected it to work out this well. I feel like that matchup was maybe a bit more on the side of O9 Gang on paper. Thing is, even without getting too much assistance from other lanes, he was able to quite consistently win that matchup and do really well. So impressive stuff from Na'Vi. And this is one of those situations where, you know, there was a bit of a counter on that lane, and yet it did go just fine for Na'Vi. Imagine if they, you know, have a fair matchup, or even if they have the better comp at some point. I think that Piper on the lane was really interesting, and it was a lot of fun, to be honest. I really like that approach too. I do feel like that's the kind of stuff that is gonna work pretty much only if you are the better team, just because it is not the easiest matchup, and you're gonna have a lot of tough times, especially against the Amber, that if she gets in range, it's just gonna melt you down and have an easier time at hitting you as well. It's just so consistent how easy it is to hit someone with an Amber, whereas the Piper, you do need to focus a bit more on your aim and get your shots to connect. So yeah, overall, I did like the comp a lot from Na'Vi, and I found it very fun to see tons of different brawlers being picked here. Very different approaches from both sides. I think they may have had 6 different brawlers, right?
Yeah, I do think so. And I must say, it seems kind of weird how we literally loaded into the game and Jason already had super. A more experienced team just would not allow that to happen, and they'd just try and take advantage of Piper not being able to break that side, wait for him to over-aggress to try and get it off the mid. And then the Amber can really just thrive and absolutely melt him down. Same with that Tara lane. You've just got to be able to win the Crow lane. And, you know, even a Max against Sprout's a good matchup as well. So I think they very much had the matchup in hands there. They just had to play it right. As soon as the map started getting broken up, it just wasn't going to work for them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long-term investment, right? That Piper. Early on, it is going to struggle a bit more, especially if the Amber can close the gap and get up close. But afterwards, once she starts getting a couple of super that she's able to remove those walls on the left side, she starts really popping off, not only on her own lane, but also for the mid. She can start helping out the mid matchup because there's less walls in the way blocking it, and just makes it harder to push. It makes it easier to pinch and get some advantageous fights going the way of Na'Vi. So strong first game from them. They are going for the same exact comp, and we have almost a mirror matchup here besides the Tara being played out by Na'Vi, and BBG is actually going down first. Jason is able to find a trade as he takes some Protich.
Jason going to be breaking up the side now as he has managed to pick up his super, and you know, you kind of expecting Bogdan to just rotate over there now. Has decided to break up the mid though, I will say, and the homemade recipe isn't going to connect from Jason. Nice, I will say that's a very nice wall from Brancake there, and Protix got control of the side now, maybe even be able to pinch the mid, but heavy fire coming in and BBG is absolutely popping off. Going to be full control to Navi, as BBG's does pick up that kill, as well as MMA pinching over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, a couple of gems being picked up by Na'Vi. Nice wall from MMA. Had a bit of a sneeze, but MMA on 8 gems does survive. Very low HP, but he's gonna hold on to those gems. The jump back from the Piper to remove a couple of those walls, and BBG's taking some damage. Might get sniped off, but he's gonna have to fall back. O9 with some better control, but 2 gem is all it takes here for Na'Vi to start their countdown.
Yeah, if MMA does connect a few shots, and Jason has done just that, going to be very devastating, and throwing these little pets directly in a 3-way fashion against MMA is just going to be allowed to take him out with 1 shot. Going for the mid now, and he is going to be able to pick up at least 1 gem from this side, but BBG's does it for him anyway. MMA just opts in to guarantee those 10, so BBG's can stay in an aggressive position, and that's going to be hugely advantageous towards the end of this game.
Yeah, a couple of seconds left, and O9 Gang need a kill onto MMA. 3 seconds now, they won't get in range to make it happen, and that means that Na'Vi picks up set number 1 here against O9.
Yeah, I must say, very convincing fashion too. I'm just wondering, like, why wouldn't the Piper rotate over to the other side and just take the Piper on Piper matchup, and then just have that Tara against the Crow lane again and just actually try to make it work? It seems like that would be a much more smart thing to do. Just try and get your matchups right, at least one of them. Even if Piper's not got advantage of having the bush at the back there, you know, the Piper just wasn't able to get his super for the majority of the game, and even when he did, he didn't break up his side. He decided to break up something else a bit further up the map.
Yeah, I agree. You know what I would have really liked to see, actually? coming from O9. I would have loved to see maybe a Nani to try to face the Piper, just to, you know, try to switch things up and have a bit of a comp advantage, because they need those kind of advantages, right? They can't just go in mirror matchups and expect to win them consistently against Na'Vi. Like, they can't do that for a best of 5. It's just not going to happen. I feel like they need to take some risks, go for some crazier stuff. And Nani's not a good brawler on this map, don't get me wrong, but honestly, it's not even that terrible probably on lane. And against the Piper, it's a pretty decent matchup. Like, you know, the return to sender is going to absolutely demolish the Piper. Plus, you have an easier time to hit her as well. So I feel like that could have been a nice opportunity. I mean, it's a really out of the box pick. I don't know if you agree whatsoever with my idea, but I do feel like it could have been a really interesting way to try to get a bit of a comp advantage here and there and try to at least dominate one of the lanes, because it was every single lane that was losing consistently, which, you know, a mirror matchup is not really going to solve for O9 Gang, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least in my eyes, it's just be better to take the supercharged star power on max and just sit passively off the start and not feed that Piper. Then when you do get that super, it's just going to be so explosive and the Piper shouldn't be able to hit you regardless. And then you can just have the Tara pushing it on that side. Now he should be on that side, you know, and use those support from beyond. And he's just not going to have the damage to take it down at all. And that's where it really starts to be in their favor. Moving on to Shooting Star now, though, we are going to be seeing the stereotypical mirror comps. And not a bad start from either team here, as some shots connect from both. But it looks like Navi are going to be ahead on damage and pick up that first star.
Yeah, we'll pick up the first kill as well. Jason quite aggressive on this one. Not entirely sure what his move was here. BBG's taking some risks as well. He's going to be able to survive it off, but Na'Vi a bit over-aggressive in my opinion. I feel like they have given a couple of opportunities and stars that they didn't really have to, but they still have the 1-star lead, blue star on their side, as well. As Jason gets a good snipe, he's gonna get taken out, and that's exactly why earlier on they should have maybe been a bit more careful. It just didn't really make sense to go for a suicide run like that, because now O9 Gang, with that kill, they have the lead. Jason is quite low HP as well. He might go down once more. Oh, the jump back. Just doesn't want to take the risk here, Branketch, and I respect that. We have a peep coming through. What is... Yep, it's going to connect onto Protic. That is going to be the lead once more, but look at that. Nice snipes from Branketch, but it's still the blue star giving the lead to Na'Vi.
Yeah, Jason seems to just be taking a very, very lot of deaths on this right-hand lane against Brankek, and he's just doing such a good job of holding it now. Pinch coming onto that ticket, though the break does come in, and Brankek gets connected with on that. Homemade Recipe going to be connecting after that happens with that Amber Star Power, allowing the damage to come in. And now they've just got to survive for a good amount of time, blue star in hand as well, which allows one of them to be able to die, and it wouldn't really make a difference.
12 seconds left. Peep heading forwards. Return to sender. Gets sent back to MMA, but he does survive it. And with 5 more seconds and a 4-star difference, make it 6 as Jason gets the last snipe off. Na'Vi get yet another game on the board.
Yep, Navi taking another game in hand there as well. It wasn't looking good for them at one point, to be fair, when Brankek was really starting to hit those shots on Jason. But luckily his teammates were able to, you know, clutch up when he needed them to, and they were able to win both of their sides quite heavily on the latter, and just be able to take that game, you know, by a decent amount of stars towards the end of the game, which really did look good for Navi heading on into this next game, as, you know, they're not only winning these matchups in Gem Grab, but they're also winning a guaranteed mirror comp in Bounty, which bodes well for this next game too.
She's taking quite a bit of damage, but I'm gonna stay alive. 1-star lead, make it 3 now as MMA takes on Protich.
Yeah, Jason over this round side now, looking to try and get some shots on, does pick up Brankek, and the shots are going to be coming in from all the team now. Protic very, very low too, but MMA doesn't manage to connect it, and just trying to pick up this kill on Bogdan now, and it's not happening.
And 1 minute left, and a 5-star lead in favor of Na'Vi. Can O9 Gang catch up? They would need a bit of a miracle, as Jason is heading some pretty nice snipes. He will get hit by the peep from Protich, which is gonna help close the gap a little bit, but it's still a 3-star difference. and that means that they will need at least 2 kills to catch up. We'll get one here, but it's a trade. 2-star lead still, and they need to take down BBGs to take that lead back, or MMA that is on 3 stars. Look at that, Jason low HP. BBGs, oh, he is gonna go down to the P. Oh my god, to the tick head rather. But still a 3-star lead for Na'Vi. MMA low HP, 200 HP. Does he go down? He barely makes it out alive. 10 seconds left. This is a close one, Trav.
Yeah, only one member of Na'Vi can die. If 2 go down, it's going to be over no matter who it is. Protic getting some shots taken off him, and they do take this set. I have no clue how MMA was allowed to survive on that left-hand side there when he was pushing out with 200 HP. Really expecting Bogdan to be able to hit those shots and get him down, but just able to claw out of the range in the long run and stay up, and they're forcing them to push into them, and that's not a position you want to be in going into the last few seconds.
Yeah, man, this was definitely a very close affair, but Na'Vi once again superior. 4 games played, 4 games going their way. This does mean that we're heading towards set 3, which could potentially be the final one of this match if the trend continues to go this way, as Na'Vi has been looking pretty convincing. Hot Zone is going to be up next. Yeah, overall, man, I want to be honest with you. I feel like Na'Vi has been playing just much better, and I don't think they're having, like, you know, their best day, or O9 Gang is having a day off. I just think that there is such a skill disparity between those 2 teams.
Yeah, I totally agree with you in that sense. You know, O9 Gang just not looking too good at the moment. Must say a few circumstances in that game where I thought they was going to go in their favor, such as that one for they should have picked up MMA, and then in the first game, Jason was getting absolutely destroyed on that right-hand lane. Really expecting them to be able to pick up that game too, but both went in Navi's favor in the long run, as they just showed some kind of really good consistency and composure. Just able to bring the game back and win it in the long run is just a really good virtue to have. So, you know, you've really got to be looking towards Na'Vi to take this one too and sweep this game.
Yeah, I think that's what's to be expected. I mean, you know, those kind of comebacks and stuff happen every single day. Thing is, though, Hot Zone is not exactly the best game mode to do that, because I think that Hot Zone overall might be the game mode that is the most, like, consistent across the board, in the sense that you're just constantly fighting over, you know, the same kind of areas. It's not like some other game modes where you can get like a clutch couple of kills here and there, and then suddenly you are able to score and take the lead or steal the stars. None of that stuff. It just, like, areas where you are fighting off. There's no super complex strategies in general. It's a bit more straightforward, and it's all about getting control of the one or multiple zones. And I think that favors the favorites in general, you know, unless you have a crazy outcomp or anything along those lines. It's one of the game modes that's, it's just a bit less clutch than others, and therefore I feel like Na'Vi, you know, already dominating so far, they should be just as consistent coming down to Hot Zone.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you know, Na'Vi just seem to be a very good, consistent team, and that's the perfect, you know, things to have going into Hot Zone. You've got to have that consistency of being able to stay on the zone, you know, alongside having these knowledge of picks, especially with the bands that they're going to be used to playing with. As you know, O9 have picked the 2 most common bans, and they've picked their usual bans. It's going to be very different for O9 to be able to take this in comparison to Na'Vi. Going into Hot Zone now, it is going to be split, and we have seen this map quite a lot today. Going to be playing that Rika, which is really surprising, especially when B and Colt are in play.
Yeah, that's for sure. Surge and Carl trading each other out, as both teams have control of one zone. Nice shot from Bogdan, pretty much just one-shots Jason out of his existence, as BBG is going for some more control. He might get sniped off by Bogdan. Actually, doesn't quite yet. Nice dodges from BBGs. He's holding on to that left side so well. Already has his 3rd stage secured as well. That means he can get some long-range snipes off his opponents. Now he's low HP. Doesn't quite fall down. BBGs, oh my god. Can he pick up the kill there? Not just yet, but he has been impressive. Look at that. Just picking up the kill now. BBGs popping off on the left-hand side.
Yep, I would have told you before the game if I thought that Surge was going to be viable. Honestly, kind of forgot about him, but you know, BBG's is so good at Surge. I've seen it so many times over past competitions. He hasn't died once this game and picked up kill after kill after kill on his zone, and it's showing as he does pick up this left-hand zone, and 100 to 32 really isn't common at all. When you've got, you know, 50% of the zone in your side of the map, it's really surprising to see it not guaranteed.
Man, that's crazy. And you know what's craziest to me is that he was on the side where it was a 1v2. It's not like he was winning like a 2v1 or a 1v1 consistently. He was just winning a 1v2 consistently. Like, how does that happen? I have no clue. And sure, he wasn't necessarily killing like both of them in a 1v2, but he was putting, you know, one low HP enough that he would have to fall back, picking up the other kill and just capturing the zone. Mad stuff from BBG's that game. And honestly, like, I mean, he didn't even need to pump off that much to probably win that game, but just the fact that he did just shows how good the form is from Na'Vi at the moment. They're looking good, and they're looking even better now that they're at match point and one game away from going to the semifinals.
Yep, you know, I will say, you know, Surge has got the perfect kit to be able to take those kind of 2v1 matchups. You know, you've got the teleport in and out in two different aspects of being able to use that, as well as the jump to level up and avoid. It seems like every bit of Surge's kit has more than one use, and that is a really, really good thing to have in a brawler, and especially when you've got a player as good as BBG's is at it. You know, it's going to be so difficult to defeat on the lane, and it really did show that as he was picking up that 1v2 lane, as he said, near enough the whole time.
Yeah, what impressed me a lot as well was how much value he was able to get off everything. Every TP resulted in a kill, well, this time around it won't. Honestly, interesting that he went for the TP against the roughs. I feel like it would have been pretty obvious that the sandbags would come straight onto his face and that he would have a bit of a tougher time. But nevertheless, MMA going for control of the left side, getting some nice shots down onto Bogdan. Might get pinched by the respawn from Protich. Indeed, Protich respawning, picking up that kill. Brankek also getting buffed up by Bogdan, and BBG's will be falling, but still a bit of a lead for Na'Vi so far.
Yep, really good lead for them, and MMA doing an amazing job on this left-hand side. As we said last game, he's maintaining that 2v1. Jayton still managing to stay up against this tick, who is able to throw over the walls, does go down eventually. Power-up now going to be provided to that Surge, and that could be dangerous for MMA, as I'm not sure if he might three-shot him with that power-up. He doesn't just, but the jump comes in too, and the shots from Rico as well. Going to be taking him down, but Jason just can't push this zone yet, as he doesn't have the HP to do so. BBG secures that zone and TP's out onto the right-hand side, jumping up, getting the level 3, but the Surge on the opposing team comes in and does the exact same. Looking very good for Na'Vi, though.
Yeah, 8% left, and Bogdan is the only player alive. He's not on the right zone right here, and that means that Na'Vi take down 09 Gang 3-0 in sets, not dropping a single game as they win every single one 2-0. Convincing stuff from Na'Vi. Not surprising, though, as it is the result that we expected of this one. So far, Trav, I feel like we've had most matches go the way we expected.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure today and yesterday we've had literally every single prediction correct. And, you know, we've said the ones that are going to be close have been close too, and the ones that aren't going to be haven't been. So, we do have the smarts of the game proven to be able to cast something like this. We do have the viewer games coming up very, very soon, though. 150 euros up for grabs. Yeah, 150 euros up for grabs, and it's going to be available to someone who wins this game. Me and Teddy have won yesterday, and the code is there right now. Join up and join fast.
I haven't joined yet, Trav. Yeah. I need to join faster than all those guys. Yeah, I didn't have my game ready. Oh my god, so much pressure. All right. Where can I find you? Join, you, oh my god, you were so fast. Oh, I'm the last.
Oh, you're literally the last one in. Teddy just scraping the cut. We got some very good players in this video, I will say. Got a very stacked.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Stacked.
There's literally only pro players. Like, there's one guy or two people I don't know out of the whole lobby. Oh my god, this is terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not feeling as confident as I was yesterday in this one, I will say. Got about six
Don't worry about
pro players in here. Yeah, I'm just going to select the map real quick. We'll go for a bit of Let's go for a bit of double trouble, and we will be readying up near enough instantly. So be sure to be ready to go in, guys.
All right. I have no clue what to play on this map, man. Gonna be completely honest with you.
Got to get my playing position ready to go.
All right. I'm gonna go for something a bit risky. I feel like I have to against those guys, man. It's gonna be a bit of a tough time. Oh my. Whew.
I should just kick all the good players. Ready up as soon as possible, guys, as well. If you are in chat, obviously there will be, because they will have got the code off it. But yeah, get ready and up, and we'll get into the games as soon as possible. Don't put too much thought into your brawler picks, because I'm already scared as it is. My
man, I'm
my
terrified.
gameplay.
Like, you guys will see the lobby. There's like, honestly, I was coming in confident to win today. I'm not anymore. I'm really not anymore, man. We got some really solid players here. I mean, I don't think we have any like huge like solo showdown like experts, but still we have a lot of talent, and I'm absolutely terrified. We'll see what they go for.
Hopefully they just don't know the brawler picks.
Yeah, hopefully. All right, we're hopping in, guys. We're hopping in. Oh yeah, man, I forgot about Carl.
Oh, so did I. That's not great.
Seems like everyone is picking Carl, literally.
Oh dear. Well, I'm not feeling too good about that. Sugar's playing Stew. It's too difficult to concentrate. I can hear everybody else's things going on.
Oh my, man, I'm literally terrified right now. I went for the worst pick ever. I'm losing this. I threw, bro. I threw.
What did you take?
I'm on Crow.
So am I.
No way, no shot. Oh my god. Oh my god, is that... No, that's not you. That's the other guy. Oh my god, dude, this is terrifying. There's a level 7 Carl. Tom is level 7 right now.
Oh dear. Everybody gang up on Tom in the mid.
Okay, I got pulled by G-Gem. I'm dead. Good luck.
Living the clutch life.
All right,
massive delay now as well. I'm not looking. Look at this. See, they're ganging up on me because they know how good I am. This is the issue.
Yeah, they certainly do, bro. They certainly do.
Disappointing. Come on, Stems, mate. We'll have them.
I mean, you're still holding on pretty strong, to be honest.
Oh, I don't like this. Come on, G-Gem, where's the pinch up, bro?
You guys need to team up against Tom.
Yes, Sugar, go!
Oh no! My god.
Oh.
Well, that is a bit of a tough loss, but G-Gem is going to be securing 150 euros. Well played to him, man. Well played to him. He played it really solid. He killed both of us, actually, that game. So, yeah. But, guys, this is not going to be it. We have one more game of Solo Showdown. This time around, it's going to be 50 since, you know, Trav and I won the first round. It added up to 150 for the third round. Now round number 4, it's back to 50 euros on the line. Trav, whenever you're ready, drop me an invite, and then we can share the code to you guys so you can join up and have your shot at making 50 bucks just from winning one solo showdown game. It seems pretty easy to me. We did have quite a stacked lobby, so we'll see if it's going to be a similar situation right now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. It's been a lot of fun. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite win every single one of them. Honestly, the lobby was quite stacked this time around. So with Strav going second place, I still take that as quite a W.
Yeah, I'll say second place is an absolute win there, to be honest. The one power cube crow almost glitched up. I'll tell you, I could have won that, I just didn't jump in so early.
Man, I got teamed on, and then the gene just pulled me.
Yeah, I mean, we just got to find each other and stay alive the whole game, I'm telling you. Right. Code is going to be live very, very soon, guys, so be sure to get ready to type that code in very fast, as it will be coming on your screen relatively soon.
We have the same lobby already.
Yep.
Just even more
people
stacked.
Getting too fast.
Even more stacked.
Yeah.
The people I didn't know before, they are gone, and now it's only pros, pretty much. Well, good luck, Travis. Is that the map? What you just put right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate you.
It's 1,000 likes map change, isn't it? It's a good map. OG solo showdown map.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna go full sweat.
Yeah, so am I. I'm really terrified, to be completely honest with you.
Aren't we all? Gonna be going on Acid Lakes as well, guys. Bit of a map change going on.
I'm looking for Brawl, but I can't find it. Can't find it. Let's just go for it, man. Let's just go for it. This is scary, man. This is scary. I want to win. I'm very competitive, so it's hard to be matched in a lobby like that with literally only pro players. But we got this, Trav. I believe in us.
I also believe, if this was an actual solo showdown, Tony, I believe I probably would be in around about first place right now. I think I've gone like third, first, second. So honestly, I believe we should do it in that kind of format.
Blame it on the format, not on the loss.
Feeling robbed.
All right, waiting for 2 more people to ready up, and then we'll be ready to go. Hopefully, they make their decision soon enough. All right, guys, we're ready to hop in. You guys have a couple of seconds delay, by the way. That's why some of what we're saying might be a bit off, because when you spectate, it's a bit late. So that's something to take into account.
Well, let's say I've got a couple of seconds delay.
Yeah, it's I think about 5 to 7 seconds, something along those lines. I'm getting teamed on. I'm getting pinched.
I'm trapped in a corner.
Oh my.
Yes, big pinch, Sugar. Come on, let's have him. Never pin me in a corner, bro. Yes, Sugar, come on. Let's have him in. He's one shot. That's all you. That's all you, bro.
All right, we already have a kill.
Oh, big kill. Big kill from Teddy coming in.
Yeah, I have 1 HP. I'm dead. No way! No. I got literally pinched by like 3 people, bro. Oh my. Win for the casters, fam. I'm cheering for you.
Let's go.
Wholeheartedly.
Big kill.
Let's go, Trav. You got level 5 Poco against you, which is going to be quite problematic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more concerned about this level 1 Stew, to be honest with you.
That's true. He's been bullying me for that entire game, to be completely honest with you.
I do want these cubes, though. Someone kill him. Someone kill him right now.
And the stew is going down to Sugar.
He's using Screech and solo.
I mean, of course he is. Oh my god, is GGM gonna win?
Do it! Come on!
Trav, let's go! Let's go!
Bringing it in,
Love to
bringing
see
out the
it,
win.
man. Let's go, absolute big W there from Mr. Trav. Congratulations for your big win. All right, so seems like the casters are victorious after all. They did miss on to 150 euros earlier. Let's just not talk about that one. But still going home with a W. Well played, Travis. Well played. I did not carry in this one. I'll be completely honest with you. I feel like my performance was much better yesterday. My picks today maybe not the most on point. With that being said, guys, we are slowly getting started to go towards our semifinals and after that the grand finals. But first, we are gonna have a quick break. Welcome back, everyone. We are done with the quarterfinals. We're heading on to our first semifinal. My name is Teddy. I am joined by the one and only Trav Tonks. Man, so far we've had some crazy stuff already, some really close matches here and there, a couple of stomps here and there as well, but the semis, they are gonna be super stacked. I think that so far things kind of went according to plan. As you said earlier, we had all of our predictions right, so this leaves us with Final Stand versus AC Milan Clash, as well as Escobar versus Na'Vi. What are your thoughts on this bracket, Trav?
Yeah, well, I mean, it seemed to be fairly evenly matched over that right-hand side, but you've kind of got to favour AC Milan Clash to win it all, as I've said multiple times through this. You've seen the full English team in Final Stand, loving that Great Britain flag, and, you know, I'll be secretly backing them along the way because you've got to support your own country at some point, haven't you? But yeah, AC Milan Clash, just such a dominant force throughout this whole tournament, and many others as well. But yeah, over that right-hand side, it does look like the teams are going to be fairly evenly matched, I'd say.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I would still favor Na'Vi, actually by quite a bit, but I do feel like the gap is lower between Escobar and Na'Vi than between Final Stand and Clash. I think the biggest problem for Escobar is going to be that the synergy, as we've seen a couple of times today, but also yesterday, wasn't always the most on points, with some pretty like big blunders, you know, in some of the team play. Where things just were not really synced up, and some really big missed opportunities. Against Na'Vi, they can't afford to do that. But first of all, Final Stand versus AC Milan Clash. We're going to be playing that on Ring of Fire for Hot Zone, Factory Rush in Siege, Dry Season for Bounty. And if it comes down to set 4 and 5, that's going to be on Safe Zone for Heist, and Double Swoosh in Gem Grab.
Yeah, I haven't really seen much else other than Double Swoosh and Gem Grab today, to be honest with you. But, you know, those first 3 maps are the ones that are guaranteed to be played. So Ring of Fire, Factory Rush, and Dry Season, I'd say they're pretty, I think, yeah, all 3 of them are the recently added maps to the zone, along with Safe Zone. And this is like the biggest map pool I've ever seen of recently added maps to the competitive pool. All 5 of them are recently added. So still some adjustments to be made, and that might kind of give Final Stand a bit of an advantage, just due to the fact that Clash are usually very prepared. And, you know, new maps might not have them locked down just yet.
Yeah, that is for sure. It seems like we have our bands ready as well. Let's go check them out. We are not going to be seeing any Bell nor any Stu. And Stu, actually, AC Milan Clash, I mean, you know, just like the usual, are going to be banning it as well. And they're Jesse. So the bans are just the usual from Clash. I do want to say that Final Stand, it's not the best look that they banned the Stu, because, you know, they should be aware that Clash, they always ban Stu. So it does seem like a bit of a missed opportunity for them to customize the ban pool a bit more in their favor. Because, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty much a given at this point that Stu and Jesse are the bans from Clash. Like, of course, they could drift off, but still, I feel like Final Stand, they could maybe have known better and just use that second ban a bit better.
Yeah, well, you know, in my eyes, it's always going to come down to they're kind of maybe wanting to leave the map pool a bit more open, just, you know, to try and employ the more Poco comps and a bit more rock, paper, scissors meta, where they can really thrive off getting those counter comps. You know, closing off the meta does really shut it down to the mirror comps, which is not what they want to do against a team like Clash. And I don't think any team would want to be closing out and playing mirror comps against Clash.
No, that's a fair point, but I still feel like they could have banned some very particular brawlers, like maybe even the Mortis, to be completely honest. You know what I mean? Like, we don't see it being played all that much by Clash anymore, but I don't feel like, you know, most likely Final Stand are going to be bringing in crazy amounts of Mortis themselves, so then they can just remove it because, you know, it's maybe not a brawler they want to play that would potentially remove some opportunities just from the opponents. I don't know, just my train of thoughts, but we are ready to hop in here. First semi-final here. It's Final Stand versus AC Milan Clash. We have a mirror matchup, I believe. Yup, all 2 teams just playing the same brawlers, and it's gonna be Final Stand with the first kill. Trovo low HP as well. This is looking pretty good early on here for Final Stand.
Yep, Tom running out of ammo, allowing Lenane to stay up a little bit long, and I must say, I think I've just spotted the Chaos playing Vengeful Spirits. So a bit of an unusual occurrence on that part of things, but no matter how many of the kills they've managed to get, Final Stand is still down on percentage until just about now where they have managed to take a little bit of a lead. Trovo putting some good pressure on the left-hand side, and another Vengeful Spirit does come, connects with them, and there is the pinch from Trovo. That is what he was waiting for, and it paid off, as now they've got full control of the map.
Yeah, I really like that idea, actually, because the other gadget, you're not going to find a lot of value of it on this map, because most likely there's not going to be a ton of tanks pushing you up close. It's a very open map as well, so I really like that approach. I think it's just a bit more value on this map, and something a lot of players wouldn't even consider, because in general you would just go for the pushback. So far, Clash with a 20% lead, looking to widen it up furthermore as they are still in control. Cyclone does have his spool. Tom gonna place a puddle in the center. If someone stands there for too long, he's gonna get burned down. The kill from Kanan onto Trevor, but still Clash banking more percentages and keeping that lead up.
Yep, Kanan going to be falling too to that long range of chaos. Tom holding this side so well, but it's just because nobody's really challenging him, because they've got so much of a focus on mid, and this is going to be it for this first game, as Clash managed to stay on the zone for doubling the amount of time as Final Stand have in this game.
Yeah, we've seen some decent stuff from Final Stand, but decent is not quite gonna cut it here against a team like AC Milan Clash. Clash was a pretty convincing first game so far. You know, coming in hot was a bit of a statement, like you know, you guys had a nice time all the way here until the semifinals, but we're just looking to shut you guys down, and they didn't really give them much of a chance in that first game.
Yeah, you know, I must say, Clash seemed to be off to a really poor start, to be honest, as Final Stand did pick up a couple more kills, but they just weren't getting the percentage as they were really focusing for that. And by the time they really tried to get some, Clash were back and ready to push them back off again. And, you know, in these matchups that you really do expect Clash to win, just being the more mechanically skilled players, as well as a better team altogether, you know, you can't really be allowing that percentage guarantee to be blowing in the wind as you're trying to pick up the kills that aren't as necessary as getting that percentage.
Yeah, I completely agree. They just need to find more value, and they had some good opportunities here and there, but they weren't really able to capitalize on it to the fullest. Same comms on both sides. Just gonna go for the mirror matchup once more, which is a bold move from Final Stand, but it seems to be paying off at least early on here as they take some more control. But once again, look at that, they're not really capitalizing too much. It's a couple of lost percentages that is just gonna you know, have them be behind once more. Those 3, 4, 5% that they just missed out on just to not get the pinch anyways, it's just a bit of lost value, and that adding up to some other mistakes. I mean, look at that positioning right now. Clash really aggressive, having them locked up into a corner of the map, and they're just banking percentages in the meantime.
Yep, Clash still in a very advantageous point just because of this percentage. Are going to be taking heavy casualties along the way, but just about now, Final Stand are going to be trying to secure some percentage. Chaos being provided with that speed should be allowing him to hit a pull. The Vengeful Spirits coming in, not going to be connecting. The walls do tank them. Fire coming in now from Trevor's not going to connect, and this should allow Final Stand to make a bit of a move. Look at the amount of oil he has down on this map. Not going to be set alight just yet, but it is from Trevor, and they're just not securing the zone as much as they'd like to. On the comparison to Clash, you really are.
Yeah, they're just getting more and more value. Nice pool, but if you look at the HP, it's not too good on either sides, but it is Clash that is sitting down in the middle and just getting those more percentages secured. Guy Lenin, rather, doing such a good job at dodging, but will go down eventually. We do have a bit better control from Final Stand now, but look at the damage. They're also low HP, getting healed up by the Gene, but more percentages getting captured. This is going to be the team wipe, and therefore also the win for AC Milan and Clash, securing a quick first set here against Final Stand.
Yep, Clash looking very, very confident, I will say, in that first game. Really didn't seem to under pressure at any point in that. Obviously, a few casualties at the start, yet again, but it was the exact same repeated play. Trevor was still there causing the pressure, and Final Stand just didn't go for the percentage. They went for the kill and didn't end up getting it. All they did was end up getting set on fire by him.
Yeah, it didn't really go too well, did it? Clash looking fairly strong so far. And honestly, you know, this is the kind of moments where Clash get pretty easy wins, to be completely honest, but we haven't seen them really push themselves to the limit. Like, it's not like we saw like incredible plays from Clash. They were just playing standard, and it was fine to still get a very convincing win. And that's a bit worrying for Final Stand, because when Clash pop off, they are a whole different breed. But right now, they weren't really popping off. They were just like casually playing, doing their usual stuff, their usual routine, and somehow it was working out super well already. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge. Siege is a bit of a weaker mode for Clash, so I'm curious to see if Final Stand can maybe try to snag off a game here and there, and maybe catch them off guard. Is also one of those game modes where you get punished so hard for any mistakes, and one of those mistakes is just not getting that first siege bot, for example, or having too many bolts leak left and right. So Final Stand, they could try to maybe use that to their advantage, go for something a bit more risky, and try to really bet on having that first bolt. But even then, it's not going to be easy for them, man. I'm honestly a bit scared for Final Stand here facing a AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, well, I mean, that could have been said at the start of the game. You've always got to be scared when you are facing a team such as Clash, not just in literally any game mode they're very, very strong in. Going to have to be conditioned in that kind of way to be able to be at the level they are. Siege is one of those game modes where it can go in anybody's favor. Final Stand have just got to make use of that, of the fact that that can happen. Banking this first siege bot is going to be huge for them in maintaining this control, even with Clash being such a good team all round, and probably going to be able to break that spawn trap.
Yeah, we are ready to hop in. And it's gonna be almost a mirror matchup, but we do have Gene on Final Stand, whereas AC Milan Clash went for the Amber instead. The rest is gonna be the same, and so far it is a close affair, but the first siege bot barely goes in the hands of AC Milan Clash, and they are gonna have a nice bolt advantage for the next one as well. So far so good for Clash, right? Final Stand. Not able to get the first bot. We'll have to defend off this one. And look at Guille going aggressive from the start, just looking to get some nice value off that bot.
Yep, spinning back now to try and get the assistance of Lenane in that mid. Is doing so as well as Cyclone did have to retreat a little bit there. Chaos just trying to hold this side nicely. Fire being picked up in Kanan. Going to be using that phase shifter through it. Really nice play through him to get that positioning onto Lenane, and shots do start to come in as well. Pull as well, going to be taking out Chaos, and the flying hook from Guille needs some assistance, doesn't get it. Cyclone's going to be getting 2 bolts in the bank there, and this is going to be around 5 or 6 to 0 if they can defend this.
Level siege 6 siege bot rather for AC Milan Clash, and we have a nice bolt lead for Final Stand, but it's definitely possible for Clash to either get the 1 push here, which I think is actually pretty likely, all things considered. Super from the... yeah, this is over. This is absolutely over for Final Stand. Well played, AC Milan Clash, spotting the opportunity to 1 push this one, or at least to, commit to a 75% HP hike and take it down with just that 1 bot. Well played, honestly, well played. And that does mean that they take the lead in Siege as well. Things are looking good for Clash. Final Stand so far looking very shaky here. I don't think they're playing bad. I just think that, Clash are just that good.
Yeah, no, I can totally agree with you there. I mean, Final Stand don't seem to be playing that bad at all. They almost got that first push. Cyclone was able to secure that first bolt as well. But just all round, Clash just have that team play that is required. And not only that, the solo play as well, with Chaos being able to pick up that 1v2 lane off the start. Going to be going extremely aggressive, as they know they can catch Cyclone off guard with his pinch here, and it looks like they're going to do so. Good pickups from them, and Guille going to be doing the exact same on the other side, almost taking Kanan down. Just surviving, and look at this. This is the experience that you see from Chaos, just delaying that bolt long enough so another one doesn't spawn in time. And this is going to be the first push going to Clash yet again.
Cyclone, quite low HP, is gonna burn down as Chaos gets a connection on that super. Good start from Clash. 2 bolts in the hands of Final Stand, which could be clutch if it comes down to a 3rd siege bot, or even just for this retake. We'll see how that goes down. They did defend off better this time around. They do have 1 more bolt than in the previous game at the same stage. So things are better on the side of Final Stand, but I wouldn't call them good just yet.
Yeah, you can't really say they're too good, but a good pickup from Cyclone over there, going to be guaranteeing this left-hand side bolt, and now GA getting pulled as well. And honestly, this has kind of changed fortunes as Final Stand are looking in a very good position now, and getting some good bolts banked, and they're going to be tying this one out. Not sure if that's the right play for them to go for, rather than just taking this and the rival, or even losing it and going for the last one with the amount of bolts they were able to guarantee. But Lene, look at his dupes from him. He is getting out of that position, and GGM looking like he might fall to Guille, but he doesn't just in time get to stay up. Chaos with some good shots from Cyclone, but it's honestly looking quite good for Final Stand.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good position right now. Lena gonna be attempting a retake on the right-hand side. The pull from GGM does result in a kill. GGM low HP, but stays alive. Guille might go down. Kanan isn't quite able to close that one out, but Chaos is quite low HP. That is going to be the kill, but bolt-wise, it's such a close affair. 10 more seconds, but it seems like Final Stand, they have a bit more control. They're going to bank the last couple of bolts, and that's going to be the Siege bot going the way of Final Stand. Level 17 bot heading north, and Clash, they need an absolutely flawless defense, which is going to be quite hard against such a strong Siege bot.
Yeah, 17 Siege bot as well, being supported by Kanan and GGM on the offense. I mean, it is going down fast, but only 11% needed, and that's going to be secured right now by the bot and Kanan. Almost a very, very good defense, to be fair, and I will say, any other scenario, that was an absolutely immaculate defense. They just needed more damage going on to the offense.
Yeah, man, that was an insane defense. For level 17 Siege bots, only taking 23% damage, that's super impressive. Thing is, it wasn't quite enough. As you said correctly, they didn't find enough damage of their Siege bot. I mean, they were probably not expecting a draw and the final Siege bot going the way of Final Stand, to be completely fair. But overall, this game much better from Final Stand. They had much more moments where they had control, where they had some outstanding play, some good teamwork as well, actually. I love the way they went for the retake after the first bot going the other way around. I love how they decided to commit 2 players to 1 lane and have the 1v1 on the left side, so that they would have the man advantage and kind of pick up the kill from there and just see how it goes, go for a mid retake together afterwards. But this time around, what is happening for Clash? Are they just waiting for the bot so they get the bolt afterwards? Was that what was going on? I think so, right?
I believe they were just delaying it so that there wasn't going to be one spawning over the left-hand side in time for them to be able to draw it out. But honestly, they probably would have got it anyway, as the third would have spawned on their side, so it wouldn't really make much difference. Which is probably why you were so confused. But Guille looking quite low now, and Cyclone might pick it up, but no, he does back off just in time for Guille to be able to spin after him and pick it up. Speed available now from Lene and the pull in hand from Chaos.
I honestly thought for a second they disconnected earlier because they just both stopped moving at the same exact second, and I was just there like, wait, what happened there? But yeah, you were absolutely right. They were just delaying that bolt. With that being said, it's really close bolt-wise, and this can get very dangerous for both sides because whoever doesn't get this Siege bot here might start off with a nice bolt lead for the next one. GGM has a pool. He's not going to use it just yet. It's going to be a level 5 Siege bot for AC Milan Clash, but we do have a couple of bolts in the bank for Final Stand for the third Siege bot if they can defend off this one.
Yeah, that positioning was not good for the defense at all from Final Stand, though. Look how low they are, and the pullout isn't available. Siege bot, 30,000 HP, going to be connecting with it. Good amount of damage coming in now, and it's forcing out the supers of Cyclone, and Lene going to be dashing through that shot from the Icon. 5-1 now. They do need to get something happening on the side of Clash, and the pull comes in. Good knockback as well. Not going to guarantee the kill on Cyclone, though, as those magic buffs do come in. And yet again, Final Stand looking in a very good spot to win this game.
I love how Final Stand is playing it out. They know they have the bolt lead and that they don't need a whole lot of bolts to get that final Siege bot, and therefore they decided to go for a stacked retake on 1 lane. Go all 3 together, open things up, and try to force some 3v1 interactions. And Clash, they absolutely fell for it. Going down and losing that final Siege bot. Level 9 bot for Final Stand. They still need a bit of damage, but it's not a whole lot. Gonna be pulling the Siege bot right here. Maybe a bit early for a Siege bot pull, to be completely honest, because it is gonna get to the save right now to the Ike Radar, but they still need a bit more damage. Look at that, GGM not able to make it happen. What a play from Clash. They're gonna steal away this set from Final Stand.
I have absolutely no clue how that happened. A really early pull-up, but I will say it was very necessary just due to the fact that the Carl was going to come in and support. Only like 2 or 3 shots from a Carl would have finished that off for them. So, you know, you had to be very, very wary when he did it. He was hoping to tank it a little bit longer, but Kanan obviously got on the aggressive on him. But, you know, what an absolutely amazing defense, being able to defend that bot, a 9 bot, 11% with all 3 players supporting it. It's just really, really strong from Clash. And it does look very good for them heading on to this third set 2-0 up.
Yeah, I think so too. It is a big difference, right? Going from, you know, a potential 1-1 to a 2-0. Now suddenly Clash is so close to a win in this match. Bounty is going to be up next. A really good game mode for Clash as well. Final stand, they're going to be in trouble here. Let's be completely honest. They are going to be in trouble. We talked about earlier that Siege is one of the weaker game modes for Clash. We definitely saw it apply here, as it looked a lot less convincing than Hot Zone, but they still made it work. Now they're back into their element, into one of their favorite game modes, and things are definitely going to be scary here for Final Stand moving ahead.
Yeah, you know, Bounty, just it all comes down to who's just able to stay alive and pick up the kills, and that just seems to boil down to, you know, whoever the better team is manages to do that usually in Bounty. Obviously, it does have a certain play style, but, you know, all the maps are kind of the same at the moment anyway in terms of comps. Obviously, Dry Season and Shooting Star being the two that are very, very similar in terms of comps, and, you know, seeing that now as the double thrower comes out and it's putting heavily offensive plays onto Final Stand as they do try to pick up this blue star.
Yeah, Clash gonna get the blue star, which is gonna be a nice way to just force Final Stand to go a bit more aggressively. Kanan gonna push forward, does get so much damage on Lena, down to 400 HP. Isn't quite gonna go down, and that is gonna leave some opportunities here for Final Stand as Kanan picks up the kill. Now suddenly the lead in favor of Final Stand. Clash, I don't really know why Lenan pushed up like that. I feel like he should just have fallen back. He had like 400 HP.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Trying to juke out a few shots, I think, and now he's going aggressive yet again, caught out. 2,100 HP left, and he is juking some shots by Tom. The pull is picked up, but the speed's just denying him from using that. Trevor trying to get some shots on Kanan, very low. Chaos being pulled. I don't know if he'll be able to trade out here. The Garden Ultra comes in. They're both connected, and that is almost the 2 kills, and Trevor can't quite finish it off. Lenane trying to do it as well, but 6-1 now, and it's looking good for Final Stand.
Yeah, just one mistake from Lena earlier, and so far it's already cost 6 stars to Final Stand, as they just have to defend off, and they're doing a terrific job at it. I mean, there's been some really close interactions. Stomp might actually fall here, but Lena, once again, so low HP. There's nowhere for him to survive that one, and that is going to be Final Stand with a 9-star lead right now. This is turning around their way, and they're playing it off really well.
Yeah, but you know, this pressure can result in a triple kill, but Trevor goes down 2. The pull comes in, and they have played this comp absolutely amazingly, going aggressive at the right times, coming back at the right times, and as you can see, 16-1 is a huge win to have over Clash. And Kanan with those 7 stars looking very, very strong at the moment. And honestly, Clash need to make some changes, otherwise that might be repeated.
Yeah, good stuff from Final Stand. Finally, something going their way. And honestly, they needed it. They needed it. The lead in this particular set now for Final Stand. I mean, we have to remember it's still 2-0 in set for Clash. So, you know, a nice win here isn't going to completely turn things around just yet. But, you know, a comeback always has to start somewhere. And this is the start that they needed. We'll see if they can keep it up. I mean, honestly, if they pick up the next game of Bounty, then they take one of the best game modes from Clash. And then suddenly it's 2-1 in sets. It's a much more feasible comeback.
Yeah, definitely so. Going to require the entire reverse sweep, though. As they are 2-0 down, they do need that 3-2 win. It's going to be very difficult to go through both of these remaining game modes, even if they do pick up this one. And honestly, I've still got my eyes on Clash to be able to take this. They've just got to kind of revise their comp a bit. And we know how strong they're going to be with that Gene Max, with Lenane on Max and Chaos on Gene. It's such a good matchup for those guys to have. So, honestly, still looking towards Clash. They've just got to try and fix their comp, I think.
All right. Moving on, we have some pretty similar stuff here, almost a mirror matchup, except we have a tick on Final Stand. And actually, there's a tick on AC Milan Clash as well. They're going double Trojan again. Lenan low HP, barely makes it out alive. That was close, but Clash, they do have their blue star. I think this time around, they might be a bit more careful about giving any easy kills to Final Stand.
Yeah, no, I think the two last are coming in from both Trevor and Tom, and he's just going to be caught out here, but Kanan does get taken down, and the pull comes in from Lenane. Yeah, those names really do confuse me now that they've got the L and VGX in it. Very, very confusing, but the pull does come in, and he drags him directly through Trevor's shot. Does get that pick up, and now it's 5-0 lead, and they're still staying on the aggressive.
Yeah, Clash, I mean, you know, the advantage from being aggressive despite having the lead means that you have more space to fall back to, right? If you're getting pushed and you're already on your side of the map and you don't have a lot of space, well, if you get attacked and you get, you know, taken low HP, you have nowhere to fall back to because you're already cornered on your side of the map. Here they have so much space to work with, so many opportunities to stay safe, to stay behind cover, that it is going to be quite a challenge for Final Stand, and Clash are giving them a bit more respect, a bit more space. GGM low HP, doesn't quite go down, he only survives with 150 HP though, and Final Stand with the next 25 seconds left, they will need a kill soon.
Yeah, Trevor's movement on that tick is absolutely amazing as well, baiting those shots to go far and then pushing forward into them. GGM being blocked off is huge here as he just can't push up in time to get this pull off unless Kanan gets the speed, but they're being kept back and he's still low HP as it is. 8 seconds left, they need to make something happen. Kanan phase shifting up and he's not going to pick up a kill just yet. Pull coming in onto Trevor, but there's no one else to be picked up. And that is going to be a match point for Clash as they do take this game back in the exact same comp, but they play it a lot better this time.
Yeah, match point ahead for AC Milan. Clash 1 game away from the grand finals, but also set point for Final Stand. So we've seen some good stuff from Final Stand. We haven't seen them pick up a set yet. That could be their chance now. Although in the game they won of Bounty, I think Final Stand played it really well, but it did feel a bit like Clash maybe true to that first game of the descent by Lenan just peaking with 400 HP for some unknown reason to me at least. And if they stay away from those kind of mistakes and play just like they did in this game, I do feel like Clash could just close it out with a 3-0 scoreline in sets.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. They just need to play it exactly how they did then, but they also need to watch out for Final Stand obviously showing some signs of them playing it differently. The way they played it the first time was absolutely immaculate, but obviously Clash kind of knew that was going to happen and they were going to change it up a bit to, you know, try and counter that way they played. It just resulted in them absolutely dominating them in that game, and they just weren't able to push up, and that aggressive positioning they had was so hard to break when Chaos started getting those walls.
All right, here we go. Match point for Clash, set point for Final Stand. As so far, HP-wise, it's pretty slim for Final Stand. They are going to be healing up, but even then, the blue star went the way of Clash, so they are the team that can decide the pace of this game. If they want to attack, they can. If they want to defend, they can. Final Stand are just going to have to follow and adapt, as they need a kill and can't afford to do any more mistakes here. So far, Clash, they've been quite aggressive and they've been quite successful at just keeping people low HP so they would never really apply any pressure on the side of Final Stand.
Lenane almost falling down there, but Chaos does assist him in staying up, and explosive speed now coming out. Nothing coming out of this. Trevor's literally covered the entire mid and left side with mines, keeping them at a low amount of HP, and Lenane really needs to try and connect this pull if he does get the pressure back, but he's got to watch out for that phase shifter and the tick head that are going to be trying to avoid it. G-Gem is going to be provided with speed as soon as King gets it, and that gives him the advantage over Lenane with this pull.
Oh, the pull is not going to connect, which does leave G-Gem with a pull available, and Kanan just looking to walk around a bit longer until he gets his next super available, as I'm supposing he's running the star power that just makes you reload your super while you walk, although it's been a while since he's had his last super.
Yeah, Shots coming in now from Trovo, and they do need to push aggressively. And he is a bit caught out there. Lenane just avoiding that pull, which would have been so devastating. And he is low now. He does pick up the kill on G-Gem, though. And this is looking like it might be it for final stand, as Tom's too low to push, and so is Kanan. AC Milan Clash go through to the finals.
Nice win from AC Milan Clash. Convincing stuff on their end. Honestly, I feel like Final Stand played quite well, but it was a really tough matchup here for them against Clash. And, you know, they did pick up 2 games, which does mean that, you know, a couple games going differently. They could have picked up 2 whole sets and it would be a whole different story. But it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't meant to happen today, as Clash take them out and secure their spot in the grand finals. This means, guys, that we got one more semifinal to go before we move on to our grand finals. Before that, guys, quick break and some highlights from this match. Welcome back, everyone, for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, as we are heading closer and closer towards our grand finals. But first, we got to see who is going to be playing against AC Milan Clash. So we have one more semi-final to go through. That's going to be Escobar versus Navi up next. What are your thoughts, Trav, on this matchup?
I think it's going to be a very close one, probably one of, if not the closest match we've seen so far. Escobar had just scathed through the last round 3-2, but I must say, I did have them as my heavy favourites in that game, and I feel like they did play better quite a lot throughout. But then again, Navi going to be my favourite in this game, as they've just been such a dominant team in the Russian region at the moment, EECA region. And, you know, even when they do play these European tournaments, they always seem to be coming out on top.
Yeah, you know, they're super strong. They've been dominating through EECA, and they're just looking to show us, you know, that in EU they're playing just fine as well. And they have already proved that to us in the past, as you rightly said. Our maps, guys: Nuts and Bolts for Siege, Parallel Place for Hot Zone, Kaboom Canyon in Heist. And if it comes down to sets 4 and 5, we will have some Bounty on Dry Season, as well as some Gem Grab on Minecart Madness. Looking into this match, I feel like it has the potential to be a bit similar to our previous match, where, in my opinion, Navi is going to be a pretty heavy favorite. But even then, you know, teams like Escobar, they do have what it takes to take them down, but they will need everything to go their way. They will need some super solid comms. They will need to, you know, consistently outcomp them and outplay them. It's going to be a huge challenge. They won't win if they just play their usual game. They will need to play at their finest, at their best, just to stand a chance here against Navi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, Navi's such a strong team. It's going to take they're going to have to pull out all the stops to be able to beat a team like them. It's going to be the massive differences in synergy, obviously, because Navi have been playing with each other for such a long time. At some point last year, they did join up, and then, you know, obviously, Escobar, very, very new team to the scene, and not to the scene, but new together, and that's going to really make a huge difference.
Yep, I completely agree. Our bans here: Stu and Mortis on the side of Escobar, Gene and Poker from Navi. Mortis is an interesting one. I'm trying to think, but I don't really remember Navi being like a super like Mortis heavy team, especially since they banned Poco, and you know, Mortis is one of the brawlers that does get played quite a bit with a Poco. It might not have as much power as it would have if Poco wasn't banned, but nevertheless, you know, it is a brawler that is out of the picture. It's definitely interesting because it does leave Belle in play, which we haven't seen all that much. I don't think we've seen Belle played whatsoever today. She was banned every single time. Yesterday, I think one match maybe, but that's about it. So yeah, one of the first times we don't see Belle here. That's going to be, we don't see Belle banned, so we will see her actually in game. That's going to be interesting, Trav.
Yep, time to watch some interesting Brawl Stars as it's played every single game. Going to be falling asleep by the end of it if it is played that much, but obviously still anything can happen with that in play. Just a very, very strong brawler. You expect to see it a heck of a lot in these upcoming matches, depending obviously on the map. If it is a bit more closed off, then you probably won't see it. But, you know, having that Belle open such a change in the meta, and I think this might even be the first time we've seen Belle open in a very long time, especially today.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm expecting to see plenty of Belle. Honestly, Belle is so good pretty much everywhere. Like, she does have a couple of maps and modes where she's a bit less strong, but overall, I mean, first of all, when I say modes, not really. She's very strong anywhere. Like, you will see her anywhere, especially with the current map pool. I feel like Heist is one of her weaker game modes, but with maps such as Save Zone in the mix, it's definitely absolutely playable. So there's going to be plenty of options to pull out that Belle. I'm expecting a lot of Belle duels, and I'm curious to see if Escobar didn't ban it because they actually wanted to play it, or if they didn't ban it because they expected it to get banned by Navi. I think that's quite a big favor, and it could and it could go both ways, actually. It could be Navi that just expected it to be banned by Escobar, because if that's the case and there were some mind games and the bans that just ended up not really paying off, that could be super interesting getting into this match.
Yeah, you know, I really do like your point there as well in the terms of like some mind games that you're expecting your opponents to ban it. Obviously, Escobar probably won't, as they haven't banned it today at all. On the side of Navi, obviously, they're sticking to their guns and staying with the Poco and Gene bans, so clearly just getting those out of the way because they don't like playing them. But you know, as you said, the mind games are clearly quite strong as Escobar know that they don't ban it, so it must have been a tactical thing to leave it in play. And maybe they've got a very, very strong Bell, and that will come out to show hugely if they've got a better Bell than Navi, and that could be the changing point that they really need.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting, and honestly, brawlers like Bell, like I feel like a lot of top teams, especially when they're confident in their match, they tend to ban Bell a bit less. I've noticed that quite a couple of times here, but also just in the monthly finals and such, because maybe first of all they expect to have the better Bell if it comes down to a mirror matchup Bell in the mid area, but also. They are fairly confident that their opponents will most likely just go for the Bell ban anyway. So why waste one of your own bans if it's either you're pretty sure that they are gonna ban it anyways. Let's call it like 80% sure they will ban it, and then the other 20% you're pretty confident you're gonna win it anyways. So you have a bit of a win-win scenario not banning Bell, and I feel like that's why teams like Navi, like Clash, often just leave her on the table because, yeah, they don't really have too much to lose from it.
Yeah, but the thing is that teams like Escobar can have some very experienced sharpshooters. I know Carol's very good with them alongside, Sugar as well. So I don't know if it's Navi not being too familiar with the individual skill of Escobar, because obviously they're probably not going to be too frightened of the team play aspect. The individual skill of Escobar, I would say, is quite high when they play with their strongest roster. And maybe they're just not too familiar with some of the mechanical skill of some of these players, and leaving Bell in play might have been a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it could bite them in the back, but obviously we'll have to find out when it comes down to the play. I mean, Navi, they are a really solid team mechanically as well. I expect them to have a decent Bell, otherwise they would just not leave it in the mix, right? If they don't think they can win with a Bell mirror matchup, they're not going to leave it playable, especially when they had some bans like Poco. That Poco sure is strong, don't get me wrong, but if you have a bad Bell on your team or no player that can play Bell on your team, then you're definitely going to ban her. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. What I would worry about more is what you were saying earlier, that maybe they are underestimated Escobar, and maybe they don't have the best Bell, but they still feel like, yeah, we don't know Escobar, we're probably going to win even with a Bell. And then suddenly Escobar are able to surprise them. I mean, it's going to be tough because we have seen quite a couple of mistakes from Escobar in their previous matches, especially for team play. And that's going to be the first ball already banked by Navi. A bit of a luckier spawn as well. MMA just spawning on the side of the bolt, which is going to give a bit of an advantage for that first bolt.
Yep, Navi going to be taking this first push as MMA banks that final bolt needed. Jason with an aggressive play around this right side, using that TP, does get traded out though, and MMA lovely flying hook back into his own zone, as he's not really going to use them too aggressively once they're built up in this mid. But he was walking slightly in front of that siege bot there, did get tapped up a little bit more, and he's had to go retreat and heal. Good melt now as well from Escobar to get this bot down so fast.
Yeah, that was a really solid defense from Escobar. I mean, Max is just really solid in defense in general, just so much DPS. Jason gonna try to get some nice shots off onto Carol, gets him down to 360 HP, and so far, not a single bolt going the way of Escobar. They have one spawning on their side. Sugar should be able to bank that one, but that's all about what they got so far in this game. Navi getting this siege bot, and they're not even going to be looking too bad bolt-wise for the next one.
Yeah. MMA going very aggressive there, does get taken down, and he's going to be coming out the spawn, and this is the exact same position they were in last time to get this really, really strong defense and some piercing shots through the boss from Carol connecting with MMA, but very little damage going to be coming in from Navi, and MMA is forced very low on that side of things from the Ike. Speed available though, and this could really help them maintain this mid.
Yeah, this comeback is not going to be easy for Escobar. They need a really strong retake, and so far they do have some decent positioning, but Thomas is going to fall. It's a one-on-one trade. Jason doesn't have any TPs left, so he just has to run around Sugar, and this does look still possible for Escobar to catch up. It's gonna be tough, but it is possible, I believe. Yeah, they are gonna get this siege bot, guys. Level 7 bot for Escobar, level 8 even, and all they need is 20% damage. That's definitely feasible.
Yeah, very, very good defenses on Navi's part, on Escobar's part, and now they're going to be doing a lot of damage. Coming in with this Barley too is going to do it even without the boss, but that is going to be the damage going in their favor. After being dominated for the whole game, you've got to feel for Navi there. They've just literally destroyed Escobar for the majority of the game, but the last bot does go in favor of them, and that's the name of the game in Siege. You've got to be wary of the bolt count.
Yeah, that's why I always call a Siege the most punishing game mode, because if you make any mistakes like that at the wrong moment, your game is just done. Like, they got team wiped once, whereas they team wiped Escobar maybe like 5 times, but it was at the one moment where it mattered the most, and it was just that impactful that Escobar were able to run away with that game. I mean, overall, I wouldn't call it a comfortable win from Escobar. Definitely far from that. It did look like Navi was playing much better. They just lost the fight that they absolutely needed to win. And honestly, I have no clue how they lost it either. Like, they had full control of the middle. The respawns were late as well, because 2 players, or like one went down to the siege bot and one had like 200 HP. So Escobar needed to heal up, which took some time, so they were late on that retake. They split up on the map. It was all tied up in bolts, before the retake started, so it's not like there was a massive bolt advantage. It was just crazy, to be completely honest with you. Like, Escobar, somehow they just won every fight everywhere and they made it work, but they really had nothing to work with. So good clutch on their end. It felt maybe a bit more like a mistake also from Navi, because they should have been able to hold on to that control. I don't really see how it just slipped away from them just like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that was the kind of defining factor, but MMA stayed in that Ike radius for such a long time at the end of that push. I think he got hit around about 4 times by the Ike, and that can really bring you down to a small amount of damage. With the Gene Band too, your healing's not going to be as fast without that Magic Puff's star power that's providing those 400 a second. And that's really why he was staying so low for so long, and it just seemed like the defense was that good. They were able to have that HP ready to push directly out.
All right, well, moving on to game number 2, it seems like the first bolt is going to go the way of Navi. We have a BB now coming in for Sugar, so that's going to be changing things up for sure. I feel like overall I do prefer Carl just a bit, but BB is not a bad brawler. Carl is able to pick up a nice kill. Sugar can't quite go for the bolt there because he's going to die if he does, and that does mean that Jason is able to catch it, but it's a bit of a shame for Escobar, but they do have quite a bit to work with this defense. Bubble available from Sugar. Oh, that was a really nice bubble, actually. Look at how much damage he found off that one.
Yeah, good flying hook from Carol as well to get this Barley down for the offense. That'd have been a couple of shots coming in, and that can deal up to 20%. Jason here over this right-hand side, going to be trying to hold it over Carol, and what an absolutely amazing phase shifter from BBG's there to get directly through that BB knockback. Really nice play from him, and he's still there as well on full HP. And this is very, very dominant from Navi, but this is exactly what we saw last game, and it didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, we'll need some more here from Escobar, because they are not going to get this siege bot, and bolt-wise, they don't exactly have the biggest lead either. 2-bolt lead, I mean, it's decent. It's more than they had in the previous match in the same scenario, but it's still going to be a bit of a tough affair, as there is quite some damage pouring down on that eye, getting it all the way down to 32%. And now it's retake time for Escobar, and they will need to get there quickly, because otherwise Navi, they're going to start catching up gems-wise, or bolts rather.
Yeah, this is the kind of control and damage that they really did want in the previous game, and they're eventually going to be getting it as Sugar's going to be falling too as the Super's thrown at MMA's feet. They've got the bolts to do it, and this is going to go in favor of Navi, as they do take all 3 bots this game. And I will say, they have deserved this in the previous game too, but just that one mess up didn't allow it, so this is really going to get the mentality back in place.
Yeah, just Navi fixing some of the problems from the previous one, as they pick up a pretty convincing win here. Actually, to be completely honest, a very convincing win against Escobar. much better from Na'Vi than game number 1. We'll see how it goes for game 3, if Na'Vi can just hold up to that standard they put in this game, or if it's going to be a bit more shaky like their first game and Escobar could steal this set away. Yeah, Na'Vi are really good, man. They're really, really solid. If you look at both games, like, it's all tied up right now, but Na'Vi looked so much more convincing overall.
Yep, you got to look at the stats as well. 5 out of 6 bolts in the both of the games are going to 5 out of 6. I keep on saying bolts instead of bots. Bots are going to be going in favor of Na'Vi over these 2 games, and that's really looking good for them in terms of just the statistics there, in the fact that they can continue that on and try and do the exact same in this next round and secure this siege set in their favor. And that's going to be so valuable going on into these next rounds of Hot Zone and Heist, which can be just as unpredictable as Siege.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, it is a good lineup of game modes for a bit of an upset, but it's still going to be a challenge for Escobar to win here against Na'Vi, just because, you know, Na'Vi has so much competitive experience. They've been so good for the longest time, but we are ready to jump in. The first ball this time around is picked up by Carol, which is going to give a bit of an advantage. He gets another one here as well. Oh, nice flying hook. He's able to bank the ball because of it.
Yeah, 3 push or 4 push coming in from Escobar, which is very convincing off the start. And Na'Vi going to be forced to defend the first time on the first push. And Jason going to be banking another bolt, going to give them 2 in the pot. But he's got no HP to be able to bounce his pickaxe off the wall. And look at Sugar's positioning for this damage coming in now.
Yeah, this is some really good value. Look at that, Escobar. They might even one-push it. They are certainly going to do just that. And once again, Siege showing us that a mistake can cost you an entire game, as they just one-push that Ike, man. Impressive stuff from Escobar. They're going to steal away this first set. I'm saying steal not because they don't deserve it, but I mean also kind of. They only got 2 siege bots out of 3 games, and somehow they pick up the win against the favorites of this match. That is quite impressive. And you know, you might argue that it's not as much of a deserved win, but they are the underdogs, and as an underdog, you take whatever your opponents give you, and they certainly did just that, abusing the slightest mistake from Na'Vi. And that's how you should be playing at this level of play. You can't let your opponents, even if they are the better team, even if they are the favorites, you can't let them just run around and not punish them for their mistakes. If there is a mistake, you need to capitalize on it and make sure to convert that in some way to get closer towards completing your objective. And that's exactly how Escobar approached this, and that's why they took that set away from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, I think we, the viewers, and themselves has put them firmly as the underdog, which kind of gives them no pressure at all to win, and that's really where teams like this thrive. And, you know, just a side note as well, Carol, please get off that disgusting Carl skin. It's absolutely vile. But, you know, moving on into this Hot Zone game, it's really looking quite good for Escobar to try and take this too, as, you know, they've taken the first unpredictable game mode, and that last push that they just did was absolutely incredible. You can't be making mistakes like that on the side of Na'Vi, and honestly, they might be falling to a bit of the pressure that Escobar are taking advantage of now.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes in set number 2. Some Hot Zone action. Once again, I said it earlier, Hot Zone is a game mode that is maybe a bit more favorable towards, how can I say it, a bit less variable regarding, you know, the favorites. They're just going to keep their advantage of being a favorite a bit more than on some other game modes, because it is a bit more of a consistent fight across the map, and a lot of team fights as well, which in this case is going to favor Na'Vi. Not only, you know, this is the thing with this match we have to take into account. They are the better team as individual players, but they're also better as a team. They've been playing for so long as a team. So this is a perfect game mode for them. We'll see how that actually works out, as so far a bit more invasion on the side of Na'Vi, with MMA getting some solid percentages on that left side. He is not even going to go down here. Good pinch from Jason. They make it work, and they're going to start capturing more and more on that left-hand side.
Yeah, Thomas using that flying hook in there, really not the best opportunity to try and take the advantage of, because there was just no gap there for him really to do anything. They weren't low at all. He was just looking to try and make a play out of nothing. Power up going to be coming in for Carol now, and the field promotion star power going to be making so much use of it too. Good splash though by Jason. They're taking them out of the game for a little bit longer because they've got to take some time to heal. And I will say, they are looking very good on the side of Navi now, as only the 50% on the defensive zone is just now secured by Escobar. And they're looking strong on the offensive now, but Navi just aren't allowing it.
And Thomas going for the kill on the right-hand side, but is it going to be enough, though, as Navi already at 82%. Thomas is capturing on the top right lane, which does mean that they are closing the gap, but they're still a bit behind. Assistance from Sugar coming in as well, but Thomas ultimately does go down. I think Navi, they should go for the aggression right now. They have the lead. I think the safest path is to go a bit more aggressive and just put the pressure onto Escobar, but they're going to decide to go for a bit more of a defensive approach so far, just trying to make sure that they don't get anywhere up close. Sugar going to be quite low HP. BBG's dashing forward, going to get an extra percentage, but not sure if that's worth the use of a gadget. Thomas low HP, but still alive. And Escobar, they need to get a couple more percentages to come back into this game.
Yeah, Carol can't be sitting this defensive when his teammates are this low and they've got a deficit on the size of a percentage. That he does need to go aggressive now, and it just seems like he's playing so passively, getting outranged by the Byron as well. You've got to move off the back line to be able to close down that gap, and May just able to push directly up the side because he's not in the position he should be. And this is honestly Thomas picking up the kill, and this might be the comeback they need now, as Carol just staying on the defensive. This is where he does need to just sit behind this wall and let Sugar and Thomas do what they do best. But now they have the lead and they can push aggressively and try to hold this zone for the majority of the time. Speed coming in from BBG, just going to pop it on himself, and look at Thomas's HP. He is so beefed up now, and Escobar are going to take this game.
Man, absolute insanity, as Escobar, not only did they pick up the first set, they're gonna take the first game here in set number 2 as well. This is huge for them because now one more game in this set and it's 2-0 in sets. They're in an excellent position to take down Navi in the semifinals. This is absolutely huge, but honestly, I think that in this game, not only did they play really well, they did have a really strong comp as well. I feel like Ruffs is a brawler that has fallen out of the meta, but on this map, not at all super strong. And I don't know if Navi maybe just forgot about it, or maybe it's not as meta in ECA. But yeah, it seems like a bit of a waste not to go for it, because it gave such a good late game advantage to Escobar, having those beefed up brawlers, whether it's the buff plus the extra HP from the star power of Ruffs. Like, that's just mad value overall, and getting a car at like 7,000 HP that deals 20% more damage, like that's basically like having a 4th brawler on your team. That's just such good value. And yeah, I feel like we are gonna see Navi either matching it or trying to counter it. I've seen one of my favorite counters for this strategy is to play Mortis, because everyone is kind of going to be bunched up around the start, and you can kind of just hop in and try to find as much value as you can, and try to eliminate those players before they get too tanky. I think that Navi, they had a really good shot at taking this one no matter what, but Escobar was a very smart comp and very well executed as well. Were able to close it out in the late game just because they were buffed up so much and the difference was too big at that point.
See, I don't even think that Navi had that much of a disappointing comp in comparison to Escobar. The thing is, like, the Byron just went down so early, and the Carl just wasn't able to do it on his own for so long, and when he did respawn, they had a huge lead because MMA played that Carl so well and got the percentage there, but you know, as soon as they got pushed off, they just weren't able to push on again, just because they just needed to maintain that side a little bit longer and get more of a lead than they had. As soon as Carol got that buff as well, there's just no attacking that side when 2 of you are just going to be bounced on by those bounce shots from Jesse.
All right, Escobar, this is their chance to double down on their lead, and I like this aggressivity here from Navi, but it looks like both teams are just going to be in enemy territory and looking to capture that first. That's going to be an interesting dynamic for sure. We'll see how that's going to turn out, as BBG's does get taken out, but there is a trade. And Jason versus Thomas on the top side in that duel of the Byrons is going to lead to Thomas falling and MMA still capturing that bottom zone. So it's really close right now. We do see some more capture time on the side of Escobar, but Na'Vi actually have a very slight lead right now.
Yeah, great heal from Thomas there, just able to keep Carol up. And Sugar trying to go on the aggressive, but just there to stop him. And that is a really nice ball, to be fair, just bouncing it across the face of Navi, so they can't push up into that aggressive position that they want. Really nice knockback there from Carol, and doesn't get the heal off in time. And now you're looking at Sugar just in aggressive position, maybe able to pick up the kill on BBGs. And this is a little advantage for Escobar just now, but Navi managing to equal out as they do have a lot more of that aggressive zone confirmed.
Yeah, this is so close, so 5% difference. But the thing is, it's in the couple less percentages, so it could go really, really fast either way. Nice kills, though, from BBGs and MMA, and I think those could be difference maker here, as Na'Vi are on the offensive now. Only a couple of seconds from closing it out. Can they defend this off here? Escobar, they're able to find two. Jason low HP falls to Thomas. Is he able to get into the zone and capture back a couple more percentages? Thomas, I think he missed that super. He probably wanted to heal himself there maybe a bit as well. This is a close affair though, 4% difference, but Thomas is gonna fall. And now Carol has to defend off that push. Gonna get the knockback onto MMA. Doesn't quite pick up the kill. Sugar is gonna have a bit of a struggle as well. And this is gonna be game for Na'Vi, tying things up effectively in hot zone.
Yep, I must say, Carol did some really, really good defenses there, but just on the offense, Thomas's heals just were not there. He did some really nice defensive heals to keep his teammates up, and there were two of them pushing there, and he just did neglect the heals towards Sugar, I think it was on the BB, who just in a very good position to go aggressive, but just didn't get the heals required to be able to stay in that position. And that just allowed Navi to pinch him down and take him down quite simply, which is quite disappointing to see, considering that would have been a very, very nice comeback in that game of Hot Zone after Carol's absolutely amazing defense.
Yeah, that was a solid game from Na'Vi. It was still extremely close, to be completely honest. And Escobar, they're going to be disappointed that they couldn't close this one out. Just because, you know, being up 2-0 against Na'Vi in the semifinal of a €5,000 event would have been huge for them. But they still got a chance at making that happen in this next game. It is going to be quite challenging, a bit of momentum switching to the sides of Na'Vi right now. A bit of, you know, win streak getting ended for Escobar, as they will need to focus up and see what they decide to bring in to our next and final game of Hot Zone. I don't know. I think their initial comp might have been the stronger one, so I think I would have liked them to switch back to it. But at the same time, man, it was tough, man. It's really tough. I'm not entirely sure. Do you have maybe any brawlers that you feel like, yeah, this is the moment to pull them in, or anything along those lines?
I don't know, because those comps that we've covered, obviously one of them would be very, very counterable by Mortis, and I mean, Mortis is banned actually as well, isn't it? Just thinking about that. I think at least it is, yeah. Yeah, so Mortis is banned, but yeah, really nothing else I'd say. You know, the Ruffs comp, it would be good to bring back, but they're just going to stick with what they've just been playing, and they're sick and faithful to it as well. Going in the aggressive and just playing that Ruffs, but leaving Ruffs on its own seems to be a very weird strategy from Navi here.
Yeah, we have the Bell as well right now on to Na'Vi, which is going to be turning things around just a little bit, but so far not really able to find too many connections on his shots. So Jason going to get buffed up now, looking to find some more shots from afar, but some nice shots from Thomas. He's going to get melted down, and so far Escobar, they have a really solid lead. Sugar, I mean, when is he gonna go down against the Ruffs? It's gonna take forever, and here we go. That's gonna be the kill. Nice dash in from BBGs, but I think he should be falling to Carol. It's gonna be close. They actually trade each other out, but that's still in favor of Escobar, in my opinion, as they are able to close out the top right zone. And Escobar, all they need is a couple more percentages on the left side. Nice knockback from Carol. Gonna find a lot of value off this one, but he does fall to BBG's. Sugar trying to find as many percentages as he can. He will go down. This is close here. A good opportunity for Na'Vi to come back, but can they make it happen here? Escobar so close from the finish line. Nice super from Carol. They're both low HP. I think they should be able to just close this one out. Escobar going 2-0 against Na'Vi.
This is very, very unexpected, I will say. Seeing Escobar go 2-0 up is very, very weird to see against a team like Na'Vi, who have been playing so well across all competitions, but that comp was really, really nice, and I feel like they just neglected the roughs a lot there. I know I keep on using this word neglected, but, you know, I feel very sorry for some of these brawlers. The roughs definitely should have been playing with the team and playing that other star power rather than the one that he did. I think he just played the break star power, which seemed to be a bit unusual if they were just committing for the base race anyway. Like, if you're going to play the break star power, you need to be breaking up the map, not just going directly for the zone. And, you know, they just able to win the offense first, and then Sugar came back for the defense, and I think that's just what made it, being able to be so versatile across the entire map.
I'll leave you for literally 20 seconds as I started crying because I think I hurt my eye a little bit. Yeah, I'll leave you around for a second. Actually, I can just talk like that for 2 seconds because I'm crying like crazy. Yeah, I have very fragile eyes, oddly enough, and sometimes it just gets going like that.
Yeah, I mean, understandable to be honest. But moving on into Heist next, we're going to be seeing Escobar and Na'Vi go down against each other. And, you know, these two teams been very, very similar. We've seen 2-2-1s, both go in favor of Escobar, and it seems like they were very much on the back foot for a lot of all 5 or 6 of those games, should I say. But managed to come out on top on 4 of them, and those are the ones that really do matter. Heist coming up next, though, yet again, another unpredictable mode. But honestly, Escobar have been looking so good. But I've still got my money on Na'Vi to take this set, as I feel like they've been deserving one, and this is the one they're going to pull through on.
Yeah, that is very much possible. I mean, man, so far it's been a bit of a crazy match. 2-1, 2-1 in each set, and not exactly going towards the team we expected. I mean, Escobar, they're super good. Like, I don't want to, you know, say anything against them. They definitely deserve to be here, and have been performing really strongly so far in this event. But Na'Vi, I mean, they were still pretty heavy favorites. Like, if you had told me like exact odds or results, I would probably have told you like 3-1 in favor of Na'Vi. That's what I expected. So Escobar definitely already further than my expectations, and I think that Na'Vi is playing a bit below what I expect from them, to be completely honest with you. We need them to step up a bit more, and I don't know if they were underestimating Escobar, if they maybe just, I don't know, at a couple of maps they aren't the best on. I'm not entirely sure, man, but so far I'm expecting more from Na'Vi.
Yeah, you know, you've always got to be expecting more from a team as notoriously good as this, and you know, these sets haven't exactly drastically gone in Escobar's favor. I will say the Siege 100% should have gone to Na'Vi after 2-0, to be honest with you, but Escobar managed to claw that back, and then the first 2 games looked like they were both going in favor of Na'Vi, but one did and one didn't, and then this final game, full domination from Escobar, really showing us what their worth is. So, you know, Heist map coming up next, it's going to be a difficult one to decide who's going to win it, but yeah, Na'Vi possibly going to be starting this reverse sweep, but I think that maybe it's going to be a very close one, and honestly, kind of secretly rooting for Escobar to take this one, as I feel like they do deserve a win, as they have taken, you know, 2 sets of Na'Vi. It is deserved.
I mean, that's for sure. Honestly, even if they were to lose this match, I think they would already be very happy with their performance, as they've played super strongly so far. I mean, this is going to be their chance to go 3-0. I think they're going to seize it. And honestly, it seems very much possible for Escobar to at least close out one of the sets in the next 3 ones, just from, you know, their performance so far. Just like it also seems very much possible for Na'Vi to go for a full-on comeback from here. As, you know, those 2 first sets, they went down to 1 game difference. They all went to the 3rd game of the set, so it could absolutely have gone the other way around. It was just that close.
Kaboom Canyon, it's going to be that again. It seems like we're only seeing the same maps over and over again in each mode, but yeah, we are going to be seeing some Kaboom Canyon and some amazing taps from Thomas off the start. Both teams are going to be playing out Bell, as the mid-control is in favor of Na'Vi so far, but some good shots coming in from Escobar, kind of not really taking advantage of the mid-control they have, as Sugar does connect some amazing shots onto MMA and just take him down.
Yeah, this is... Sugar Snort just barely survived, but he's going to get sniped off by BBGs. Obviously, you know, Bell being at play, we're going to be seeing it on such an open map. Despite, you know, Bell typically not necessarily being the best brawler at Heist, the competitive map pool right now with both saves and then Kaboom Canyon, leaves tons of opportunities for her to shine just because of the very wide range there is on the map. And if you look at the middle area, when they are going to be under control and there is a retake, a bell shot is just going to be bouncing on forever. Nice super from Carol Escobar, catching up damage-wise, at least slowly, but they will need some more here to get back into this game.
Yeah, I will say these heals being provided by Sugar are literally unmatched by any Byron I've ever seen in my life. He's just doing such a good job of keeping Carol up here, and he's healed him all the way up to the safe on multiple occasions. He needs to try and get the super off now, and he has been connected by that Byron shot. Very unlucky on that part, but Sugar looking to try to do the same with MMA, as the pinch might come in from Thomas now, and it might be needed. But the splash comes in just in time, and big, I'm just seeing Sugar's name here, Escobar taking control as mid here.
Yeah, man, Sugar has been playing out of this mind this game on that Byron, getting some sweet kills, but also just amazing heals across the board. Really solid performance, and with that, Escobar, they actually take back the lead. It's only a 4% lead, so nothing too significant just yet, but look at that, Sugar just picking up yet another kill, also wasting the super from MMA. Insane that he didn't hit him despite starting that super from that close, but it's just some extra value for Escobar, although I think they are looking for a bit more damage, because now like 1 or 2 shots would be enough for Escobar, for Na'Vi rather, to catch up. They are in a position to get some more damage done here. They are on the aggressive, getting a couple more shots on. Is it going to be enough though? 8 seconds left. We have some shots. The super as well from Na'Vi, and Na'Vi, they are able to steal this one away. We've had plenty of times where Escobar stole some games and sets from Na'Vi. This is the first one where it really feels like it's Na'Vi actually stealing it from Escobar.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the amount of long-range brawlers they had, they can all connect from the safe, from these long-range positions, and the damage just really wasn't there in the long run. Maybe over-committing for the safe damage instead of just maintaining the mid-control towards the end there, as those two players from Na'Vi did come in on the right-hand side, and maybe could have taken a bit of a team fight in the mid rather than just playing out for the damage, as they knew there was someone coming up from the defense. And on the other side of things, there's nobody on the right-hand side to come and pinch up on the Na'Vi players. And that's really just why they just took so much damage towards the end, as they did overcommit, fall, and then there's just nobody there to stop the damage from coming in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I honestly feel like towards the end, when everyone was in the mid, they should probably just have fought it out, Escobar, because worst case, they die and they lose, which, you know, they lost by pushing anyways. And best case scenario, they pick up the kill even if there is some damage, and the lead for Na'Vi, they are in the mid and they have time to get some shots on that save. But look at this, pretty good start from Escobar already early on. Carol gonna be quite low HP, but still alive at least. He's gonna get the super down on the save, and BBGs takes a bit more damage as well. Carol gonna be only a shot away from another super. That would be some extra percentages to connect onto that save.
Sugar still playing this Byron to an amazing standard, getting some shots from BBGs are going to start to fall now, but look at that heal as well. Gets the damage on as well as the heal, and Jason and him might be looking at a bit of a trade here, but he doesn't get that final shot off, leaving him at 500 HP. But it's okay, because Carol is there to pick up the kill. MMA does have his super now, but he is marked, which could take a lot of damage on the way back through, as you see Carol and Thomas both pinching him now, and some heavy shots going on. Carol being kept alive by Sugar again. Eventually, the takedown does come in, though, and this is really a good position for Na'Vi, but an amazing takedown coming in from the Byron.
Yeah, honestly, also Thomas on those snipes, absolutely wilding on that right side of the map. BBG's already low HP, just respawned, gonna miss his super, and Thomas doesn't miss his shot. MMA is able to pick up the kill, but Carol is still going, and he's gonna catch MMA. Nope, never mind, he's gonna fall to Jason's super. 75% on each side, but BBG's is gonna get a couple of shots off to give the lead back to Na'Vi. It's a pretty close affair. MMA has the super as well. He's gonna hit Carol once, which is just some extra sweet added value from that super, but he's gonna get marked, and now he's a bit of an easy target for Escobar to take down, and indeed Sugar picks up the kill.
Yeah, Carol, I think he knew that there was a mine there too, but he still had to go through it, because you can't bait out these mines, which I think is a really weird mechanic to use. Carol is marked, so going to be taking some heavy damage here, and Sugar's not connecting those heals for the first time in his life, I'm pretty sure. But the damage can still come through. It's Escobar do have this mid control if Thomas can maintain it, but Sugar getting hit quite heavily too. This could be quite bad, but the splash comes in and it might be doable here if they can get up the map. Carol with his super not going to do the damage, but Thomas here as well. Can't be letting MMA use his, and this is going to be looking like a Navi set as the damage just not going to be able to come through the players.
Man, this set was so close as well, but it's going to go the way of Navi. It's now 2-1 in set, still in favor of Escobar, but slowly but surely, Navi are closing the gap. But, you know, they took a bit of time to warm up. Highs definitely seemed better, but it was still quite close. Both games they won, it could absolutely have gone the other way around. One play would have made the difference, and those plays, they went the way of Navi. So good stuff for them. This means we are going to set number 4. That's going to be some bounty action coming up next. I don't think I remember the map here. Do you happen to remember it, Travis?
I'll say we saw dry season last, so I'm going to say it's going to be Canal Grande. We haven't seen that in a while. So I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like it's either Canal Grande or Shooting Star, I will say. But, you know, regardless, we've seen literally the same comps on quite a lot of the maps anyway, so I don't think it matters too much. You got to be either seeing the double thrower or at least the Piper, Nanny, and a thrower as well. So it's just worrying how similar the meta is on every single bounty map, and that's really why I like Snake Prairie in the mix-up.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Snake had just the potential to completely like switch everything around. And also, I love when you have like a map where there's like brawlers that are super strong, but that are bad on every other game mode and map. It's just so much fun to, you know, have a place in the meta in competitive for a lot of different brawlers or a high variety of brawlers. But yeah, a bit of a shame that Snake is gone. This does mean that we're not going to be playing some Snake. We'll find out soon enough, guys. They'll be quick to tune in. And as you rightly said, a couple of brawlers dominating the general bounty meta right now. Belle is going to be one of them as well. And since, you know, usually we don't think about it because she's banned, but right now she is available, as you probably saw from this set. So I'm expecting some Belle action, no matter the map, to be completely honest. I feel like Canal Grande is maybe the one where we could see her a bit less, but even then, probably playable just fine.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, both looking at dry season and Shooting Star, going to be viable on both of those there. And possibly even on Canal Grande too. It is going to be dry season, and we're seeing the Carl make a return from MMA. Probably a good pick here, but no Bell on the side of Escobar, which is really, really surprising.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. I mean, I guess as a Piper, you can win the matchup against Bell, you know, especially with homemade recipe. But it's also not going to be the easiest time, especially if you're marked. You're basically dead. Like it's just like that. You're just dead. You just don't know exactly when.
Yeah, nah, definitely so. I mean, look at those 2 defensive mines being placed from the Bell nice and early, just so if they do lose the control, it's going to be so difficult for them to retain it. And you know, these shots coming in now from Carol are hitting BBGs, but he's just not going to be able to go down as the pressure just isn't there. And they can just sit behind these walls, and the throwers literally aren't going to be able to push anyway, just because of this Bell. Good wall now coming in from Sugar, breaking up that grass, as well as walling off that side so he can just go in. He's going to tank these 2 mines, which might be coming back to haunt him as the ticket's still there to get some shots on.
Yeah, but honestly, I really like that play from Escobar to try to, you know, remove some of those traps and make it a bit easier to get a push going, because they will need it at some point. I feel like that could have been a homemade recipe from Thomas to secure that kill, but didn't go for the opportunity. BPGs is gonna have to tank that Thick Head with his last run. Now he has a Thick Head of his own available. Gonna place it quite defensively, but it's not gonna fare for very long. 20 seconds left, and Escobar, they still need to pick up a kill.
Yeah, MMA gonna be trying to use that little flying hook in there, and the fall, they do fall. MMA looking very, very low. I mean, BBG's looking low though. I mean, MMA is too, and the homemade recipe not going to connect from Thomas there, looking low as well. Having to jump out, and the game's going to Navi, as there's just no time to pick up these kills, and there's just no way they're getting it either.
Oh my, Navi picking up the first game of Bounty. They're 1 game away from tying things up. There was such a huge lead early on for Escobar up 2 sets. Things were lining up for them to win this match and go to the semifinals. Now suddenly it's set point for Na'Vi, and all they need is one game, and we're all tied up. All the lead that Escobar built up is all gone. I would still say that Escobar would have, a decent chance, just because it would go down to a best of three, and that's, or best of one on best of three games on one set, which is definitely gonna be better as an underdog, as you don't want to play through 20 game modes, because that is gonna lead to the more consistent team to win, and that is gonna be the favorite Na'Vi. So yeah, this is definitely really interesting. I think that Escobar, it's gonna get complicated if they don't win this one.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I mean, having the momentum in your favor from Navi after almost completing this reverse sweep going into this last set could be absolutely huge if they do manage to pick up this game. Kind of expecting Escobar to kind of maybe swap onto Navi's comp, though. That Bell just seems so strong. Even Sugar having to throw out his super to get those mines down, he wasn't able to get any shots on because he had to retreat literally instantly due to the fact that he was slowed. If the mines weren't there, his position would have been so good and he might have been able to pick up a kill, but the tick just being able to shoot directly at him without having to think about missing because he's slowed. It's just so good, and that forced him to retreat really early, even when the wall wasn't broken.
Yeah, I think that Escobar right now probably taking a bit longer to ready up, because they want to make sure they have the best comp possible and that they're all ready to try to challenge Na'Vi from taking this set and pushing things to set number 5. We will find out here, as Na'Vi so far pulling quite an insane comeback, and Escobar, they need to put an end to it before it's too late.
Yeah, I mean, still no Bell, but it doesn't matter for Escobar as they pick up 2 early kills. I will say, am I seeing a Mr. P? It's been a bit of a while, but MMA is going to be pulling that out, attempting to try and counter these throwers, but with that reduced health on the gadgets, it's just not as good as it used to be, and he's just not really much chance of his getting his super anytime soon, as the throwers can just sit behind those walls and dodge his shots quite easily.
Yeah, they're just really easy to take out right now. And look at that, Thomas showing us why he wanted to go for the Piper, that homemade recipe, and the fact that he can just consistently 2-tap a Bell from afar. The Bell will need 3 shots to take down the Piper. Nice kill once more from Escobar. This is looking much better from them. Another homemade recipe, that's all 3 used by Thomas, but look at that. He already has 5 stars to his name, and so far a bit of a pop-off on his end.
Oh, look at that wall from Sugar. MMA is trapped in a pig pen there. Literally trapped in the corner, and he can't do anything about it. Sugar going to be picking up that kill, and Thomas now going to be tapped, and the bounces coming through between him and Sugar. Going to force Sugar into a position that he does not want to be in, but he makes the best out of it. Good wall coming in now, and that just prevents the pinch so heavily. Homemade recipe still available from Thomas, apparently. I did not even know that was a thing still. BBG's very low too, and the last hurrah from Carol should be helping him assist getting this kill. Thomas, 7 stars, but he looks like he might fall here.
Man, this is absolutely insane from Escobar. Technically still possible to come back here for Na'Vi, but not anymore, I think, with that kill. Yup, indeed, not enough stars in play. Actually, now with the respawn there is, but they would need the triple kill, and that's just not going to be happening. Escobar at match point against Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm questioning that Mr. P pick. I'm extremely questioning it. He wasn't even using the gadget where he could just throw them out either. He was using the buff, the Porter gadget, when they do come in, but he just couldn't get his turret the whole game. And that just meant he was literally useless throughout, especially against the likes of Tick, who can just keep him at that range, as well as Sprout and Piper. I must say, Thomas, he's mesmerized me with those Piper shots. He's literally connecting every single homemade recipe required to get those kills. And regardless of not using those homemade recipes, he's still managed to pick up a few along the way too.
Yeah, he played it off really well. And honestly, I like it. I've been saying pretty much since Bell released that Piper can actually kind of counter Bell to a certain extent in 1v1 interactions. That the big difference is that Bell is a lot stronger against other brawlers, whereas Piper, she is a bit of a counter to a certain extent against Bell, but she's going to be a bit weaker against a more general brawler pool. And I love to seeing that being applied very well here by Thomas on that Piper. Funnily enough, he was mocking me for saying that, when Bell released, and now he's showing us why. So, growing as a player as he starts to listen to Teddy a bit more. You love to see it, but match point for Escobar right now, and their chance to take this match home and go to the grand finals. It's still going to be a bit of a challenge ahead, especially with Thomas so low HP. And look at that, he's going to go down. That's going to be a 3-star lead for Na'Vi, and they have a pretty scary comp for Escobar.
Yeah, really risky, but it looks like he's going to pay off. The pinch comes in now, jump baited out from Thomas by MMA. Roll coming in from Jason too, and he's not able to trap him in that corner. Maybe able to get this pickup now, as Jason is going to be very, very susceptible to some shots in the corner, but they're just maintaining pressure. Look at this dominance now. It's looking, I'm just going to call it right now, it's looking like it's going to go to the last set unless something miraculous happens from Escobar. The pressure just rolls in as soon as they get these supers, and maybe something is happening now as the spawn trap is looking likely.
Yeah, honestly, I think they just mind gamed Escobar so hard. They saw that the comp was super strong from Escobar, and they just thought it doesn't have any weaknesses. And then, yeah, anything tanky, it's gonna struggle. And this is why Bell is so strong, because sure, it's a sharpshooter, sure, it's a sniper, but it does so well against those kinds of comps. And right now on the Piper, they're just not gonna have any chances. I mean, I say any chances, there are some chances, as we do have some nice snipes, and it went from a 15-star lead for Na'Vi to only a 4-star difference. So it's still possible for Escobar to come back, but they will need some nice kills here towards the end.
Yeah, it's going to be desperate to try and get this pickup on BBGs, but they are pinning them back in the corner again. But, you know, Carol, if he can get these heads, it's going to prevent the push so heavily. They do need to pick 2 people within 13 seconds, or they're going to be going to the last set. And Navi is still pressuring. The knockback comes in, but Thomas jumped up trying to get the pickup on BBGs, and it's just not going to happen. Going to the last set now as Navi take the bounty set as well as the heist.
Did you see Jason being locked up in a square on the side? I actually think, because the Sprout was dead, I think that the Sprout might have tried to lock himself in away from the Daryl, and that they just ended up being together in the same square. Just a bit of an unfortunate circumstances here. Honestly, man, really smart outcome from Na'Vi. And that's the kind of thing. When you're playing against a team like Na'Vi, you can't afford to have any weaknesses in your comp. And right here, it was wide open. Like, I think everyone on this planet knew that Escobar were going to run the same comp again. And Na'Vi, I mean, they were definitely a part of this planet, as they just perfectly predicted a nice counter comp against them and absolutely destroyed it. So great stuff from Na'Vi. This match has become more and more intense as we move forward. We are going to our 5th and final set, and this is where it's going to get complicated for Escobar, because sure, they've had a really impressive performance against Na'Vi so far, but Na'Vi, they have a bit more momentum on their side. They are the ones that are coming back and have managed to push things to the 5th and final set.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember rightly back towards when we saw Navi play Double Swoosh before, I don't think we've seen Escobar play it, but they really didn't have the best understanding of comps even when they had their bans in play with that Gene. However, Bell is in play now, and honestly, I kind of like Escobar's chances of winning this set, just because the fact that they were trying to force Crow and Piper instead of just playing the stereotypical Tara comps. And, you know, if they do that again, then maybe Escobar can take advantage of Navi thinking they're not as good as they actually are.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Navi, they've definitely been surprised by how good Escobar is. I think they might recognize some of those players, but I don't think any of them expected them to play that well. So, so far, Navi, they've been caught off guard a little bit, and it did cost them the 2 first sets. We'll see if they are able to close out that insane comeback, or if Escobar can finally close out this game that they've had so many chances of winning. We are on Minecart Madness. It's going to be quite a tough match here, but we do have the Max Mid, as you liked to see, Trav.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say, I thought it said Double Swoosh when we looked at the maps to start with, but apparently we're playing Minecart Madness. That is why I use those predictions. Not too great. And Carol, looking like he's going to pick up this early kill on MMA. Crow going to be played by BBGs and Sugar over the left, and I will say I do like the side advances that Sugar has over BBGs here, just keeping him at this range, and going to be walking directly into the minecart on the side of Jason, just bringing him out of play for a little bit longer. forced to retreat on the side of Escobar now, though, as that minecart being a pesky piece of this map.
Yeah, still some time to work with as we're all tied up. Thomas is gonna fall. I don't think they should be able to retrieve those gems. With MMA, actually, might have a bit of a shot. Not gonna happen, though, as Sugar slows him down and he becomes an easy target. Jump in coming through from Sugar as well. Maybe a bit optimistic, to be completely honest. I don't really see how that would have worked out, but ultimately, Carol is able to get the kill. MMA is gonna be ready to pinch him as he picks up the kill. Sugar hoping to get his super soon enough. He barely just got it, but he's gonna go down anyways. Thomas just gets the timing right on the minecart, and gem-wise, once again, it's gonna be pretty close. I think there's still a couple in the spawn for Na'Vi, but Thomas is gonna get gem number 9. He does get taken out by MMA, and this is where things can look a bit complicated for Escobar. The trade is there. Sugar is able to heal up, so they should be able to defuse the situation. And look at that, that's going to be the countdown even. Thomas low HP though, he's going to go down. The gems on the minecart, that's a bit of a disaster for Escobar.
Yeah, Carol needs to make something happen now, and he can't do it, and Thomas is going to have to run through the minecart and try and pick some up, and Navi have just ran away with the win that was so heavily in Escobar's favour before that minecart messed them so far up. And now it's looking like Navi are going to be taking this and going on to match point in what looked like a dominant game from Escobar throughout. It's going to be turned into Navi's favor, and they will be taking the match point.
That is a heartbreaking situation for Escobar. It looks so good for them, man. And honestly, playing so well after, your opponents that are the favorites managed to come back 2 sets, and that you had such a good position for yourself, a match point earlier as well. And then still playing so well, but then choking towards the end, that's absolutely heartbreaking. But Na'Vi at match point 1 win away from going to the grand finals and facing Clash over there. First, they got to close out this specific match. And yeah, man, it's a tough one for Escobar, that's for sure. They're going to be heartbroken after this one. They're not out just yet, and they are players that keep their cool and should be able to focus up and get things to a right mindset to stand a chance here against Na'Vi. But it's not going to be an easy task for them.
Yeah, Navi looking very, very strong favorites now they've taken this first game. And I must say, Escobar did have the majority of the play, but, they've had that the majority of the games too. And this just always seems to go in favor of Navi. We've had a complete turnaround. 2 first sets, Navi was looking like they're going to win, and Escobar managed to steal it from them. And in these 3 sets, it's been the complete opposite. As, Escobar have been looking really, really good, and Navi have stole it from the hands.
Yeah, match point for Na'Vi. This is their chance to close things out and not get to double match point, which can be quite a scary situation. Same comp on both sides. Seems like Escobar are confident that was a bit of a execution mistake earlier on. We'll see if that's truly the case, as MMA is going in aggressively. He does get the kill. Trade should be coming true, but Thomas is so low HP and he's not able to close it out. Oh, that's not ideal for Escobar, as Na'Vi are just getting so many gems around the center area. 6 already secured.
Yeah, 6 gem lead directly off the start is really not boding well for Escobar at all. MMA still in this aggressive position and remaining there. Still there, and that's just going to be so difficult for Carol to push this out now with this wall positioning that he has. Flying hook coming in and he takes him out as well. Double kill. And 7 HP on Jason. That's so unfortunate for Carol. But anyway, if he did fall, BBGs would be there to take them back. MMA going to be, just outpacing that minecart the tiniest bit. But the jump comes in, trying to finish him off. Looking like he is going to trickle down at the tiniest amount. But the gem is still there for Jason's hands. And it's not looking good for Escobar. And Navi might be moving on to the finals if they can hold off for 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is looking good for Na'Vi. Escobar, they have a final chance here. But they need to find a kill quickly onto Jason. Some nice shots. He takes quite a bit of damage. 16 and HP falls.
It literally said match over then as well. Bang on the last second of the game. They get the reset, but still, I'm not liking their chances as the slow comes in and Thomas just can't move the amount he'd like to. And this is game over Game, set, and match to Navi, and they'll be facing Clash in the finals.
Wow, that was insane. I don't think I've ever seen that, man. That the game ends, but at the moment where it announces that the game ends, the countdown gets interrupted. That was absolutely mad. I'm gonna clip that afterwards and just look at it in slow-mo. That was insane. I already thought, like, dude, he survives 100 HP. That's crazy enough, but this was even crazier than that. Amazing performance from Navi to come back from what looked like a terrible position. Escobar, man, super impressed with their level of play today. They can be super proud with everything they achieved in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, but it's not going to be quite enough to take down Navi. This means, guys, that we are heading towards a short break before we move on to our grand finals. That's going to be AC Milan Clash versus Navi. Welcome back, everyone, guys. This is slowly getting towards the end of the stream, but before that, obviously, we got the grand finals. My name is Steady. I'm joined by Trav once more here for our final match of this two-day event. We've had plenty of teams compete. Out of 16, 14 have gone home already with quite a bit of money, but most of the money is still up for grabs here for our two finalists. That's going to be AC Milan Clash versus Navi, making it all the way to the grand finals. They had quite a journey till there. Tell us a bit about it, Trav.
Yeah, so Clash, they've come from the bottom portion of the bracket where they beat Knackers 2-1, which was a really, really close game, went down to the final match point. Then, taking a quick game off FA today in the 3-0. Then, a nice quick game against Final Stand, which was a lot closer than it seems by the result, making it all the way to the final. And on the side of Navi, they ducked down FDP in the first round yesterday. Then, today in the quarterfinals, did take a 3-0 and then just now nailed a reverse sweep against Escobar to take the 3-2 and head to the finals in what is promising to be an absolutely amazing match with two of the biggest teams in the region.
Yeah, this is going to be super exciting. Two teams that have been dominating through their regions in monthly finals. But let's give a look at our maps and modes. Let's see where the action is going to be played. It's going to be Super Stadium for Brawl Ball, Double Swoosh for Gem Grab, Shooting Star in Bounty. And if it comes down to set 4 and 5, which I hope it does, we are going to see some Ring of Fire action for Hot Zone, and then finally Safe Zone in Heist. So we got a couple of new maps into the competitive map or returning maps. Double Swoosh, Ring of Fire, Safe Zone, just getting back into competitive. So that's all going to be super interesting and super fresh for this grand final.
Yeah, looking towards Super Stadium as our first map, though. Should be a very, very exciting game at that. Kicking off this early game with Brawl Ball this early on, it really, really does bode well for Clash. Such a good Brawl Ball team overall, no matter what the map is. They always seem to come out on top on this game mode. And, Navi, they've been playing very, very well all round as well. I know they're very good at Brawl Ball in their own part too, but you've always got to be looking towards Clash to take this first set.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's perfect for them, right? Start off with some momentum due to them playing the best game modes they can. But guys, let's give a look at our bans. We are not gonna be seeing any Stu nor any Jesse as AC Milan Clash decided to ban it. Navi going for the Gene and Poco bans once more. I believe that both those teams, they've banned those brawlers every single match today and yesterday, which is quite interesting. But it is going to leave Bell in the mix once more. Both teams seemed quite eager to be playing some Bell, and well, they're going to be playing some against each other. What do you think of those bans, Trav?
Yeah, well, honestly, both, as you say, banned those all the way through the competition, so they weren't expecting anything else from each other, which kind of just means they don't care about the Bell being in play, along with a lot of other things, such as like the Carl and the Max, who usually sometimes do get banned too. So very, very confident in their own bans and very confident in their own ability to take these games in their own respective metas, because they knew that this meta was coming, and they should be very well prepared for it, as they're going to have been thinking about it beforehand.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, even, those teams, when they go for those like automatic bans, they still think it through, right? It's not like they just like instantly like lock the bans without looking at the maps. They still look at the maps and game modes and see like, okay, can we go for our standards bans, or do we need to adapt something? And obviously looking at their opponents if there's maybe a good targeted ban. But yeah, they seem to prefer those automatic bans, those just usual bans they always go for anyways. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, Gene not being in the mix, I feel like Clash Div have been relying on that Gene quite a bit on IKEOS and also sometimes on the Na. So that is going to be quite a strong ban. Whereas Jesse, once again, not entirely sure, but I think that Clash, they're one of the highest mechanical teams in the game. They're just insanely skilled mechanically, so they're not really gonna mind a long-range brawler that does rely a lot on aim, such as Bell. So I think that's why they don't mind playing it. But yeah, we'll find out in game how that goes down. Poco is going to be a pretty strong ban against Clash as well. As you said, I believe in a couple of matches ago, they do like to bring in that Poco. So we'll see how that all goes down. I'm expecting some heat in those finals because we got two teams that are on the top of their regions. You know, you have in ECA, Navi have been dominating, won every single monthly final so far this year, whereas Clash, I mean, they made it to the grand finals of every single monthly final of Europe, which is a more competitive region as well, and they won one of those monthly finals. So it's a crazy match, and it's going to be a bit of a showdown of who, you know, that even though they dominate their own regions, who is going to be the best across regions, and I'm super excited to find out.
Yeah, you know, the Russian team have a very, very good track record alongside the one of Clash 2, both in their own respective parts of the world. Very, very strong teams, as you've just said. But, you know, I've said it from the start of the tournament, I'm really looking for Clash to win this just because of the fact they're so good under pressure. They've had so much tournament experience, as well as just being the first or second best team in Europe at the moment. And you just said this exact same thing. Europe is by far the stronger region, if not the strongest region in the world at the moment. One of the most competitive teams in this region should be taking a game over Navi.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like overall, if I had to go for a prediction, I would say that Clash, you know, they are going to be the favorites coming into this one. So I do believe they should be able to take this one. Not easily whatsoever, but I do feel like it could go pretty convincingly on their end. But at the same time, man, if there's any team here in this entire bracket that is capable of taking down AC Milan Clash in an upset, it's going to be Navi. So they got the best chances in front of them. I wish them good luck because they are going to need it. But they're definitely a tough opponent, and I wouldn't underestimate them whatsoever.
No, you really can't. Otherwise, they are going to be taking advantage of every single mistake that you can get, as they just did against Escobar. You know, 2-0 up, being reverse swept. There's got to be some kind of mistakes in there to be able to have that momentum and just drop it instantly and get reverse swept like that. So Navi are going to be the team who take advantage of the mistakes you make. But you got to think on the other side of things, a team like Clash just isn't going to make too many mistakes at all. So that's why I think it's going to be one of the most fierce battles we are going to see, not only in this tournament, but in a lot of tournaments around it at the same time.
Yeah, I'm super excited to get started with this one because two massive teams from their respective competitive regions. You don't see them facing every day because in official events they don't, but you know, in community events they do. I feel like overall Clash has a bit of a better track record, but Navi, I mean, you can't underestimate them whatsoever. As you said earlier, if you make any mistake, if Clash gets overconfident, they will get punished for it, and they need to treat this one extremely serious. We saw Clash going for a couple of troll picks in some of our previous matches. I think that against an opponent like Navi, they know that they can't afford to do that.
Yep, we're going to be seeing that Max and Ems come in so strong. And look at this start from Navi. He might even be able to slot this ball in here. Jason is going to get the early goal. 10 seconds in and already 1-0 up for Navi. This is the kind of mistakes you don't want to be making and giving up a lead this early. And I'm really surprised they're not going to be playing Bell.
Yeah, that is a crazy good start. Trevor taking quite a bit of damage. Lena gonna pass the ball forward, but there's no one to get it, as Trevor is gonna get TP'd on. Does pick up the kill with a nice gadget usage. Seemed absolutely ready for the surge to TP onto his face. He gonna return that TP as he tries to take down MMA, but MMA actually wins out that duel. Trevor with a nice super, able to pick up the kill. He is stacked down to 93 HP. Lena pushing up. Can he score that? Well, not gonna be happening, as Navi, they are able to successfully defend off this attack from Clash.
Just about maintaining their lead after that one. Good jump over the shot there from Guille as well, I will say. MMA does not have this favourable matchup against Trevor. Now Trevor looking to heal, but a few shots did come in from BBGs, and Lenane just being so aggressive trying to score this goal. Literally just came out the respawn and already going for it yet again. MMA in a bit of a precarious position now as Trevor using that super to keep him low, and Guille picking up that kill too. You've got to be careful about the shots coming in now, and he does get taken down. Ball firmly in the corner from Navi, and this is very, very dangerous for Clash now.
Yeah, Clash, they need to open up that situation, or this first game is already going to go the way of Navi. So far, bit of a stalemate, but obviously Navi, they're happy with that. Guille gonna pick up a nice kill there against BBGs. But is that gonna be enough to find an opening? Not really, as the HP pool was just so low for Clash. They had to slow things down and heal up a bit more, which does mean that the respawn comes through. Jason with a good kill. Trevor is gonna fall as well, and this is looking pretty good for Navi.
Yep, MMA getting that kill on the Nane too, who just seems to be going over and over again for this ball, not really taking any of the opponent's movements into process at all. And yeah, another takedown from MMA going to be coming in now, and this is the first game going to Navi, as Gear is 100% giving up in this spawn now, and I would have done too. Time trickles down. Navi take the first game.
Yeah, this is a really strong start from Navi, and exactly how they should start it off as well. You know, you're facing Clash, possibly the best team in the world for Brawl Ball. And Brawl Ball is the first set of your grand finals. You gotta catch them by surprise, and they were able to just absolutely surprise them early on. Get out of nowhere a goal 10 seconds into that game. That it's not something you see every single day, especially against Clash. And getting that early lead just meant that they could play very defensively afterwards and really just capitalize on Clash needed to play more aggressively and somehow unlock the situation. So yeah, good stuff from Navi. Played it out really smart. We'll see if they're able to close out this set, or if AC Milan Clash will be coming back into that game.
Yeah, you expect some comp changes coming up now. I'd really like to see Clash playing that Bell, as it was just so good for Navi. The burst damage it really provides against the likes of a Surge TPing on it is really, really good, along with, you know, the shield that does pop as well, allowing you not to get 3-shotted by him if you do connect those shots. It's really going to be valuable, and, you know, you've got to watch out for the M still against the Carl, and you are going to be seeing Clash now swap to the Bell, and the Carl still keeping the Surge, and it's going to be a miracle.
Yeah, push forward from Navi early on once more. Jason, oh my god, he's gonna score this one once more. Navi with the 1-0 lead, and so far they seem absolutely ready for this match against Clash. Oh my god, Navi has been playing so good, and that was a great kill though. Oh, he's gonna fall, and that means that he can't score. Trevor, low HP, picks up the kill. I think he has the time, and yup, indeed, Trevor gonna be tying things up.
Yeah, really good goal from Trevor there to be able to pick up that kill, and that angle was really, really phenomenal that he saw open up there. Lenane trying to get an aggressive play with this Carl now, and the mark is available for Trevor. Not going to go for it just yet, as it doesn't connect with MMA. You see Guille almost lining up, and his finger was over that gadget button to TP in then, and he does do it eventually in the defensive line now, and this could be a good position for Clash as Lenane uses that flying hook in. That is going to be a goal as he supers the ball directly into the goal, and Clash strike back with a win.
Yeah, nice comeback in this game, but also in this set here for Clash as they tie things up and push things to game number 3 in this opening set. Good start from Clash. I didn't really see it coming, to be honest. After once again a good start from Navi, I thought, well, they're just going to seal the deal and take that first set away even before Clash really can get started and can get warmed up. So convincing stuff from Clash in that game. A nice comeback, but Navi still looking extremely strong, and I think this may set a bit of a tone for the rest of this match, as I'm expecting some more very close sets for this entire series.
Yeah, you speak for both of us there when you're expecting some really, really close games and sets too. You know, this 1-1 coming off the start is very, very close. And, you know, Navi scoring those 2 very early goals across both the matches. They just weren't able to get control of that ball after the first one and corner it as well as they did in the last one, as the mirror comp did seem to be a bit more in Clash's favour. So maybe they've got to try and think something up, or just apparently go the same and hope for the best yet again.
All right, interesting. Trevor and Jason gonna be battling it out in the middle, but Trevor is gonna get tagged twice. MMA can't quite get the finish just yet, but still a strong push. MMA falls with the ball, and that's gonna end that push for Navi as Clash successfully defend this one off. Yeah, gonna get tagged up once more. Trevor I don't know if he's aware of the trap, but his movements seem to indicate that he might be. He's gonna get tagged up, gets hit by the trap too, but will stay alive. MMA going for the dash in. This is good. MMA passing forward. BBGs is able to catch it. That's gonna be a quick goal from Na'Vi. Na'Vi, they've been so good at opening up that defense from Clash. This is so impressive on their end.
Yep, you just saw MMA being able to slot that ball through to BBGs, and yeah, again, a good pickup from BBGs on the Surge lane. We saw it earlier, and we see it again now, how good he is at this brawler. And it really is coming through prominently now. MMA just soaking up those shots and an amazing jump from BBGs and Guille, and the ball goes in, and Navi take the first set against AC Milan Clash.
Man, taking a set against Clash is already impressive enough. Taking Brawl Ball, the best game mode from Clash, that's absolutely wild. Great start from Na'Vi as they start things off with a nice 1-0 lead in sets. This does mean that we are going to be moving on to our second set. That's going to be some gem grab action. Is it double switch? I believe it was, right? With the Gene Ban, with Bell available, this is going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yep, heading back to what we saw earlier, and I will repeat what I said in that final game when I thought Minecart Madness was double swoosh. Navi really didn't seem to have too much of an understanding of comps, and the only reason they really won this set against the team they played before was because they were just able to, outskill them so heavily. And I mean, Clash not going to be playing the same, and they're not going to lose a Tara versus Crow lane with the support from beyond coming in. It's just not doable for Clash at the level they play at. And on the other side of things, just not going to feed the Piper if they do choose to take that brawler. And again, you might see Clash doing something similar, and you might see a bit of a miracle.
Yeah, that is very much possible. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Man, this is such a tough match ahead of us. Gem Grab is probably slightly better for Na'Vi than for Clash, but overall, I would still rank Na'Vi as Clash as a better team. So that could balance things out a bit more. The thing is, this is about consistency, and in this case, it's an individual match, so it's really hard to just know how things are going to go down because there are going to be outliers, which I would still consider Brawl Ball as, be a bit of an outlier performance from Clash. You don't usually see them dropping a set, and I wouldn't expect them to drop a Brawl Ball set like this against Na'Vi. But Gem Grab could be completely different. It could be a turnaround. It could be more of the same. And Na'Vi, they're going to try to close this one out as quick as they can, not leave the chance for Clash to warm up and get comfortable into this match.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. They do need to try and get another set on the cards right now. Otherwise, Clash get this one, it's going to be evening out the momentum and putting it in Clash's favor a little bit as well. Winning the most recent set always seems to have, the upper hand in terms of mind games and stuff like that. And, you really do need to kick this set off with a win if you are Navi with a really strong comp that can come in and defeat, any comp that Clash decides to play. Maybe with like a slightly hybrided comp, but yeah, I really do expect to see a max in mid or something like that with a Tara, and hopefully it'll bode a bit better than the team that Navi faced previously.
Yeah, I think that Bell, obviously, since it's an option we might be seeing on one of the lanes. Tara, still a very solid choice as well. Crow is a decent option, but I would not play him on the lane of the Tara. I think Amber deals much better because you can actually, instead of going for a Tara mirror matchup, you can go for an Amber against a Tara and then play your Tara on the other side, which is, I think, probably the best approach here. And then mid, you can probably go for Bell or Max, as you suggested earlier. I feel like there's not a ton of options mid for brawlers. Sprout we've seen as well being played with the Gene Ban, but the Sprout seems a bit risky, especially when you have stuff like Tara being very viable on this map that can just pull you out of nowhere, and then suddenly you're dropping all those gems.
Yeah, I will say, now you've mentioned the belt is in play, Piper might be a bit more viable just because, the breaking up the map, it really does benefit Bell's range a lot more too. So yeah, that's a really, really good shout from you as well. And then, you've got to be looking to play the Piper alongside a Bell, and, maybe we can even see the Crow because of that opening up of the map with the slowing toxin. But I'd still really, really like to see a Tara over that left-hand side in comparison to the Piper, as, you can just get a lot of pressure if that grass does stay up.
Yeah, something that I'm just thinking about right now, because there's a couple of walls, but they're kind of lined up. I feel like, oddly enough, something like a Colt could actually kind of work, because there are some pretty open lanes, and with the silver bullet, you can just remove a couple of extra walls, and then suddenly it's a pretty open field. I don't know. I mean, obviously, that meta of Colt destroying an entire map, like we've seen on Dueling Beetles, on Split, on GG Mortuary, it wasn't there when Double Swoosh was a competitive map. But that could be a strategy that we see coming up at some point, if not today, later on in the journey of Double Swoosh back in competitive, because it does seem like one of the maps where it could really work out.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I mean, Colt can be very viable to break up this map, and a lot of other brawlers that do so can as well over time. With more supers that can break up the map. It's it's um, it's yeah, it's really really strong on that kind of front. Breaking up the map, opening it up for the Piper and the Bell, as we've said before. It's really really good.
Yeah, I agree. Well, we'll see what they decide to go for here. I'm expecting some slightly more traditional stuff. They don't necessarily want to take any big risks here in the grand finals. But of course, well, you never know. They could go for anything. We've seen the craziest stuff happen. I think it was Clash, right, that rocked the Piper in the quarterfinals, I believe, on this map. So yeah, it could have been another team. Let's be completely honest, but that's what I believe from my memory, at least. So yeah, maybe we get to see some of that again. Maybe we have something wildly different. I mean, I think Sprout mid is pretty strong, but with Bell available, I feel like Bell might just be a bit superior, and Max is pretty strong too. So I don't know. I'm not expecting Sprout, but who knows? To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Navi. I think it was the Piper and the Sprout synergized together, but that's just when you're thinking about synergizing a comp, you don't think, oh, Piper who can break and Sprout who benefits off walls. You've got to try and think of something outside the box that really does work well together, such as, I'm not saying you can play, obviously, but the Max and Gene, it synergizes so well, and you've got to kind of think two brawlers who work well together, and a wall break and a wall creator just don't.
All right. Well, just to keep things transparent with you, it seems like they did start to play before they, warned us that they were starting, which did mean that we didn't get to watch the first game. So it's going to be replayed. So it's back to 0-0 in Jam Grab. It does mean that potentially they kind of discovered each other's comps. So maybe we'll have a mirror matchup that wasn't there in the the Phantom, the Ghost game that didn't technically happen, but it does reveal comms, right? So they might maybe go for a mirror matchup because of that, because they know what the opponents played. So that could be interesting for sure. And there seems to be also a player swap. I don't think there's a sub in Navi, so I'm guessing it's for the side of AC Milan Clash, as we know they have 4 players.
Yeah, no, I think so too. I don't think there's any replacements for Navi unless they've brought someone on just for this tournament. So you're probably going to be looking at a sub from Clash. You got a very, very capable 4-man team, so you're not really looking at anybody drastically hurting the team or from being subbed in and out. Very, very strong all-round team. So yeah, maybe just making a slight change to see if if there's a better person to play a certain brawler that we are trying to play, that might be the only call they've made, or just a really strong gem grab player.
Yeah, they're bringing in the Trevor for the Rosa. Nah,
So.
honestly, like I think it's such a good asset to have a 4th player, and that every single player in the team is a super strong player, because that means that, as you said, you can just play out of the versatility of the brawler pool that your team is going to offer. If you're not super comfortable with this brawler, you don't have to go through some shenanigans and try to see who can fit in and what comp can work, because you just have some more room to work with your comps. You don't have that weird situation where you just have to make compromises and say, like, okay, you are gonna have to play that brawler. I know you don't love it, but it's the best for the comp, since I can only play this brawler, and therefore, like, it just gets super complicated. And with 4 players, you can kind of have an easier time with that stuff, and just make sure that you always have players that are playing brawlers they are super good with. And yeah, that's one of the big reasons why 4 players is a nice move for a team. Well, we'll see once we get in game what actually happens, and if maybe that explains a bit of the decision, or maybe one of the players were just there like, okay, it's 10:30 p.m. for me, time to go to bed. But I doubt it. I think it's probably just a strategical reason.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Trevor be on the bench quite a lot during the actual Brawl Stars Championship stuff, but he does come off and play a lot of the Community League stuff. Here we are going into our game now. Trevor is going to be staying in and playing Sandy. What is happening here? It's very questionable.
Is there a banned brawler pick or something?
I can't see the brawlers, so I couldn't tell you. They're in the corner. Sprout Tara.
What is going on here?
I have absolutely no clue.
I think I might know. Because they played a game that wasn't counted, right? But I think they're throwing, so they still get the win because they feel like they deserve the win. Does that make any sense? Is that what's happening? Maybe not, but I feel like that's probably what happened. Because there's no
this is a very entertaining match. Yeah, it's a very entertaining match.
It's interesting. I was not expecting Trevor to just walk through the map. I wasn't ready for it. Well, this does look like Na'Vi are going to be picking up the first game here. Yeah, I mean, I do want to appreciate the fair play from Clash for, admitting that they did lose that game that technically didn't happen.
Yeah.
And owning up for it. So you love some good sportsmanship.
Yeah, do love to see it from Clash. Very well sportsmanized. I'll create a word there. But yeah, honestly, respectable from Clash. Really nice of them to do that for Na'Vi, and obviously being on the back foot as well. It's surprising a team like that does that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have to keep into account as well that a lot of those pros at that level of play, they're good friends, or at least like it's a limited scene, right? At the top of the top, there's not 1,000 teams. If you can be on good terms with people and be a good sportsman, then I mean, do it. And yeah, we appreciate that, Clash. But that does mean that Na'Vi pick up the first game of Gem Grab. And since they already picked up the first set, and as you said, they're already on the back foot here, Clash, it is going to make things a bit more scary because Na'Vi, they might as well just run away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. Having that one game lead is really, really strong. And if they can win it, that's going to be 2 sets up for Na'Vi, and that's going to be a really dangerous position for Clash. But yeah, we've seen there, Clash showing some good signs of sportsmanship, and Na'Vi on the game up. Definitely in a very good position for them. And I don't know if they're going to be playing the same comps again, or if they're going to be swapping something up. So, the counter comp could still come in very hard from Na'Vi or Clash, depending on how they feel about that game.
All right, well, moving on, we have some slightly different comps here. I think the Ember is new. The rest seems to be pretty similar, actually. Jason taking a lot of early damage, but he does manage to seal away those 2 gems. MMA doesn't quite go down, will get pinched by Trevor though, so Guy is able to pick up the kill, but gets traded out, and Jason is just able to get a couple more gems in the process.
Yep, picking up those gems that Trevor did drop by going a bit aggressive on BBGs. Support from Beyond coming in, but on the other side of things, Guy connecting that super. Didn't get too much value back from it, I will say, I don't think. Na'Vi with a little dash away there, and he really can't do too much with that at all because, he's got the speed, but the positioning is just not there, and the Amber comes through, keeping him at that HP for a little bit longer. Counterpull from BBG's keeping MMA up for a little bit longer, and Trevor is on the low side of things now as support from Beyond comes in, and the pinch from BBG's is there.
Yeah, 7 gems already on Jason. Trevor gonna be picking up his second right now, so still quite an advantageous position for Na'Vi. MMA low HP does get another tag of Trevor before going down. BBG's, I don't think he intended to pick up those gems. I think he just wanted to get a bit of a peek, but he picks them up nevertheless. Pool connects there, nice stuff from Guy. He's able to run away with a couple of gems. He's gonna get pulled himself, he goes down, but Clash are able to retrieve quite a couple of gems out of that situation. That's going to be 8 on them. Still a couple on the floor. Trevor getting chased, but doesn't quite go down. And BBG's is trying to go for the pinch gear, getting a nice pull down. It's such a chaotic and messy fight, but it is Clash to get to 9 gems here. Only 1 more to start that countdown.
BBG's fallen, and this is the last gem they need. Not going to go for it just yet, as MMA's still there, putting some pressure on. Jason at 1k HP now going to be in a very tough position to push up, and Gia picking up another super. Going to be next to impossible for them to come back from this, but a good flying hook up from MMA, amounting to nothing, however, and that is going to be Clash taking this game.
All right, Clash tying things up in this set. It was a really convincing game from Na'Vi until we had some insane pulls from Guy, and then everything just activated for Clash to start picking up kills left and right and close out that game. It's all tied up in gem grab. Still the set lead in favor of Na'Vi. So a big game here ahead of us, because, you know, Clash, if they pick this one up, we're 1-1, we're all even. We forget about, you know, what happened in Probo, and we move on to Bounty with a nice reset. But if it goes the other way around, if Na'Vi win this one, then suddenly it's a whole different story. 2-0 in sets, and they're getting closer and closer to closing this one out.
Yeah, Clash with the possibility of taking this one here, and I must say, I kind of am still liking their chances of doing so, as that was a very convincing game and a nice comeback when they did start to get the pressure there. I'm seeing some Pam shots radiate from the top of the map, which is quite unlikely in this current meta. Pam used to be very, very good here, but nowadays it kind of just feeds the Tara quite a lot on this left-hand side, and you're seeing that right now as Guy pushing up the map very aggressively. Good pinch coming in from Jason, though, and he has managed to pick up a couple of gems off the start, and a good pinch from BBGs, amounting to quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, Chaos able to clear up the right lane, and he's going to get a bit of a more aggressive position, but Jason is there. He's going to get chased, but still picks up the kill onto Chaos. Jason playing very aggressive considering there's so many people around the middle area, but he is going to pick up the kill, survive, and keep getting some more gems. And MMA in a pretty nice position with his healing station as well. The pool is available on BBGs. We'll see how that all comes to play. MMA surviving for so long will end up going down, but still a nice gem lead. And look at that, BBGs. He might even find Trevor next. He will certainly do just about that. Akel's trying to scout BBGs in the bush, but he's not able to survive the run here, BBGs.
Yep, pull coming in now from Guy, and Jason only needs one more gem. Aggressive positioning though, and that is not good for him at all. Almost falls down. BBG's with super in hand, going to probably save it for the next round. I was going to say pull Chaos then, but he didn't opt to go for it. Aggressive healing up for MA. The wall is not covering that at all, so Trevor is going to get some easy shots on it alongside Trevor, but shots coming from BBGs. Doesn't use his super again. Seems like just winning this side could really affect the game, and I don't know why he's not just doing just that. MMA, though, out of the bush and out of nowhere, coming in and picking up the kill. Gear with super, though, got to watch out for that, but MMA, wow. What a play that is, and he is going to be going down, but Jason is there to pick up the gems and recover.
Oh my, I think we have a bit more of the casterkers, don't we, Trav? As you said, you literally said like 10 seconds ago, like, I don't think Pam is the best idea here on this map in the current meta, and then instantly pop off from MMA. You love to see it. Na'Vi are going to be picking up this game, and therefore this set, it's 2-0 in sets, and things are starting to look a bit scary here for Clash. Honestly, this is not really something you expect from them. I think they were, you know, pretty good favorites to win the entire thing. It looks like they might lose here in the finals. It's not over just yet. They still got a couple more sets. They got one more set to work with, right? Because if they lose this set, it's over. But it could be a comeback story. Now, it's not particularly the most amazing game modes for game modes 4 and 5 for Clash. So I'm curious to see how that all goes down. But Bounty certainly is one of their better game modes. So we'll see if Clash are able to clutch up and stay in this match, or if Na'Vi will close it down with this set.
Yeah, we did see Na'Vi playing quite well on Bounty in the previous game, though, and Clash, obviously, as you said, really, really good at Bounty too. You know, it's really going to come down to whoever's got the better comps in this one, because I don't think we can really separate these two teams in terms of skill they're showing on the day right now. As you know, a lot of kills have been made from Clash, but you know, Jason's just able to swoop in and get so many gems there at different points in the match. Just being able to pick up those singular gems is such a good skill to have and just get out safely. But yeah, going on into Bounty now, it's going to be Shooting Star. And I must say, I really, really do like Lenane's Piper.
Yeah, we will see how this one goes down. Jason is quite an insane Piper as well. And now getting tagged nicely from afar. He's going to miss the homemade recipe. Nice return to center from Chaos. with a nice shot before that as well, so Clash have the 1-star lead now.
Yep, both Pipers going to be facing off against a Nani, which is really not a favourable matchup they want, but on the opposing sides, obviously Navi have got the good matchups, so it kind of evens it out. And it's clear to see that Chaos has taken advantage of his lane a bit more than MMA on that side. BBG's one shot now, that shot just missing, and the shot guaranteed onto the tick head from MMA here. Homemade Recipe going to be connecting with BBG's and taking him down, and this is a 3-star lead for Clash now.
I really like Navi adjusting the lanes between the Piper and the Nani. They know that so far it has not been working out well. Well, but it doesn't seem like the change is working out that well either, as Chaos picks up the kill onto BBG's. Things are lining up nicely. It wasn't BBG's, it was MMA, but anywho, Navi falling back. They actually picked up a nice kill there, and that's going to give them the lead just because they got that blue star.
Chaos still sitting on 4 stars. It's kind of weird to see them with the lead, with only 4 stars over Chaos's head on his own. Yeah, he's going to be taken out to Navi with that head. No assistance coming in from his team. And that has really just flipped the balance as, you know, they've got a lead heading on into this last 20 seconds. That's going to mean Navi have to push into them and not the other way around.
Yeah, I believe that, I think that Jason Homemade Recipe at the moment the Tickhead was arriving, and the shot went around the Tickhead, so he didn't have enough ammo to take it down. Oh, a bit of a double sniper. Clash looking good. They are going to pick up this game and have a bit of a second life in this match, but they still need some more to come back into this one.
Yeah, you know, Navi was showing some really good signs of life in to the back end of that game there, and you've got to be looking towards them to be able to put something comparable of a show to that on in the next game. And you know, if they can secure these kills and not get killed by a tickhead towards the end of the game and put some pressure on their team to be able to get that game back, then I think they might be able to take this one as, you know, there was really good showing and some mistakes off the start from Jason getting killed by that Homemade Recipe. Shouldn't really be shooting towards the Nani when that is the case. And they look like they're going for the mirror lanes off the start this time.
All right, let's see how that goes down. The Nut is able to pick up the first kill onto Jason. Chaos gonna get returned to sender, but will stay alive and survive it off. As so far, Clash have a nice 3-star lead and a pretty nice position to try to take this set away and close the gap a little bit in game modes.
Yeah. Good attempt to do so, and this is looking like the set it's going to be if they want to do it, and it has to be at that. 6-1 now as Lenane hits another snipe, 4 stars over his head and 3 over Guille's. Going to be looking very, very good for them heading into this, but they've got to be a bit more passive than they were the last game, because they did lose the lead quite heavily in the last game just by some overconfidence in terms of aggression.
Yeah, the lead just keeps widening up here. Return to sender on both Nanis, and that's going to be Chaos taking down MMA. A bit of a ridiculous interaction. I'm never too sure if, you know, as a Nani, if someone sends a peep to you, should you like pump the return to sender and hope that for some reason he doesn't, or should you just like tank it like a man and go down? Just seems like a bit of a waste of a gadget to use it and die anyways.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all depends on how long the head's been out for, the peep, because it does more damage the more it is out for. Point. So, you know, it's eventually being picked up now by MMA, but too little too late, I think, by the looks of things, as Chaos has got his 2, and it looks like he has put his out first. So the knockback, the kill coming on to MMA too, but the head might finish Chaos off. It doesn't. 6-14 now as 2 of the other pickups have been made. And this is looking like it's going to go to the favor of Clash. And that's a really nice pickup to have in this set. Otherwise, they'd be out for the count.
Yeah, this has been a bit of a tough matchup for Clash so far, but they do manage to pick up their first set on the board. It's going to be 2-1 in sets, still in favor of Navi. So I think this is the moment where they need to really capitalize on that set lead. I don't think they want to let it go to set number 5, because that's when things start to get a bit more tedious, a bit more complicated. And where, you know, if we get to set 5, that means that Navi, it's because they're pulling up a comeback because they have won 2 sets in a row. So I think that Navi, they want to be really careful with this one and try to just close it out safely in a hot zone before it gets a bit desperate in heist, and that, you know, momentum and morale is just going all over the place.
Yeah, you know, Navi might be getting a taste of what they did to Escobar in the previous round. The start of a reverse sweep is going to be started by Milan Clash. It's going to depend if they can get it back all the way or not. And that is going to all depend on whether Navi can win Hot Zone and Heist. So, you know, looking at the comp for Clash, it's looking very, very good. Just looking at their comp.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Lou has been such a good brawler. We have it on both sides. It seems like the surge, though, the TP doesn't quite work out as intended. And that is going to give a bit of an early lead for Navi so far.
Yep, Jason putting a mine down in the mid as well. Benin getting tapped up quite heavily now. But the same thing happens to Jason and having to retreat. Chaos over that side. MMA going to be leveling up nice and early on into the spawn here. Chaos walking out of that bush, going to be allowing 2 shots to come in from MMA and the takedown as well. Good TP, making that mid all in Navi's favor. And the percentage starts to tick away, regardless of the fact that he has been hit by that mine.
Good stuff from Navi, though, still with double the percentages captured. So they're looking to keep that control. Jason, he wanted to hit those shots really badly because they would have gotten some nice bounces. And now goes a bit aggressive, is going to get punished for it. He looking for Jason, but he's going to pop that 4th stage first. Doesn't quite get any connections. And Clash are catching up percentages-wise, but it's still a pretty close affair.
Yep. Both the mine and Jason going to be connecting to Guille at the same time, taking him down there in Chaos now. Looking to do this all on his own. Navi getting the lead back in their favor, and BBG's with some phenomenal positioning over this right-hand side. Now, Guille just looking to jump over a couple of their shots and see where he is. Good super being provided, though, by the Lou. And a good juke on that shot from MMA as well as the super. And again, he's just staying alive. And this is exactly what he needs to be doing in this point. And they can't hit him. They cannot hit him. Eventually, a shot connects from Lenane and a second one, but 88% might be too much for them to come back from.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, especially, you know, if you get something like a Lou super that can absolutely clutch up. BBG's is going to fall to iChaos, and that could be a bit of an opening as we have the Lou super going the way of Clash and blocking off access to the center. BBG's is going to be looking to match that, so they can't really capture too much. But look at that, percentage-wise, it's so close. MMA low HP goes down 90% on both sides. Jason versus Guille. They keep tagging each other up. BBG's enters the zone, goes for the gadget, and that's going to be enough to secure that game. Match point for Navi coming up.
Yeah, the ice block gadget there just available for BBG's at the right time. I thought he had honestly used them all really early on into the game, but perfect to have one remaining there, and he does get that win because of it. 90% to 100 in favor of Navi, and it looks very, very good for them as they win that mirror comp heading into the last game.
Yeah, man, not only is this match point coming up, it's tournament point as well. The chance for Navi to close this whole last 2 days, just close them out, secure the win, and secure that prize pool. Obviously, first place, 1,600 euros. That is quite an amount of money, and they want to just end it here. They have the chance right now to just close it out. Clash, they need to win 2 games in a row to stay in this match and push things to set 5. Navi just need that 1 game, and it's all over.
Yep, so Navi looking to try and finish this out now. They don't want to take it any further than this, or even a game on a hot zone. They don't want to drop that either, because that's leading the potential to being able to take it on to this last heist map, and that's not what they want to be doing. Even though we have seen them being quite good at heist in past matches, you don't want to be taking it match point against a team like Clash, and that is why they probably want to be closing out here going into this last game.
Well, we shall find out how it goes, as we have the same mirror comps again from both teams. And honestly, I don't blame them. I think that the couple of percentages that made the difference, that was just so close that it could absolutely have gone either way. It's going to be Clash with the first couple of percentages, but Navi able to quickly catch up as they have some pretty nice positioning. He does find the kill, and Jeden, it's not going to be an easy task for him to try to take down the Surge, but somehow a bit of an over peak there, as Navi are just gonna be winding up that lead furthermore. Now looking for Jason, but the dodges from Jason are so on point. Look at those bounces, finding so much value of everyone pretty much on the side of Clash. Guy low HP does pick up the kill. Nice dodges from Guy. Doesn't quite go down, but yeah, right now it's still a pretty decent lead for Na'Vi.
Yep, must say. Super coming down from Lou though. And Lenane is maintaining this mid very nicely. BBG is able to juke that last shot from Lenane, and he is very, very low. Guy looking to try and pick him up, but MMA with a nice TP there, going to be allowing the mid to be taken by Jason. Chaos going to be juking one of those shots now, and it basically is evened out in terms of percentage. And look at this position from Guy. It's going to be so difficult to get him out of that right-hand side now, and BBG's falling low instantly off the spawn.
Yeah, I don't know if MMA still has any TPs, but he could really have used one right there. I think he may have already run out. Nice kill from Guy as Clash. They take back the lead. They get a couple more percentages across the board, and right now it's looking really good for them to close this one out.
Yep, Jason is here and ready to fight though, but a super perfectly timed from Chaos there to even out the super that BBG's had thrown down, and Jason is marked now as well, and mate is going to pick up that kill onto Guy, but a good lead for Clash in this game. Navi really need to make something happen right now.
Oh, that's a nice start. Chaos quite low HP, but Guy is going in for the flank. Guy picks up a nice kill. Jason is next to full. I don't think there's anything that Clash, that Navi rather, can do at this point. It's gonna be game for AC Milan Clash. We're all tied up in hot zone, but man, the results of this next game are going to be so important. The odds are so different here for both teams, as you know, for Clash, they're fighting for their lives still. If they win this next game though, then suddenly we're going to set 5. They tie things up and they're looking at a potential reverse sweep. Na'Vi, if they win this game, then it's all done. They are your champions for the tournament. So the results are going to be quite drastic, and honestly, man, I don't even want to go for a prediction. I feel like it could absolutely go either way.
Yeah, no, I can agree with you here, but if Navi finishes up here, that is going to be absolutely amazing for them, and if they don't, I'm really not liking the chances in Heist, to be honest with you. Clash on the potential reverse sweep, and what I'd like to say is a very, very strong roster that they have out at the moment. And, you know, you've really got to be watching out for losing this game if you are Navi, and it's not the place you want to be in if you are going to be dropping this set.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot on the line. Momentum as well, if Clash are able to pick this one up. I mean, it would be a really good comeback to just get to tie things up, and that is going to be hurting the morale of Na'Vi. But we'll find out how this goes, as both spells tag each other once early on, and afterwards it gets to a bit of a stalemate.
Yep, Lenane being hit again though, and MMA looking to try and get some pressure up this left-hand side, does get tapped though, and Jason, mid-control goes directly to him. Good shield collection though, I will say, by tapping a shot on gear, and another one comes in. TP coming in, and this is the same as what start Navi had last game. Didn't last too long though, as Clash did bring something back, but they are going to take the lead in terms of percentage for right now.
Yeah, early lead is going to be better than nothing, but we'll see in the long term if they're able to keep control. Gia was a nice kill onto BBGs. Oh, that was a close snipe from Jason, but it's not going to connect, and he's going to get tagged instead and pushed and pinched as well from Guy on the right-hand side. It's so close right now, but Clash are able to pick up the lead once more.
Yep, good pinch from Lenane there too, and the kill does come in on Guy as well. Jason is going to be marked, but the super from Bell, Lou is coming down now, and it does put a lot of strain on that zone. Gia not going to have shots left for BBGs, and he does pick up the kill and stay up here. Good position from him, and he's going to heal just enough to tank one shot from Lenane, which is going to bring him to a decent amount of HP for Jason to be taking him down. They've evened it out here. It's going to stay on the zone a little bit longer, but Gia with a nice TP and picking up a double kill. Super coming in from Luto, and that is amazing. Look at the value he's getting out of that. Lenane looking like he's going to go down once he gets frozen here. A little bit of a lead for Clash, but Navi looking like they've got a bit more control of the center.
Yeah, they're still just a bit behind, but that nice kill there actually could give a nice opening for Clash to get a couple more percentages, as Lenane is just going to be staying on the side as far as possible to not get surprised. This is a good kill from Chaos. This is looking good for Clash, Trav. I feel like they're getting closer and closer to the finish line, and soon enough we might be going to set 5.
Yep, they're edging the zone every few seconds, but look at Linane, he is marked, however. Jason sitting at a nice amount of HP and not marked as well. Just to point that out as well, you know, Navi getting a decent amount of HP, decent amount of percentage now, and look at the kills coming in, and this could flip the switch right now if Navi can connect this shot onto Linane.
Oh my, the lead once more for Navi. Jason taking quite a bit of damage. Chaos, yeah, that's not a perfect moment to pop your gadget, as he is going to go down, and Navi, they took back the lead, but not only that, they took it back very close to the finish line. 90% now for Navi. This is their chance to take down AC Milan Clash, and with 8 seconds left, I don't even think there's time. Navi, they pick up the win against AC Milan Clash. Not only do they take this game, also the set, the match, and the entire tournament. So congratulations to Navi for picking up a big win here against AC Milan Clash in the grand finals.
Against all odds, I will say, Teddy, first prediction that we have got wrong. So shout out to that as well. But congratulations to Navi for winning this game and the entire tournament, taking home the 1,600 euros. And not just that, but keep your heads high as they have beaten the Titan in Clash.
Oh my, what a performance from Navi today, and thinking that they almost failed earlier as well in the semifinals against Final Stand. Was it Final Stand? No, it was not Final Stand. It was against Escobar. Man, absolutely unbelievable. I did not see that happening, to be honest. I did not see that coming. It was close. We almost went to our 5th and final set, but it is going to be Navi to pick up the W today, and therefore closing out the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash for Brawl Stars, securing quite a bit of money. But let's give a quick look at our bracket before that. Our final results here. Clash, they fall short in the grand finals to Navi, that will be securing first place and, you know, therefore win the whole thing. Good stuff from Navi. We've had some amazing teams, and this is how the money is going to be spread across. Trav, I hope you're ready, because I'm going to read them all through. No Fear, FDP, Volpe, Sorry, Infamous, Gojo, Knackers, Tevarium, and Geoblock, all securing 100 euros for placing between top 9 and top 16. Top 8 until top 5 is going to be Extra Mears, FA, 7W Gaming, and O9 Gaming, securing 200 euros each. In the top 4, we got Escobar and Final Stand securing 400. AC Milan Clash in second place with 800 euros secured. But then finally, our grand champions of the event are going to be Navi with first place securing 1,600 euros. That is 1,600 euros. That's quite a bit of money, Trav.
Yep, lump sum of cash going to them there, and well deserved, I will say at that. If you can beat Clash 3-1, you deserve all the money in the world. And I must say, against all odds, Navi took it. And I think that they deserved it, even edging that game against Escobar, just making it to the finals, but then taking it by storm. Well deserved to Navi, and commiserations to Clash.
Yeah, great stuff here across the last 2 days. Some amazing teams, amazing matches. And I just want to give a bit of a round of thank yous. First of all, to the players and teams that participated. You guys played absolutely amazing across the last 2 days. I can't wait to watch some more of you guys playing. Obviously, thank you to everyone watching at home. Thank you to our production team, to Travis for joining me. And yeah, for this event taking place in the first place. Trav, do you have any closing remarks before we come towards an end?
Yep, I'm just going to say the exact same thing that you said, but I'm not going to repeat it, but just ditto what Teddy said. Thank you to everybody showing up, and the players as well, for putting on such a good show, the production team, and Teddy for joining me too. And that is going to be it for this show. Thank you for the past 2 days of viewers showing up too. Thank you very much, and goodbye.